Nico. Bells and Mobsters Series Collection. Ava winners.
To my daughters, love you always and forever. You are my reason. To my happy hour ladies, you help me keep my sanity. What happens at the happy hour stays there. Right, to all my family and friends, thank you. Bells and Mobster Series Collection. Each book in the Bells and Mobster series can be read as a standalone. If you'd like a preview to the Bells and Mobsters Casio, Book 3. Make sure to keep reading and check out the prologue after the ending of Nico. Prologue. William. Are you mad? I hissed under my breath. Take that money and return it. Pronto. And in case he didn't understand the urgency in Italian, I added, in English. Right fucking now, what the hell was he thinking to take a damn money bag from the Mafia? It didn't matter whether they left the bag behind by accident or not. I couldn't comprehend how someone would forget a bag full of money. Lots of money. It must have been a test. One that my husband and John, our best friend, failed. Big time. The Morelli family was known for their ruthlessness. Everyone feared them, despite the fact they moved in high social circles and among some of the most prestigious politicians. The fact of the matter was they ruled D.C. and Maryland with an iron fist. Domenico Morelli was known as the Wolf, for Christ's sake. He ripped people's throats out for crossing him. If that wasn't something to be feared, I didn't know what was. I didn't steal it. Bianca. My husband protested. His blonde hair was disheveled and wet from the rain. He was lucky to dock his boat without crashing against the pier. There was a storm coming, a hurricane nearing the coastlines of the Maryland shores. It was one of the only downfalls of living in this area. That and how freaking expensive it was. My eyes darted to John, who looked just as soaked. Those two found a side gig transporting people back and forth across the bay. Only once in a while. They justified it. Except they weren't regular people. They were criminals. I ought to wring both of their necks. We were no match for the Mafia. Don't look at me like that. Bay. John's hands raised in surrender. His whole appearance just as disheveled as my husband's. Will is telling the truth. They left the bag behind. Fenders. Keepers. I wanted to smack both of them for acting so childish. It doesn't work like that with the Mafia, I argued in a hushed tone. The twins were sound asleep, and the last thing I needed right now was for them to wake up. It was a long day caring for them, along with the worry for my husband weighing me down. They will kill us. All of us. You have to return the money. It was late May, and it constantly rained. Things were not looking up. Even this hurricane was a freak of nature. It wasn't even a hurricane season yet. The rain pounded against the windows, the force of the wind howling, making this whole situation even darker. I loved our house, but right now, it spooked me. We were so exposed with the French windows surrounding us. I felt like we were being watched from the bay by the underworld of Baltimore, ready to attack us. Yes, my imagination was getting the best of me, because nobody smart would be out on the bay in this weather. Not unless they had a death wish. They left the bag full of money behind. My husband was adamant about keeping the money. It could be their way of paying for the service. William, they paid you and John already. I pointed out the obvious to him. That bag was forgotten. You cannot keep it. I turned to John, who I've known as long as William. John, those men are brutal. They won't just kill us, they'll kill our entire family. Everyone, he thought I was exaggerating. But all they had to do was read the articles in the papers, and they'd realize how dangerous this was. If they call and bring it up, we'll give it back, John reasoned. What the hell were the two of you thinking? Getting involved with those people is a death sentence. We need the money. They both responded at the same time. You know we need the money. Babe. My husband's stubborn voice tried to make me see this whole situation his way. They seem pretty decent, keeping to themselves in clean-cut suits. You should have seen Domenico Morelli. He was in this very expensive suit. You'd never be able to tell he was a criminal. My heart shuddered with fear, and I exhaled shakily. Those two were in the same boat as Domenico Morelli. They were lucky they came out of it alive. I couldn't completely grasp the reason why these criminals were using someone else's boat. It wasn't as if Domenico Morelli couldn't afford a Grady White boat. Those guys don't seem so bad, John muttered, agreeing with my husband. Of course. He would agree even if William was wrong. The Pope could proclaim those criminals saints, and that would still not change my mind. Those mobsters were some of the worst men to walk this earth. I had seen firsthand how they destroyed people. Families. John leaned over and pressed a kiss on my cheek. We can talk about it all when the storm passes. I have to get to my place before it gets really bad. With a sigh, I nodded and walked him to the front door. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you over or stay the night here? I suggested. Yes. Positive. He grabbed the umbrella and walked through the door, with me right behind him. Try not to worry too much. He gave me one more smooch on my cheek and turned around, leaving me behind as he stepped out into the rain while opening the umbrella. He walked out into the dark, rain trickling down over the umbrella's edges. Text us when you get home. I called out to him. He didn't turn around but just waved his hand in the air, acknowledging he would. He lived only 2 streets over, but it would give us a peace of mind to know he confirmed he got home safely. Standing on the wide front stone porch, covered only by a little overhang, I watched John's figure disappear through the rainy, dark night. As the rain poured and the wind howled, a feeling of dread slowly crept up my spine. I didn't have a good feeling about what they had done tonight. People didn't just get away with taking a bag with hundreds of thousands of dollars like it was nothing. From the corner of my eye, a light flickered over the water and my head whipped in its direction, like a cigarette butt or a lighter. My eyes scanned the dark surface, the little drops of rain wetting my face. I saw something. I knew it wasn't my overactive imagination. I held my breath, the sense of being watched increasing with each second. It sent fear and a shudder down my spine. Sensing the dangers that lurked in the dark, something or somebody was out there. It's just your imagination. I tried to convince myself. Everything that happened tonight made me paranoid, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling of being watched. My skin tingling with awareness. Thunder shuddered the earth, the sound of the waves violent against the shore. Bianca, my husband's voice came from behind me. I jumped in fear, snapping my head in his direction. He stood right behind me on the porch, his hair still wet. You shouldn't be out here. I scolded him softly. I don't want you to catch a cold. His immune system was weak, compromised. More like it. The treatments have barely started, but it was taking a toll on him. We are not giving that money back. He uttered. That stubbornness I came to know well edged on his young face. William, we have to. My voice cracked. I was scared. Scared of losing my husband. Scared of the Mafia and their ruthlessness. Scared of consequences. You know as well as I do that money has to be returned. It's not ours. You working with them is a mistake. Bad news. He shook his head in disagreement, but he knew I was right. It was in his eyes. along with the exhaustion of the last few months. You'd never know my husband was gravely ill. His system fighting a deadly cancer. Not unless you've known him for as long as I have. Not unless you lived with him. He hid it. But he tired faster, slept harder, and barely ate. We need the money for treatments, he reasoned. I could see he was tired. The cancer was slowly eating at his strength and his youth. He aged at least 10 years in the last few months. His head tilted to the bag that still stood next to the door, where I insisted it stayed until they returned it. And for you, in case. If I don't say it, I whispered, my heart squeezing in my chest. Don't you fucking dare say it. Baby, you know what the doctors said. Yes, I fucking knew what they said. But I refused to believe there was no hope. There had to be something that we could do. Hope still lingered in me. That he'd pull through. We still had so much to work out. We needed another chance to make up for the time we'd allowed the distance to grow between us. He has to pull through. He came up to me, wrapped his arms around me. I buried my face into his chest. Inhaling his scent, while my throat constricted with sobs, I kept in. Bianca, I want you to be taken care of, he whispered into my hair, his voice tired. I want to make sure you and the girls are okay when I'm gone. Sobs won the battle, and I buried my head into his chest as tears streamed down my face. Don't talk like that. Ibelege. My voice hoarse. Please. William, you have to get better. We can find a doctor that has a cure. I rasped shakily. He wrapped me tightly into his arms, with the same strength he used to have, feeding my hope as he pressed his lips softly onto my forehead. His kiss on my forehead was the first goodbye. Chapter 1, Bianca. 16 months later, Greece is nice this time of year. The skies are blue, and the seas are stormy. The words swirled through my head like an eerie children's song in a horror movie. The fear was almost a paralyzing thought of what would follow them if I ever heard it aloud. Although at this very moment, I craved blue skies and just a little hope. I rushed through the streets. A light drizzle making this afternoon wet and slightly chilly. Finding parking was such a pain in the city. By the time I finally found it, I was a few blocks away from the meeting spot. I lived only an hour from Washington, D.C., but I rarely came to the city anymore. I preferred the suburbs with less congestion and less people. Especially lately, I didn't care to be around anyone, except for my girls. It had been 15 months, 3 weeks, and 5 days since I lost my husband. Never in a million years had I thought I'd be a widow at 26. I was told my life had barely begun. But lately, it was as if my life ended. I felt anxious, exhausted, and alone. It was mid-September, and the recent weather mostly consisted of rain, very much reflective of my melancholic mood. It was as if it had been raining since the day William died. Even sunny days seemed gloomy, overcast with clouds that seemed to follow me everywhere. Glancing up at the building, I noted the rendezvous spot with my girlfriend, Angie. She convinced me this was a good idea, just to get away for a bit and have a little break from the twins. I wasn't so sure. The last 15 months had been hard. I barely socialized anymore. Scratch that. I didn't socialize at all. I avoided any and all events, even the pre-K ones from the girls' school, for a multitude of reasons. I was aware I withdrew more and more into my own thoughts and found too much comfort in my routine. It was a miracle Angie convinced me to meet her. But then, she'd always had that personality to pull you out. It was one of her biggest assets. If only she would see it in herself. Since William's death, I lost touch with a lot of my friends, even John, especially him. I hadn't decided yet if I was protecting him or myself. He stopped the ridiculous side gig the moment my husband died, which was right after that dreadful night. Neither one of them was called again. To them, it meant they got away with it. To me, it signified they had... I couldn't even think their name. Realized William and John couldn't be trusted. My seclusion was a combination of my grief and fear of the consequences from that stormy night, just a few weeks before William's death. It rendered me paranoid. Grief and paranoia were a deadly combination. If you asked me, the only thing that kept me sane were my twins. And the routine I got my life into, either way, here I was, back in the social world. So, I might as well get it over with. Hopefully, she wouldn't nag me for another few months to hang out again. Glancing at the clock on the side of the building, I marked the time. Not too bad. I mumbled to myself as I pushed through the glass door of the Lafayette, an overly fancy restaurant. Speaking out loud had become a side effect of no adult interaction. Only 5 minutes late. Ignoring the presence behind me, I smoothed my hair and my shirt, aware that I didn't look my best. My hair was damp from the drizzle. My mood was damp too, but I wouldn't go there now. Glancing down at my state of appearance, I frowned. It wasn't meant for this restaurant where everyone looked pristine. I was wearing a pair of white jeans with a pink t-shirt and a pair of pink chucks. I thought it was an adequate wardrobe for lunch, but I realized now that I was underdressed. Nothing I can do about it now, I told myself. I skimmed around the restaurant, searching through people. This place mostly consisted of men in suits, and a few women in Chanel dresses. According to Angie, the rich and powerful ate here. Exactly what I wasn't in the mood for. I couldn't blame my friend's determination to marry well. After all, financial stability was important. Angie pretty much screened her boyfriends. She and John used to be an item, until she determined he wasn't rich enough. It wasn't as if he was poor, but she had much bigger aspirations and standards. Her words, not mine. I just wanted my mortgage paid and a loving husband. Everything else I could figure out somehow. I lost a loving husband, and the unpaid mortgage was looming over my head. Seems neither one of us was getting what we wanted. Yep, life is a bitch. Angie told me once that in order to survive a lifelong marriage, she needed lots of money. So if she needed to get away, she could. She was right about one thing. Marriages were hard and required a lot of work. And forgiveness. The latter was hard. But mistakes were bound to happen in a relationship. The question was, how big would they be? And where the limit was for forgiveness. Oddly enough, the complications of life somehow didn't register, despite all the glaring signs everywhere. Money. Love. Forgiveness. Heartaches. Danger. Maybe Angie had issues that nobody knew about as well. God knew I did. Angie and I grew up in similar neighborhoods. It wasn't as if we went without. But sometime in high school, money became the most important thing in her life. After going through the hell of the last 2 years, I couldn't quite argue with her point of view anymore. It is one of the most important things in anyone's life. But I didn't learn that lesson until William's illness. Life was a fuckery. A widow at 26. 4-year-old twins to care for. On the verge of bankruptcy. And a foreclosure threatening. So no. I couldn't argue with her on the importance of money and a husband that had all the right kind of assets. It just seemed I had no stomach to do the same. Spotting her waving at me with a wide smile on her face, I rushed forward towards her. Her beautiful blonde hair fell loose to her mid-back. It made me feel even less adequate. My mind was just as frazzled as my current state of hair and wardrobe. I continued towards her table in the furthest corner of the room when the waiter stopped me. "Excuse me." "Ma'am." He stepped in front of me and lightly pressed a palm against my shoulder. His damn uniform looked more expensive and put together than my outfit today. "This is a private club, and it's for members only." Immediately, more than one pair of eyes darted to me, eyeing me like an imposter. So much for trying to be invisible, I got that. But he cut me off. "No exceptions," he retorted, stepping closer to me. His voice sounded snarky and superior to my ears, making me feel insignificant. Instinctively, I stepped back and slammed into a wall. Glancing over my shoulder, I realized it was not a wall. It was a tall, broad man with raven black hair, an arrogant mouth with full, sensual lips, and a square jaw that spoke of determination. Shifting my body so I could see him better, my breath hitched. This man was beautiful. Hard and beautiful, my gaze skimmed over his hard, beautiful face until I connected with his cold gray stare. Eyes a mix of stormy clouds and dark, thick lashes that would be every woman's envy. He gave the impression of a clean-cut businessman, but his posture, his eyes, spoke more of dominance and harshness. Their depths held cruelty and indifference, sending a shiver right through me. Who is he? An unfamiliar feeling ran through me in his presence. I had a sense that I had seen him before. I know I've seen him before, but where he wasn't a man you would ever forget. He was the type to make your panties melt and your heart race. My gaze traveled over his rock-solid chest in the dark. Three-piece suit. His clothes were expensive and sharp. It had to be custom-made because it fit his strong body, accentuating his towering frame. His entire outfit was just a disguise. This man didn't give a shit about anyone's opinion, or what they thought of him. He was a wolf disguised in a polished Armani suit, lurking right around his shirt collar. There was a hint of ink. Either that or my imagination played tricks on me. I found myself leaning into him, drawn to him, realizing too late what I was doing. I continued staring at him, unable to move. "I'm sorry," I muttered under my breath. It had been a long time since I came face to face with someone who made my pulse flutter. And this guy, he was making me go all cross-wired. He was ruthlessness, all dressed up in his expensive dark suit, towering over me and threatening to swallow me whole. Yet, my body kept inching closer to him, as if he was my gravity. With startling realization, I felt his fingers curl around my upper arm, and my eyes locked on his big hand around my arm, clear of ink, but right at his cufflink. I swore again there was a tattoo playing peekaboo with me. Taking a step back, I put some much-needed distance between us, his closeness rattling me to my core. "No problem," he said, his voice deep and velvety. I kept finding my gaze traveling to his face, undoubtedly carved from hard granite, that somehow spoke of an assassin, a man that could just as easily kill you as kiss you. And I'd bet my life he could kiss well. Why am I thinking about kissing? I scolded myself. As he allowed the distance between us, my body actually missed him. The need for him was so strong that I had to fight the urge to reach out to him again. I wanted to lean into him, feel his heat. What was it about this man that caused this reaction to stir? Yes, he was handsome, strong, and more than a little scary. and the warning ringing inside my head should have been enough to send me running. Maybe it was also the sense of protection and safety that I picked up on that had me halting in my tracks. Mr. Morelli. The waiter greeted him, his voice distant through the fog of my thoughts. And it felt like an ice shower. I'd recognize that last name anywhere. Heavy dread pooled in my stomach like acid. He called him Mr. Morelli. No. It cannot be destiny. Wouldn't be so cruel to throw a Morelli criminal my way. On my first outing. Actually, the last name was quite common. It was my first time out and about in the city since William's death. I was being paranoid. Right, my body kicked into a hyperactive awareness mode and self-preservation. Regardless of who this man was or wasn't. If he was in any way connected to the Morelli crime family. He was dangerous. Instinctively, I stumbled 2 extra steps backwards, putting as much space as possible between the two of us. My eyes never wavered from him, treating him like a potential threat. My brain warned, and sirens blasted off. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. My father had always told me to trust my instincts. Well, my instincts screamed at me, telling me to watch out. This man was trouble I didn't need. But my body, why did it want to submit? To him. Shifting my eyes up his face again, I noted his dark hair and hint of the same color scruff. I curled my fingers by my side to stop them from reaching out. They actually itched to feel the scruff on his face. His skin under my fingertips. My skin instantly flushed. I met his eyes, as if searching his knowledge in them, and forgot everyone around me as I drowned in the gaze of his dark steel eyes. Dangers lurking in them. He couldn't be the very criminal I feared. But in my experience, usually what you see is not what you get. Look at my mother, my biological father. Go away. Angie's voice got me out of my stupor as I glanced away from the man and in search of my friend who was glaring at the waiter. She's with me, she added in a shrill voice. I shook my head. The need to warn her not to talk to this guy like that on the tip of my tongue. This man was dangerous. Hello, Mr. Nico Morelli, she purred before I could warn her. My head whipped around, and I followed her gaze to the man behind me. Nico Morelli, oh my God, surely it couldn't be. I mean, what were the odds? My eyes darted between the two. Do not panic, do not jump to conclusions. Fuck that. There were no conclusions to draw. Nico Morelli. Chapter 2, Bianca, Angie. Maybe we should go somewhere else, I suggested to Angie, barely finding my voice and glancing down at my outfit again. I sure as hell couldn't tell her I didn't want to be around this guy. The same city was too close. My inadequate clothing was a good reason to go somewhere else. Away from him. With a pointed look at Angie, I pleaded with her to go along. Yet she seemed to be oblivious to my hints. Of course she was dressed in a business skirt suit. But she still managed to pull off provocative. Maybe it was the vibrant red skirt that made it flirtier than a business professional. I'm not really dressed for this place, I choked out. Shit. I'd lose my shit any second. I sensed panic rise within me. My breathing slightly hitched and pulse speeding up. No, don't be silly, she objected, her eyes eating up the man next to me. How are you? Mr. Morelli groaning inwardly. I wished she'd stop. This was the wrong kind of man to be associated with. Why did she have to throw herself at men, especially this one? Yes, I felt some semblance of attraction, but I had enough sense to fight it. Angie? He greeted her in a deep voice, and it was terrifying that it sent shivers to the marrow in my bones. His eyes remained glued on me, like he was seeing everything. I swallowed hard, suddenly having a hard time functioning. The way he studied me, as if he searched through his memories for something, or maybe he already knew and was contemplating how to kill me. No. It couldn't be the same Domenico Morelli. This guy was nothing like the description I got from William. I thought William said he was his height and average looking. This guy was clearly taller than my late husband and definitely not average looking. I swallowed hard, deep down knowing that this man was, in fact, the infamous Domenico Morelli, head of the Morelli crime family, the man my husband stole from. Shit. Double shit, inhaling deeply and then slowly exhaling. I tried to calm my heart rate. I shifted uncomfortably, and with each second that went by, my anxiety rose, choking me with anguish and fear. This guy is here just as a businessman. I gave myself a pep talk. Not as a mobster. He doesn't know who I am. He won't kill you in broad daylight. Mom, you are not dressed per code. The waiter objected, pulling me out of my thoughts. There was no doubt that he was talking about me. Fuck proper dress code when there was a mobster within my sight. Wasn't there a code against mobsters eating in this damn club, Angie? Let's just go to Starbucks. I tried again, pleading in a nervous voice. I was half tempted to yell at her, but that would bring more unwanted attention. I didn't want to be here, and so many eyes already on me made me even more anxious. In particular, the eyes of the man that rattled me with just his stare. The lady is with me. Nico Morelli cut him off, clearly expecting to get his way. She'll sit at my table, my eyes locked on his strong jaw and full lips, a determination firmly etched in there. This man got what he wanted. Always. I knew it as well as my own name. My eyes darted in slight panic to Angie, then back to him. This was going from bad to worse. Fast. I didn't have to wonder whether Angie wanted to sit at his table. She was practically drooling over him. If none of us were here, she might have even jumped his bones. Damn it to all hell, I didn't want to sit at his table. My sixth sense screamed danger, although my body warmed under his gaze. I should flee now. Every fiber in me urged me to run and hide. Before he realized who I was. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Morelli. Angie gushed at him, and a small part of me wanted to smack her. Not because I am jealous, I told myself, but to wake her up from the drooling session. My voice shook slightly, and I cleared my throat. We don't want to impose. Thank you for the offer, but don't be ridiculous. Angie cut me off. We would love to. Mr. Morelli. She practically purred, and I half expected her to start rubbing herself all over him. Ugh. If she started that. I was definitely leaving. I didn't need to see that, though I was half tempted to feel his body against mine. I'm a grieving widow. I only want William. I took a deep breath, trying to hold on to my calmness. These conflicting feelings, fear and attraction, were pulling at me, stretching me in the opposite direction. I couldn't recall the last time a man made me so nervous, making my body warm under his gaze, and those eyes of his watching me, seeing me. I had to remain invisible. I couldn't afford to be seen. If the Mafia knew, stop it. Bianca, those thoughts would only increase my paranoia and anxiety. Just keep it together, and he'll never know. I lied to myself. Wonderful. The waiter settled it for us. "We have your regular table ready, Mr. Morelli. Your guest is already there." Great. A guest, too. Another mobster, Nico Morelli, motioned for me to go in front of him, and I reluctantly followed behind the waiter. My neck itched, sensing his gaze on my back, and the feeling was unsettling. Angie looked over the moon about the turn of events. Me, not so much. I had the urge to turn around and run. Did all the Mafia men move in the same circles? I didn't know. But there was one thing I was certain of. Drawing unwanted attention would be bad right now. Really bad. Maybe I could... I wasn't sure what... Hide, disappear, pack up the girls, and hit the road without any money. It would be hard to hide. No, I couldn't bring any attention to myself. The best thing was to lay low and not make any sudden moves. I didn't want to bring Benito King's attention to myself or my girls. His attention was elsewhere, and I'd like for it to stay like that. Benito King ran the underworld on the East Coast, trafficked women, and facilitated the sale of bells among the worst mobsters. He and his son Marco were some of the cruelest mobsters to ever walk the earth. They kidnapped and sold girls, of any age, to unscrupulous men that tortured them and used them any way they wished. If he knew William and I stole money from the Mafia, Benito's men would drag me and my daughters into their world, kicking and screaming. Mom always said he was good at changing the rules to suit himself. There was a deal, though, and she paid the price. She warned me to always keep away from any connections to the criminal underworld and people in it. And I intended to heed my mother's warning. Otherwise, my life would officially become hell. Not only that, my actions would make my daughters targets. All the sacrifices by my mom, Dad, and my grandmother would have been for naught. Painfully aware of the man's presence behind me, my heart thundered wildly in a combination of fear and excitement. No, it couldn't be. It must be all fear, messing around with my brain and my sanity. Right before William's death, John warned me not to go around the Morellis, saying they were bad news. There was so much bad news in my life. I didn't really need any more. Although, I had to scoff at my best friend's advice. If he knew the Morellis were bad news, why would he and William do any business with them? Yes, we were desperate, but so much so we wished for death, and dealing with the Mafia always ended in death. I glanced at Angie, and she seemed to be gushing over Nico Morelli, peeking at him under her lashes, trying to show him she was interested. Even a blind person wouldn't have missed those signs. To her, he filled her checkboxes. He was filthy rich, powerful, and handsome. She just had to add one more box, dangerous. Nervously, I threw a glance his way. He was older than I expected, maybe in his 40s, and there was something about him that was elusive. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Yes, the Morelli familia ruled the underworld of Maryland and D.C. for a few generations. But there was a ruthless edge about Nico Morelli that screamed he earned it and squashed a few people on his way to the top. Maybe even more than just a few. I had no basis for it. But I'd stake my life that my gut feeling was spot on. It usually was. It was what warned me that something went on with my husband before I ever realized what he had gotten himself into. Here you go. The waiter's voice startled me. He changed his rude behavior towards me immediately. Just because I was in this man's company, it was beyond fake. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" he was asking me. But the question was directed to the man I was painfully aware standing behind me. I shook my head just the same. The sooner this waiter left, the sooner I could put distance between Nico Morelli and me. My eyes shifted across the restaurant. And I noted we had the best table here with the view of the Washington Monument wide open in front of us, while other tables were crammed closer together to fill this place to its capacity. This one was away from them all, affording it privacy. Of course, it would be expected that Nico Morelli would get the best of everything. There was another gentleman already seated at the table, waiting for us. I couldn't help but groan inwardly. These men were exactly what Angie loved. Handsome, rich, clearly established, and powerful. Was this man a criminal too, from the two? Nico Morelli gave off the vibe of dominance and power, accustomed to getting his way. The other one, not so much. My first outing since my husband's death, and this freaking happens. I would be stuck in an uncomfortable situation, with a guy that sent fearful shivers down my back and another that leered at me like I was on display. No wonder I decided to be a hermit. After today, I was reverting back to avoiding everyone. Hello. Angie now batted her lashes at Mr. Morelli's friend, and I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes. He seemed younger, but nowhere nearly as attractive. Not that either one of the men's attractiveness mattered to me. He stood up immediately, his eyes darting to me, then his friend behind me. Hello. Gabito. Mr. Morelli spoke up behind me. I hope you don't mind these lovely ladies joining us. Oh, I mind it. I bit my tongue to hold the words back. I wanted to leave. No, of course not. Domenico. Gabito responded, and his eyes traveled from his friend to me. Fucking Domenico Morelli. So much for no chance in hell or a coincidence. And you are? He asked, curiosity in his eyes as he watched me. Clearing my throat uncomfortably, I rasped out my answer. Bianca. I purposely withheld my last name. My heart raced, beating hard against my ribs, and I took a deep breath. Trying to calm myself, I pushed my hair out of my face nervously, my hands visibly trembling. I shouldn't have come. I should have remained stuck in my little routine. Then I wouldn't have run into Domenico Morelli. A true terror rushed through my veins, my pulse throbbing with adrenaline. Calm down. Inhale and exhale. Calm down. I kept trying to pep talk myself. Nobody knew what happened. Nobody came searching for that money. Nobody but the three of us knew what we had done. And one was dead. I trusted John explicitly. So that meant our secret was safe. No. Not just the three of us. Whoever lost that bag knew it too. John gave his portion of the stolen money to William. I guess he hoped it would buy him the cure. Just as I did. We were both stupid. The doctors kept saying there was no saving him, but I refused to believe it. But none of that would matter to the Mafia. They would kill John knowing he didn't keep a dime of that money. But Morelli's men never came looking for it. I justified it to myself. Maybe they had so many money bags. They never even missed it. Shit. Dealing with these consequences might just result in a heart attack. Shifting my eyes around, I realized again I stuck out like a sore thumb. Evidence that I did not belong here. Angie stood out in a good way. I stood out in the worst way. She already sat herself at the table, and I could have just strangled her for being so inconsiderate at this moment, or for picking the place where mobsters came to eat. I stood there debating if I should just say to hell with it and turn around to leave. Or would that bring unwanted attention to myself? These paranoid thoughts were never part of me until William got involved with the Mafia. Even after I learned the big secret my mother harbored, I felt sure it would never be exposed, because it was successfully kept for 25 years. But stealing money from the Mafia was something entirely different. A man's hand on my lower back gently nudged me forward. causing me to jump at the searing touch and shockwaves detonating through my body. I whipped my head back, meeting the gray eyes that scared the shit out of me. I apologize. His deep voice seeped through every pore as he removed his hand. I didn't mean to startle you. That's fine, I murmured in a raspy voice, fascinated and scared by the depth of his eyes. Today was the first time I had been touched by a man since the death of my husband, by Nico Morelli. And his touch, it was burning hot. And even now that his hand was no longer on me, I could still feel the searing sensation where it had laid. It wasn't really what I expected. Oh, this is bad. My panicked state of mind warned me while my body craved another taste of his touch. What? Hell, I didn't want this man. I would never want this man. Lear. Pants on fire. Small. Bianca. Sit down. Reluctantly, I put my purse on the back of the chair as Nico pulled it out for me. Gentleman and a mobster. I silently scoffed in my head. What a fucking joke. I murmured my thanks and sat down, avoiding his eyes. It was best not to capture any of his attention. Just get through this lunch, and it'd be over. He'd forget me, and I'd pretend I never met him. Great plan, yet I knew there was no chance in hell I'd ever forget this intimidating, overwhelming, good-looking man. Tall and handsome, well-built and olive-skinned with a dangerous and intimidating aura. My mind couldn't comprehend why I found him good-looking. He was nothing like William. William, my husband God. I missed him, despite all the hardships and pain. I still missed him with an ache that felt hollow in my chest. He should have never died so young, robbed of his life that had barely just started. Instead, here I was sitting with a perfect stranger and a mobster, pretending life was fine. Things were normal, and I wasn't scared out of my mind. Albeit, unbeknownst to me, my life wasn't normal from the second my mother conceived me. I could pretend all I wanted, but the fact remained. I was the biological daughter of a fucking evil monster. Taking a deep breath in and then exhaling shakily, I worked to calm my thoughts and my heart rate, then tried to focus on the conversation, but all my senses were completely jumbled. I have never been one for making small talk. So I just sat there, stiffly, watching Nico and his friend while Angie kept talking. I couldn't pick a word she said, although I did pick up on her flirting with both men. Glancing at the wall clock, I prayed the service was fast because I couldn't wait to get out of here. Painfully aware of Nico Morelli's eyes on me, I kept my expression unmoving. Could he see I didn't belong? Did he know who I was? Or was it something else, shifting uncomfortably? I glanced around me. The million-dollar view of this country's capital with ruthless men having a front seat. What did that tell me? Everything around me screamed money. Danger. Power. None of it was my world and should have never been my world. I returned my eyes to our table and noticed both men watching me. I forced a smile. I was so out of my element, not only clothes or situation-wise. I had been wrapped up in my home life for the last 6 years. I was perfectly happy, enjoying my little hobby and being a wife. My childhood has given me a drive to succeed in the motherhood and spouse department. My mother wasn't given a chance to be a mother nor a wife. Instead, she sacrificed herself to protect me, just as I was trying to do the same now with my girls. Bianca Angie's hand on my arm startled me back to now. Yes, my eyes darted between 3 individuals, my fake smile hurting my cheeks. Are you all right? Her voice was slightly worried. Right now she was worried. She should have taken my hint earlier that I didn't want to be here. Yes, I answered, Of course. What's up, mister? Morelli and Gabito recommended we try the lobster burger. She chirped happily, gushing at the two men. Mister? Morelli asked if you are okay with it. My eyes went to Nico Morelli. I wondered why Angie kept calling him Mr. Morelli. And she was already on a first-name basis with Gabito. Maybe she could sense the predator lurking under that suit, just like I could. As I stared into Nico's dark steel gaze, I had the urge to either drown in them or squeeze my eyes shut and pretend I was anywhere but here. Because there was no doubt that this man reeked of ruthlessness. He could destroy me with a snap of his fingers. The Mafia was an unfamiliar world to me, but I knew enough about it to know to stay away. It started with my mother, the stories by my Italian grandmother, and ended with the latest experience with my late husband. I shook my head. No, I'll just have a salad. I told them, I'm not that hungry, and I can't afford a lobster burger. I added silently, don't be silly. Angie objected. You look like you are ready to wither away. What have you lost? Like 20 pounds since your husband's funeral. Pain pierced through my chest at the reminder of William's loss. It wasn't the only reason I lost weight. It was like the entire deck of cards came crumbling down in the span of a few months, destroying all the foundations that my grandmother and dad gave me. It all started with my father's death, about a year before William's. The truths I learned shook me to the core. It turned out I wasn't who I thought I was. I wasn't even sure who I was anymore. My mobster father, Benito King, he was feared among the criminals. Never mind anyone else. The truth was bitter on my tongue. The revelation, better yet, damnation tasted sour. Even now. What would have William said if he had known before he died it was the one secret I kept from him? He didn't need my cross to bear too. Besides, I couldn't think of that man as my father. He was just a sperm donor. I had a father, a real father that raised and protected me. No, I responded, my voice slightly trembling. Annoyance at Angie, at this situation, at the secrets I worked hard to forget bubbled up inside me. I gripped my fingers around my glass of water but was scared to pick it up and spill it. The feeling of loneliness I felt on the day I buried my husband came back, despite our disagreements. I missed having someone I could talk to. We were friends long before we became lovers. Death comes in 3. They said. I tended to believe it might have been a true superstition. My grandmother passed away 3 years ago. My father followed the year after. And William the year after him. Now, I felt more alone amongst crowds of people than when I was alone. Yes, the fear kept me back too. But so did the sense of being unable to connect with others. Actually, I'm sorry. I stood up abruptly, grabbing my purse. I couldn't bear sitting here during lunch, pretending everything was fine when my life has been slowly but consistently falling apart. I couldn't stay around this mobster and keep my cool for much longer. I just remembered I have to be somewhere. For the girls. What? Angie's eyes stared at me in shock. You said your mother-in-law would take the twins for the afternoon and you are free. I took the rest of the afternoon off. I shook my head, glancing between 3 of them, and focusing on Angie as I told her, I'm really sorry. Angie. Next time, without a backward glance, I rushed through the restaurant. I heard Angie call out to me, but I didn't stop. She wouldn't come after me. I knew her well enough to be sure of it.
Chapter 3. Nico. I watched her rush out of the restaurant, leaving us all behind. I couldn't remember the last time a woman left without a backward glance at me. At least not willingly. Usually, they had to be pushed out when I was done with them. Bianca, beautiful name, and it fit her perfectly. Hell, might as well have named her Snow White. She'd fit the part to a T. Her face was pale as snow, and her ruby-red lips and dark hair along with those eyes were a stark contrast against her complexion. Beautiful indeed, I wanted her. And what I want, I always get. I gave her a free pass the first time I spotted her, when I didn't know who she was. Now, the circumstances have changed. I'd use her to extract my revenge. Oh, fuck yeah. And then ensure she was taken care of for the rest of her life. It was an ideal scenario. In my experience, falling in love tended to be a clusterfuck. All you had to do was look at Luciano, who had been hunting for his wife for years and was in Italy right now collecting her. My parents' marriage taught me that marrying for love could destroy you. My father was a weak prick that cost my sister her life. While my mother spiraled out of control after her death, she wasn't much better beforehand. My father's infidelities and skirt chasing, very much like Benito King's, caused havoc in her previously perfect life. She was the only daughter of the famous Cassidy real estate tycoon. My father was a greedy bastard that liked to prey on wealthy and beautiful women. Unfortunately, my mother fell for it without seeing his true colors until it was way too late. Marriages in our world were for life. Nicoletta, my sister, paid the ultimate price. Bianca Carter was the first piece of the puzzle in avenging her death. I sensed fear rolling off her when Angie told her my name. Fear mixed with desperation. Despite her composure, Bianca wasn't good at hiding her feelings. I wondered how much she knew about the Mafia, or what her husband had done. Did she know who I was? Usually, women knew the Morelli's vast real estate portfolio and flocked for the wealth we represented. My legitimate business and wealth kept me out of the news and off the radar. I have tripled the real estate portfolio and built an information technology company that I used in both my legal and illegal activities. The latter was what led me to Bianca. When I laid the trap for her husband, it seemed William Carter and his wife knew nothing of the Mafia. Could I have been wrong? The way she watched me with a guarded expression made me believe her fear was connected to my underworld activities. Although I struggled to comprehend how she would ever know. She wasn't part of any of it and had very little contact with her mother. Yet if Bianca knew more than I suspected, it would certainly explain her fear. She didn't seem like a woman that would have been eager to jump into underworld activities. But my sixth sense warned me to keep my guard up because there was something else going on with this woman. And I have learned to trust my instincts. It was what kept me alive in the underworld and made me a worthy opponent in all my businesses. Legitimate and illegitimate. Shouldn't you go after your friend? I asked Angie. A true friend would have left us behind and ensured her friend was all right. It told me those two were not close friends. Oh, I've known Bianca since we were kids. She brushed it off. When she doesn't want to be bothered, she shuts off the entire world. There could be a new world war on her front step, and she'd still insist on being left alone. Definitely not close friends. Just as well. Because I didn't particularly like Angie Hartman. Does Bianca have a last name? I asked her. Though I knew it. In the past 3 years, I have learned all there was about Bianca and her life. Bianca Carter, she replied, slightly reluctant. William Carter. He was the only man that dared to steal from me and got away with it. Well, technically he didn't get away with it. Death found him. But he certainly never paid the money back. And with interest. He now owed me millions. Better yet, his widow did. The trap I laid out for Bianca's husband worked out better than I could have ever hoped for. It was my way to get to Bianca Carter, to make her husband indebted to me. And now, the debt was hers, and there was only one way to settle it. She'd be my revenge. Mine to own. Bianca swore off dating. Angie continued on. The purr insinuating I had no chance with her friend. But she herself was more than willing. The way she looked between Gabito and I told me she wouldn't be opposed to both of us fucking her. No way in hell. I would never be even remotely interested in Angie. She was a misguided young woman that was after money and status. She was smart, but none of that would help her in her conquest of the men she was after. Most of those men were married or had arrangements with other women from our social circles. It ensured they didn't get wrapped up with gold diggers. But Bianca Carter, on the other hand, yes, I would be interested. Not to share, but to own. My eyes traveled across the restaurant. The woman was gone. Not a trace of her, except for a light scent of her lingering perfume of lilacs. She disappeared as quickly as she entered my life. Bianca Carter would be mine. To own, to possess, to destroy. She just didn't know it yet.
Chapter 4. Bianca 2 weeks later. My twins played in our yard. The beautiful Chesapeake Bay view spread for miles in front of my eyes. The sound of waves and boats, a distant noise among my girls' laughter. The unique smell of the bay invaded my lungs and mixed with the hollow pain that lingered in my chest. I don't want to lose our home, too. Gibson Island gave the appearance of seclusion and privacy. It was my dream location to raise my little family. I fell in love with this house from the moment I saw it. It didn't matter to me that it was only a shack when I spotted it. All I saw was potential in a prime location. William and I had put so much work into it. We camped in the living room for months while we slowly renovated the house. My heart twitched in my chest. I should be scouting for apartments that I could afford, not staring out to the sea. Unable to move or act, I failed them. In another 4 weeks, their life would be turned upside down. Today, that dreaded letter finally came. It has been part of my nightmares for months now. I knew it was coming, but it was still a shock to see the foreclosure letter from the bank with the deadline by which we have to move out. Gosh, if only I had some of that money that William took. I'd probably use it to buy us some more time here, despite the fact I shook for days after running into Nico Morelli. That last month of William's life, I took any money I could get my hands on, even the dirty money he stole. I refused to give up, chasing any treatment and hope of keeping him with me, with us. Financially, we were completely unprepared for his illness and death. Would I have made William and John return the money if we had another chance? That was the scary part. Initially, I insisted they return it. But then when I realized William needed it for his medical treatments, I never brought it up again. I was almost positive that I would have probably used that dirty money, even knowing the outcome would have been the same. William would have died either way. But it was only due to that money that my girls and I got a few extra weeks with my husband, and that made it all worth it. After his death, the punishment came. Karma was a damn bitch if you asked me. I took a job just to be able to afford to put food on the table. We were left with no savings, and a little sum from the life insurance policy barely paid for funeral costs. With very little experience behind me, I couldn't be picky and took the first job that paid decently. So here I was, playing secretary in a little law firm, trying to get by and failing miserably. As long as we are together, we can handle everything. I kept repeating it over and over again. It just didn't make me feel any better. I had been working so hard to keep it together since William died. It made no difference. I still failed. Turns out, I didn't realize how bad my financial dependence on him was until he was gone. It wouldn't have mattered if the mortgage was half of what it was. I still wouldn't be able to afford it along with property taxes on my salary. I was so desperate that I considered calling my mother. But then I reminded myself where that could lead. There was a reason we rarely talked. She had sacrificed a lot already. She didn't need another thing added to her plate. Mom was Benito King's mistress. My childhood was complicated. I rarely saw my mother growing up. I haven't seen her in a long time. But I did catch a picture of her and Benito King in the papers a while back. There was another man in the picture. Benito's son. He looked just as cruel as his father, Marco King. He had some sick tendencies and his cruelty matched his father's. At least that was what the papers said. Mom had colored her blonde hair red and was on Benito's arm, smiling happily. It was a fake smile, though. The light in her beautiful blue eyes was slowly extinguishing. All because of him. I didn't see my mother much, but I knew her well enough to know her happy smile from a fake one. Her whole persona was fake, what Benito wanted her to be. God. I couldn't even remember the last time I saw her happy. I wanted to save her. I just didn't know how. I couldn't even save myself and my girls from eviction. How in the hell would I have saved my mother from Benito's clutches? Sometimes I wondered how she could do it, be around a man so cruel. Even though she was doing it for me, everyone had a breaking point, and she had endured so much over the years. Was her breaking point coming, or had she reached it already? It devastated me to imagine what she had to endure for so long. Women of our family are strong. My grandmother's voice echoed in my head. We fight and we never give up. In the end, we always prevail. I had to remember that. The protection my family enveloped me in made me depend on them. But I had to get my shit together and step up. From what I had learned, Benito King used my mother when he wanted something or needed her body. It made my stomach churn, and despite the fact that he was my biological father, I wanted to stab him through his black heart. I wouldn't mind watching him suffer and bleed. A long and painful death. Mom expected him to be tired of her, but somehow that never happened. I loved my mother, but sometimes it was hard to understand her reasoning when I was a kid. None of it made sense to me until my father revealed the truth on his deathbed. It would seem shit always came out during those last moments. Honestly, I wasn't even sure who my mother was or whether she even knew who she was. She has been Benito's puppet for so long. I believed she'd lost herself. I mean, how could you not? In order to survive that man, you had to go under. Being around the Mafia kills all the joy out of a woman's life. My grandmother would say. She would know, too, since she left her family in Italy exactly for that reason. She wanted a normal life in the land of the free, only to see her own daughter and family fall into the same world she attempted to escape. Talk about fucking irony. I learned early on in my childhood the reason I couldn't see Mom whenever I wanted was because of some fucked up agreement. The story was that Mom got pregnant before she had to be given in the Bells and Mobsters agreement. I didn't like it, but I bought it. I didn't learn the specifics of it until much later. The phrase, "the devil is in the details," has never been truer. I learned that Benito King was my biological dad and that I was the owed generation in the fucked up agreement when my dad passed. Or the man I believed to be my father until I learned otherwise. except she traded her place, so I wouldn't be part of the agreement. So, it skipped to my girls. Obviously, we all bought the fabricated truth, including me and Benito King. Thank God. I couldn't have imagined growing up with him as a father. Unlike Benito, the man my mother loved was caring and selfless. He was the best father any little girl could wish for. He taught me how to fix cars, how to survive in the wilderness, how to shoot, and even how to stab a man. My grandmother taught me how to cook and bake. And so, although she claimed I should give up the latter, I could remember the hurtful look in my mother's eyes when I'd tell her everything I'd done with Grandma and Dad. I couldn't understand it. Until much, much later, there had to be a way I could help her. Although she had never been a constant in my life, I couldn't forsake her, knowing what she had done for me. I loved her, and I knew she loved me. After all, she had given her life for me. I could still remember those few times she'd come to see me, begging her to stay. But I knew she couldn't. My grandmother's tears as she walked her out. I rarely talked to Mom anymore. The twins were 4 now, and she had yet to meet them. After Dad passed away, I knew why. I finally understood. Greece is nice this time of year. The skies are blue, and the seas are stormy. When I was a little girl, she'd read me books about the ancient Greek gods. I was so fascinated by it that she taught me a phrase that would become our own code. She drilled it into me. If she ever told me Greece is nice this time of year, it meant I had to scream and run so bad men couldn't get me. As I got older, it became something different. It meant I had to run and hide. My mother was even now protecting me and my daughters. Both Grandma and Mom were right, though. Benito King wasn't a man to bring children around. My family protected me. It was time I learned how to protect my girls. The image of Nico Morelli in his pristine dark suit flashed in my mind. I took a measured breath, hoping to calm myself. He didn't know me. He couldn't know. If he did, I'd be dead already. It had been 3 weeks since that dreadful day. For a whole week afterwards, I panicked every time I saw an unfamiliar vehicle in our neighborhood. I kept waiting for something to happen. But as the time went on and nothing happened, I grew more relaxed. Maybe I had nothing to worry about from that front. A loud squeal from my girls had my eyes searching for them. Ariana, Hannah, I called out to them. Come off the beach. I knew my girls and they tested me, pushing their luck, trying to get closer to the water. I didn't want them to get wet. Today was exceptionally chilly. Although it was early October, shit. We won't be here to enjoy the beach next summer, or to see snowfall over the bay this winter. Why did I find it so upsetting? The thought of uprooting them made me sad. But the fact of the matter was that we were bound to be uprooted regardless if I could afford the mortgage or not. Benito King might never find out I was his daughter. But he'd come to collect on one last generation of debt the Catalano family owed him. It was my grandfather, an American-Italian man that had no connections to the Mafia, that made the arrangement. Talk about irony. My grandmother left her life in Italy to escape the Mafia, married a normal guy that had an unfortunate gambling habit, and she was right back in the same world. Grandfather lost a significant sum in Casino Royale. Luckily for Grandpa, and unluckily for the women of my family, Benito offered him a way out through a Bells arrangement. 3 generations of Bells. Every other generation. Starting with Grandpa's sister. I was supposed to be the next one. But my mother traded herself for me. One of my girls would be the last payment. There is no divorce in the Mafia. Bianca. My grandmother's voice was clear as day. Your mother was promised in the Bells and Mobsters arrangement. Benito King wanted her for himself. He was already married, so he made her his whore. Except, my grandmother lied. I was promised in the Bells and Mobsters arrangement. My mother traded her place for me, leveraging Benito's blind desire for her. One more generation was owed to that arrangement that my great-grandfather foolishly agreed to. Mother took my place. Could I somehow take my daughter's place if everything else fails? 3 lost lives for one man's gambling debt? It seemed fucking unfair to me. My mother has been Benito's prisoner longer than a free woman. Grandpa's sister was who the fuck knew where. Nobody ever heard from her after she was sold. Though Grandma heard a rumor she married a Russian mobster, Ivan Petrov. No matter what. Bianca, our kids will have a happy childhood. We have the best location for our little family. I could almost hear William's voice, carrying in the breeze. Everything was slowly crumbling down. God, I missed him. I missed his comfort, his gentle arms around me, even those times when he made me furious with his reckless actions. What would he have said if he knew all this? He didn't want to have children. The twins happened from a ripped condom. I never regretted it because they made me so happy. My only regret was after learning who I was and what having a daughter meant. My mother and grandmother should have warned me. Instead, they left me to believe we were safe. We were never safe. Our livelihood was hanging by a thread all along. After Dad died, I struggled with his loss and even more with the revelation that came with that. I never saw it coming. William and I grew apart while I tried to come to terms with the truths I learned. Except I couldn't tell him. I just couldn't. Maybe it was shame or fear. And I didn't want him to feel the same terror I felt. That one day someone would come and take my girls. Make them go through the same suffering as my mother. It didn't matter that only one was owed to them. It was impossible for a mother to choose. Then William got sick, and my heart broke as I watched him wither away in front of my eyes. Even with all doctors telling us there was no hope, I still hoped for a miracle. But it never came. The doctors were right. God. I hated when doctors were right. So I never told him. Why send him off into death with such a horrible revelation and burden? Instead, I held his hand and assured him we'd be all right. That it was okay to let go. He didn't have to worry about us because I'd take care of us. And I would. I just had to figure it all out. There I went again, with my hope. You'd think I'd learned my lesson. My cell phone rang in my cup holder. I didn't even bother glancing down. I just couldn't talk to people anymore. I couldn't pretend, so I avoided them. Besides, in the last few weeks, only people that called me regularly were bill collectors. There was no point answering those anymore. I was way past the point of trying to make it work. I wasn't even drowning anymore. I had sunk. The ringing finally stopped, and I exhaled in relief. No sooner did I do that, the phone rang again, and again, and again, until I finally picked up the cell phone, gazing at the caller ID. I frowned. It was Angie. She called me after I left so abruptly that day. I didn't answer, and she left a voicemail to call her back. I never did. It was unusual for her to call repeatedly. Hopefully she wasn't in trouble. I answered the phone with a slight dread in my stomach. It felt like a premonition warning me that shit was about to hit the fan. Stop it. Bianca. I cursed myself for feeding my anxiety. Hello? Bianca. Her voice screeched on the phone. Why are you not answering calls? Because I am busy worrying about my home being foreclosed on. Because I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Oh, and because my husband stole from the Mafia. And then he got sick, and instead of returning the money, I decided to use it for hopeless treatments. And then you dragged me to have lunch in the same damn place as Nico Morelli. I have been busy, I answered instead. How are you? She asked. Good. Remember that guy from the restaurant? She started. How could I forget Nico Morelli wasn't a man you could ever forget? Even his scent was seared into my mind, a mixture of spice and cedar. We've been dating for 3 weeks now. I shouldn't have answered. I wasn't in the mood for conversations, or to hear how Angie hooked up with a man that scared the living daylights out of me. If my friend was dating Nico Morelli, I would certainly not hang out with her again. I'd keep my distance. The threat of Benito looming over me was enough. I took a shaky breath, feeling like I was teetering on the edge. Any moment I would lose my composure, and I'd start hysterically laughing, or screaming, or crying. I wasn't quite sure which. I hadn't cried since the day William died. I hadn't felt happiness since Dad's death. Are you listening? Angie asked. Yes. Are you okay? She sounded concerned. But I couldn't get any words out to tell anyone what was going on in my life. I wouldn't even know where to start or how to explain that clusterfuck. Yes. Why do you always have to be strong? Her question surprised me. I wasn't strong. Actually, I felt like a failure. Weak, ready to fall apart at any moment's notice. Anyhow, you should come on a date with us. Yeah, she was crazy. No, thank you. Gabito is easygoing, and you'd like him. I frowned. Gabito, yes. The guy I have been dating for the past 3 weeks. We met him at the restaurant. Have you been listening at all? She isn't dating Nico Morelli since I didn't answer. She continued on. Bianca. Remember Nico Morelli? Did I remember him? Those intense eyes. The hand that just by a slight touch burned on my back. Even now, after weeks, I could still feel his fingers lingering on my skin. How could I forget Nico Morelli even before I met him? He was unforgettable. No. He was the image that flashed in my mind every time I touched myself. Jesus. Help me, just thinking about it made me ache. It couldn't be normal to go from sadness and fear to turn on in such a short span. Yes, was all I said. He asked me about you. Her voice was hesitant, but my heart etched itself into my ribs. Does he know I don't want to upset you? She added. Maybe he thinks about me while he touches himself too. I slapped my hand on my forehead. Someone had to beat my head into a pole. Why would I be upset? I barely choked out the words. Whatever he was asking about had nothing to do with me, and had no impact on my life. Right, he wouldn't know what my husband had done, or what I had done. If he did, this conversation wouldn't be happening. I'd be dead already. And most certainly he wouldn't know that I pictured his hands on me as I touched myself. Fantasizing about Nico Morelli had to stop. Effective, immediately. He is looking for a younger woman to be his companion for an event he has to attend. It could be a great opportunity. She responded, although she made no sense. He asked if you would be interested. A sharp inhale and my lungs were full of fresh air. I did not expect this at all. I don't understand. I muttered into the phone. Like an escort, I guess you can think about it like that. Why didn't he ask you? This conversation was getting weirder by the second. I watched my girls as they inched to the water, kneeling and splashing each other with their hands. I knew they couldn't resist it. Kind of like I wouldn't be able to resist Nico Morelli if I was around him nonstop. My body's reaction to him was too intense. Unlike anything I have ever felt before. He was dangerous. And I had to keep my distance. I'll just think about him while I touch myself. Great. I only decided a mere minutes ago that I'd put a stop to it. I actually asked him to consider me. She admitted reluctantly. I asked him about 3 months ago and then again now. He told me he wasn't interested. He just wants a woman our age on his arm. A woman our age, well, Angie was my age. If she was willing and interested, it would be easier for him to have her on his arm. She could handle those situations. I was terrible at socializing. And she never stole from him. It was an added bonus for her. But it shocked me to hear he wasn't interested. Angie was beautiful. Much more beautiful and accomplished than me. I imagined it shouldn't matter to a man like Nico Morelli what woman accompanied him to an event, as long as she did what he expected. Wait a minute. He must have expected added benefits. I told myself. My pulse picked up and a sweet ache pulsed between my thighs. I suspected it didn't have anything to do with being scared. It was because I found him attractive. Not that I would ever go around that man. I wanted to stay alive. Thank you very much. You are interested in him, but you are dating Gabito. The thought pierced through my Nico lust-hazed brain. Angie would always be an enigma to me. Her way of thinking made no sense to me. It's complicated, she said. I exhaled. With Angie. It was always complicated. I didn't need anything complicated right now. I have some stuff going on. I finally answered. I'm not much for being a companion or hanging out. As if she expected my answer. She hurriedly replied. It is like a job. Bianca. And he pays very well. She accentuated, very. This didn't make any sense at all. He pays to have someone accompany him to an event. Why can't he find a date? I scoffed the last few words. We both knew that man was looking for more than a pleasure of someone's company. Well, that is just it. He doesn't want to give the wrong impression to a woman, so he sticks to having his +1 as a business arrangement. Believe me, it wouldn't feel like a job at all. And you'd get crazy amounts of cash. Probably triple that of a normal salary. I stared at my children as wheels turned in my head. At this point, they took their shoes off and were splashing each other by jumping in the shallow water. I knew material things didn't mean anything, but I had so many memories here. Was it wrong to want to keep this at any cost, just for a bit longer? After all, it was just being an escort to a wealthy man. Correction. Ruthless mobster that I stole from. To business events. Right, I mean, even if I slept with him, I immediately cut my train of thoughts. Really, Bianca, you read plenty of articles and saw enough movies to know these kinds of arrangements entail a lot more. Plus, once he figured out William's connection to me and the debt we owed him, he'd take me into the woods and put a bullet in my brain. Just like in The Godfather. Or was that in The Sopranos? I couldn't quite remember. Why don't you hear him out and decide, then Angie recommended. He wants your phone number so he can contact you directly. Can I give it to him? Ariana and Hannah squealed in delight as they fell onto their knees. They were a complete mess, and it made me warm on the inside to see them so happy. They were all my happiness. I didn't want them cooped up in a small apartment, in an unfamiliar neighborhood. Parents worked all night, stripped, sold their souls for their children. This wasn't much different. Was it, besides? Nico Morelli could be strictly looking for +1 for events and nothing more. Simple as that. It would be good to get some money stashed up. For when we had to run. We'd have to run eventually. Except that his touch burned and his eyes mesmerized me. And he would kill me if he knew we stole his money. No, I finally told her. I wouldn't be any good to my children dead. I'm sorry. I can't do it. The world of Nico Morelli and the Mafia was a step closer to Benito King. if he came after the girls for his fucked up arrangements and I was dead? William's parents couldn't protect them. They knew nothing about it. My mother would try to protect them, but she had sacrificed so much already. Benito King deserved to die.
Chapter 5. Nico Avase flew through the air and crashed behind Luciano, sending pieces of it flying all around. Cassio was lucky he ducked when he did. Otherwise, he might have gotten hit in the back of his head. This must be Luciano's wife. I mused silently. He had been searching for her for over 3 years, and I could finally understand why. The woman was a beauty, with that ginger red hair and indigo blue eyes that burned with anger as she glared at her husband. But there was chemistry there, too. Enough to set this room on fire. I would definitely not remain in it while those two burned the house down, though. I hate your fucking guts, she hissed. And this was the reason I didn't believe in marriage. Unless it was a business arrangement. The honeymoon period ended way too quickly. And it left you with a lifetime of regrets and arguing. Wife, these are my friends. Cassio, Luca, Alessandro, and Nico. Let's leave family drama for later and say hi to them. None of us bothered to look away, watching the exchange with interest. We never pretended to be decent men. We were fucking mobsters and lived up to the name. We were sinners. Through and through. Maybe not as fucked up as Benito King, but sinners nonetheless. To Luciano's wife's credit, she never even spared us a glance. I always liked a woman with a backbone. Bianca Carter's image flashed in my mind. I couldn't wait to sink into that delicious body that I couldn't stop thinking about from the moment her luscious ass backed into me at the restaurant. The revenge would be sweet. I don't give a damn about your friends. Luciano, she spat out in disgust. Any friends of yours are enemies of mine. He was on his feet in the blink of an eye, hovering over her. It didn't escape me that he was sporting a heart-on, something I would have to work at unseeing for the rest of my life. No. Grace, we don't want to be rude to our guests. Be a good wife and say hi. I had to stifle a laugh. Luciano would have his hands full. I had never seen the ruthless banker of the underworld lose his shit like this before. No wonder the Romano bells fetched the highest price in the bells and mobsters' auctions. If her ancestors were anything like her, no. Do I need to take you outside and put you across my knees? Fuck. You. Husband. I swore those two enjoyed bickering. Like some kind of a damn foreplay. It didn't bode well for either one of them, because they would both succumb to their attraction. There was no question about it. We'll do that later, he told her softly. His voice was threatening, and I was surprised his wife seemed to only rise to the threat. You can do that later by yourself. I want my own room. No. Their voices lowered, and I thanked all the saints. There were certain things I really didn't need to know about my friends. I'd go to war with them, fight alongside them, kill alongside them. But their sex life, I'd prefer not to know about. Oh, great Luca, Cassio's younger brother, muttered. Luciano is taking a fuck break. You are just jealous you don't get a fuck break. Ishmirkad. He flipped me the bird, and I laughed because he knew I was right. The next moment, a soft moan traveled over and proved Luca's words right. I guess Luciano couldn't make it to their bedroom. Jesus. I'm gonna need a drink to get through these noises. Alessio grunted, although his lips slightly tilted up into a smirk. He rarely smiled. Not that I blamed him. His father was one fucked up man that put his eldest son through some serious shit. He went to the little mini bar stocked up with Luciano's favorite alcohol. I joined him and poured myself a stiff one. If Luciano decided to pleasure his woman the entire night, we'd have to pick this conversation back up tomorrow. Maybe the rest of us could resort to spending the night drinking. The last time, about 10 years ago, we all got completely drunk. It ended up being a night of discovery, and not all of it good. 10 years ago, we all got shit-faced on cheap liquor in Moscow. It was the night we all revealed too much of the past, and scars we wanted to forget. Wished for a life we would never have, and formed a pact to fight together. Always, no matter what. We had each other's back. Alexei Nikolaev was part of the pact that we formed that night. He was the reason we all went to Moscow. He might not be here, but he could always call us, and we'd have his back. In our world, it was priceless to have men that would watch your back. And friends, these men, I considered friends. I downed a drink in one swift gulp and immediately poured myself another one. Bianca Carter. Her name became a constant whisper in my head over the last 2 weeks. I couldn't wait to have her in my bed. To ruin her. Bianca Carter came back onto my radar over 2 years ago, and I have been patiently weaving the web around her, without her even knowing it. The first time I saw her was in my club, a lifetime ago, when my sister was still alive. Bianca couldn't have been but 18 or 19 at that time. I was a better man back then. Then, life threw her my way again when Nicoletta was murdered. I couldn't believe it when I saw the pictures of the woman that would be my ticket to revenge against Benito King. The attraction was still there, just as it was the first time I saw her. The intense pull I felt towards her was unlike anything before. The question was what to do with it. I wanted her in my bed. I knew she felt that attraction that brimmed between us for that short moment in the restaurant. When I touched her back, it was like fire seared through my skin and straight to my cock. And I only touched her back for Christ's sake. I thought someone said your wife was a meek pianist. Luca's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Luciano strode back to his chair, a wide grin on his face. And here she is threatening to kill us all. Fuck off. He spat back to him. I shook my head at the poor schmuck. There was no way I'd ever let that happen to me. Yes. I desired a certain woman with dark hair and dark brown eyes, but I would never fall under her spell. No woman ever kept my interest long. Yes, she fascinated me, but that would lose its shine just as fast as any other. It was always the same. She hasn't forgiven you, Cassio asked the unnecessary question. No. Luciano sounded frustrated. Not that I could blame his wife. I didn't think any of us in this room, including Luciano himself, could blame her. You just didn't play Russian roulette with women. But Luciano didn't need to hear that. He already knew it. Are you sure you want to sleep in the same room? Alessio questioned. She might kill you in your sleep. She hates your guts. Luciano glared at him with fury. Fuck you, asshole. Alessio chuckled, like the bastard he was. I'm good. Although, you might want to keep your woman under you all night. From the sounds we've just heard, she seems to be receptive to you in that arena. I might shoot you one of these days. Luciano growled at him, but there was a grin on his face and a gleam in his eyes. It would seem Alessio just gave him an idea. Don't pay attention to Alessio. I chimed in, feeling sorry for the poor bastard. He's just jealous because he can't get his dick into the woman he wants. Alessio promptly flipped me the bird. We all knew the story. He touched a young thing that was forbidden, and now he craved more. But the woman was out saving the world, while men like us fucked it up. I swear, watching you guys makes me grateful not to deal with women on a longer than one-night basis. Luca retorted dryly, "Your time is coming." "Brother," Cassio smirked at his younger sibling, "and I look forward to seeing you squirm." This time, Luca flipped the bird at his older brother. "Hold your breath. Brother, see how well it works out." Cassio flipped him 2 birds, and I had to chuckle. We were considered among the most ruthless, most feared mobsters on the East Coast, and here we acted like teenagers, flipping each other middle fingers. "Okay, back to the business at hand," Luciano announced. "Do we have any update on fucking Alfonso and what he is doing?" I grabbed my glass and took another drink. I have a little bit more detail on the Romano connection to the Kings, and the King's connection to Bianca Carter. But the latter piece I'd keep to myself. For now, we are all ears, Luciano said with a grim determination on his face. He hated their guts. Not that I could blame him. Both of us had lost a sister to Benito King. Luciano's sister might have not died directly by Benito's hand like mine, but he had indirect involvement. I had to take a measured breath and force the tension out of my body. It wouldn't do me any good to snap now. I was close to extracting my own revenge on Benito King. Now take this with a grain of salt, since there is no hard evidence. I started. The Romano family is old. They go back at least 2 centuries here in the States. So does the King family. Cassio nodded. We all knew that the King family ran the criminal underworld in Europe. And when they migrated here, they continued the same path, establishing their territory. The story was there was some bad blood between your ancestors back in Europe. The Romano family were wealthy and amongst nobility. A Romano daughter fell for one of the kings, while both families still lived in Europe. Once the Romano head found out, they hunted the man down and hung him. They considered them a lower class. Shortly after, the kings migrated to the States and established themselves. Revolutions swept through Europe and the Romano family lost pretty much everything. When they migrated, unfortunately for them, they landed in the king's territory. Anyhow, the agreement was made between the head of the King family and Romano family. Each generation would provide one woman, Abel, to the King family, as compensation for the man the Romano family killed. "What the fuck?" Cassio grumbled at me, annoyance in his voice. "Are you fucking shitting us? Because I am not in the mood for stupid stories." "No, I am quite serious. I'm still digging. But it turns out the King family saw an opportunity. They expanded that agreement to some other families too. Some are one-time deals, others longer-term deals. The problem is finding evidence to support this. Finding out about this Bells and Mobsters arrangement was a surprise. It almost seemed fictitious. My first trace was to check on the history of Romano women. And sure enough, there was one in each generation that either married a mobster or became a mistress to one. So where did you hear this? Luciano questioned. I couldn't blame them for being suspicious. The story was incredible. If they only knew what I learned about Bianca Carter, they'd believe it even less. But I wasn't prepared to reveal that. First, I would use her in my revenge. Then protect her, even though I was offering that protection for selfish reasons. Of all people, from my mother. And you believe her? Cassio asked, his voice doubtful. Not that I could blame him. My mother wasn't exactly a role model or sane these days. More often than not, she was drunk. It was actually something I also heard even when I was a kid. From my grandmother. Apparently, my great-grandfather hit a financial snafu and needed money. He was approached by one of your ancestors, Cassio, and was offered a bailout, in return for one of the bells in our family for 2 generations. My grandfather told him to go fuck himself. And that was it. The meaning of it hung heavy in the air. This was something completely different to human smuggling. What do they do with the women? They really marry a mobster? Luciano asked. I shrugged my shoulders. They offer them for sale. You know, fancy upbringing and good pedigree fetches a high price among men in our world. The whole concept didn't sit well with me. But then it wasn't as if I was an honorable man. But the word is that bells from the Romano family have been fetching the largest sum for centuries. And about 100 years ago, the Romano family got into human trafficking, led by their great-great-grandmother. And guess who she teamed up with? They all watched me with suspense. You got it. With Cassio's ancestors. The Romano family offered a perfect, legitimate front. My mother gave me a lead, and it proved to be more than a needle in a haystack. Using my IT company resources, I was able to retrieve arrangements between the King and Romano family. Each transaction, each auction, it was all out there. History was easier to dig through than future plans. Every single move these days leaves a digital footprint. It was how Bianca's mother inadvertently left a clue to her daughter. So, they were no longer required to offer their daughters. Oh no. The agreement still stands. The Bells and Mobsters agreement continued, including Bells from the Romano family. It is the biggest auction, fetching the largest sums. Women go to the highest bidder. Unfortunately for the Romano family, not all their family members had the stomach for it. There were hushed stories of random family members disappearing or being brought down if they tried to fuck with their new secret business. Till Kennedy Romano. Personally, I couldn't understand any man being okay with his daughter, niece, or any woman being put up for auction. This Bells and Mobsters agreement should be squashed, along with the Mafia men that participated in it. But first, I'd use it to my advantage. How is it that none of us heard of this before? Well, none of us are really from old families, I explained. Alessio came from old money, but his family is based in Canada. My family only got rich about 100 years ago with the construction boom. Your father, Luciano, was first generation in the States, and he worked himself up within the ranks. And you quadrupled, if not more, what your father made, so you would have never needed the money. Cassio and Luca weren't in those circles. And really, their grandfather in Italy raised them, so their father kept them out of the loop. Holy fucking shit, Luca muttered. Bells and Mobsters. Who in their right mind would ever agree to offer a daughter to a man in our circles? He was right. I knew I wouldn't want my children to be part of this underworld. It was cruel and unforgiving, putting every single member at risk. Just look at what it cost my sister. I would imagine desperate people would agree to it. Cassio muttered. I hate that fucking old bastard. Luca didn't hide his feelings about his father. He hated him with a passion. Not that I could blame him. If Cassio and he knew the added part that I found out, they'd hate their father even more. They might even kill me once they learn I have known they had a sibling for years and kept it to myself. However, I couldn't risk exposing it. I had my own score to settle with Benito King first. Soft brown eyes flashed in my eyes, sending a pang of guilt at putting an innocent woman in the crossfire. But I hardened myself. My sister was innocent too. But again, there is no evidence for any of this. And good luck finding someone that would be willing to attest to this. I added. The transactions I was able to dig up and historical events of the auctions were hard evidence. But there was still need for assumptions. It wasn't as if you could get a receipt for each bell sold. Cassio's jaw was pressed so tight, I thought it might snap at any second. I continued speaking. As you know, Alfonso only had a brother, so there was no Romano bell offering. Kennedy Romano was in politics. He was pretty good, too. He had a childhood sweetheart that refused to marry him for many years. The world was flabbergasted. They were a perfect match. She came from old money. The whispering is that her family knew about the ongoing deal the Romano family had in the human trafficking. Kennedy Romano became educated by his wife in his own family business affairs, after which he cut all contact with the Romano family. His political career grew fast and strong. He was going after the Mafia and crime relentlessly. There were stories he could have easily become the next president. And they had a little girl, the only child for that generation since Alfonso never married. Luciano understood the meaning. His wife was owed to the King family. The word is that Grace Romano was meant for Benito King's legitimate son. I concluded with the last bit of finding. Whatever the highest price she fetches, Marco King is to pay double. What other families do the Kings have arrangements with Cassio gridded out? I don't have concrete leads. Politicians. Here in the U, Ras, and in Europe. Movie stars. Old families. I took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. If Cassio knew his father was prepared to drag a member of his own family through the auction, he'd blow a gasket. Granted, Benito King didn't know Bianca Carter was related to him, but it didn't excuse his behavior. Do you think maybe Grace knows Cassio's question was reasonable? We could ask her, I suggested, glancing at Luciano. His eyes traveled to the shattered vase pieces on the floor. She won't tell us anything, he concluded in a hoarse voice. I had to agree with him. Those two weren't on best terms, and it was clear his wife didn't trust him. Fuck. We have to do something. Luca gritted. Do we know how it works? The bell offering, Luciano questioned. Where Luciano looked like he'd be sick, and I couldn't blame him. The whole concept was sickening. Rafael mentioned he overheard Alfonso speak to Benito about the delivery of a woman, Massimo, Luciano's cousin and right-hand man, barged through the door at that moment, an alarmed look on his face. What is it? Luciano asked him. I broke it. Broke what Luciano questioned. I broke your wife's firewalls. 2 hours later, as I headed out the Vitale residence, Cassio was right behind me. Luca already disappeared into the night, probably chasing a skirt. Women tended to open their doors and legs wide for that guy. Maybe his suave moves. I scoffed to myself. I was headed for the airport and Cassio for his place in Hampton. I stopped before entering the car. Cassio's Aston Martin was parked right next to my Bugatti. Cassio. I started, and he paused to look back at me. Did, you ever consider that your father might have other illegitimate children? He raised his eyebrow. We'd know about them. You know he likes to make full use of his children. What if it was a daughter? He froze for a second, but then choked out a laugh. He doesn't have a daughter. He'd brag about it and use her to make himself stronger. He's wanted a daughter for as long as I can remember. There must be God, after all, not to have granted him that wish. God did grant Benito his wish, but he just didn't know it. I've heard many times from my own father how much Benito desired a daughter. It was the only thing that my father succeeded over my rival. My father managed to produce a daughter. Why do you ask? Nico, I shrugged. Just wondering. I'll talk to you soon. With a nod. I got into the car. This secret might just cost me my friends. Cassio and Luca were nothing like their father and would burn down the world to protect an innocent family member. Blood or not. We have 10 minutes until landing. My stewardess informed me. I nodded my thanks. It had been a long day. After the latest discovery of Grace Vitale's side business, which, ironically, coincided with her husband's, I headed out of New Jersey, taking my private jet back to Baltimore. Luciano would have his hands full with his wife. I, on the other hand, wanted to focus on Bianca Carter, and couldn't wait to have my hands full of her. Lately, all my thoughts were consumed with that beautiful woman. I was intrigued, and that didn't happen to me often anymore. For over 20 years, women were a pastime. They didn't belong in my darkness. But this woman, she was a glimmer of light in my dark world. My plan would surely squash it. But it was necessary. I had to go through with it. As my private plane started descending, I justified to myself what I was about to do. The end always justified the means. And this would ensure I got what I wanted. Revenge and the woman that meant more to Benito King than his sons, or anyone else for that matter. Bianca needed saving, and my protection would offer that to her. In return, she'd grant me my revenge and give me her body. It was a fair trade. All the years of ruthless ruling of the underworld had taught me that power was the only thing that mattered. After watching my father for the first 20 years of my life, I studied and learned what worked and what didn't. I worked hard to get where I was today. I had to bring down my father in the process or risk losing the entire territory due to his actions. Unlike the old Morelli, I worked with the CIA. NEA, FB, ICE, DEA, cartels, Bratva, all affiliations of the Mafia. It gave me information on everything and everyone. Information was power, and not knowing was weakness. Something I couldn't afford to have if I was to keep people I care about protected. Dealing with so many afflictions was what prompted me to start an information technology company, and it took off overnight, quadrupling the value of my businesses. And it was how I found out about Bianca's connection to Benito King. Like I said, Information was power. I ruled with fear, but gained respect through actions. My father only instilled fear and terror, and took advantage of the vulnerable. My next move would put Benito King in his place, once and for all. The only claim and connection he had on my territory would be eliminated, both in Maryland and in Italy. And currently that was Bianca and her mother's family. Bianca Carter had too many weaknesses and didn't even realize it. Open for the taking. Not for much longer, though. Her husband was a pawn in my revenge. I didn't anticipate his sickness, but I'd be a liar if I said it didn't work out for the best. From the moment I learned Bianca's connection to Benito King, she was the only thing on my radar. She had grieved her husband and had ample time to mourn. It was time to claim that woman for my own and execute Benito's downfall. Chapter 6. Nico. I was in the midst of a multi-billion-dollar negotiation, and all I could think about was Bianca Carter. Those warm brown eyes sent sparks through my body and straight to my cock. I could still feel her small, tempting body bumping into me. Her messy dark hair, damp from the rain, had smelled like spring flowers and lilacs. I wondered if she realized how beautiful she was. Imagining her petite body as my cock slid in and out of her was the only thing on my mind lately. When she abruptly got up and left, I had to force myself not to grab her wrist to stop her. There was so much vulnerability in those eyes as they darted around the restaurant. I have been scheming to get Bianca into my life for so long. But one thing I never anticipated, that I'd feel a pang of remorse for using her. Her friend, Angie. I'd better find a way to convince her to be my companion. I bribed her with a significant amount of cash to work on her friend. I had to scoff at the term companion. I wanted more from her and wouldn't stop until I got it. I knew everything there was to know about Bianca Carter. She married her high school sweetheart. They were both young, right out of college. She worked in a legal department as a paralegal juggling criminal cases. And not long after, she got pregnant. When she had her twin daughters, she became a stay-at-home mother and wife. They made a picture-perfect family. Both were loved by their friends and family. What got Bianca and William onto my radar 3 years ago was learning that she was Benito King's only daughter. Her mother hid her from Benito, dumping her with the man she loved before Benito took her for himself. The only thing I couldn't comprehend was why her mother ever crossed paths with the King family. There were no connections between the two. Her mother never left Maryland until the day she left with Benito. I left it to coincidence that Benito spotted Bianca's mother during one of his visits. Unfortunately for Sofia Catalano, the night William Carter stole from me was supposed to kick off my plan. The bag, planted with money, was a test. I had it all ready as I watched their house from my small yacht in the stormy Chesapeake Bay waters and listened to their conversation. I watched Bianca see her friend out, glancing in my direction several times, almost as if she could sense me. Ultimately, it was hearing the dialogue between Bianca and her husband that made me delay my plan. Her husband was gravely sick and was en route to dying. It was the only reason her husband got a free pass for stealing and my plans got delayed. Yes, I was ruthless, but not a complete asshole. The man was already on his deathbed, and his wife. I kept an eye on Bianca, waiting for the right moment to restart my revenge. Well, now was that time. She was within my grasp, and I'd use any means necessary to complete what I set out to do. Keeping her in my life would be an added, unforeseen bonus, The one that wasn't on the table when I started this. Bianca's life had spiraled out of control. She was left in severe financial trouble and was on the brink of losing it all. And I could help her with that. And she'd help me avenge Nicoletta's death. Should I feel guilt at using Bianca, maybe? Did I know she'd be safe for the rest of her life, along with her children? It intrigued me that she didn't flirt with either Gabito or me, knowing we were wealthy. Most other women in her position would have flirted and thrown themselves at us at the restaurant. Her friend, Angie, certainly went straight to work, and she wasn't in financial trouble. I had already refused her a few times before. As irony would have it, Angie was hungry for power and status and would probably fall all over herself to be Benito King's relative. Yet, her friend seemed her polar opposite. Angie was beautiful, but in a boring, predictable kind of way. And she was after the money, along with status. She would fit the profile of Benito's daughter, but not Bianca Carter. She sat there, lost in her thoughts. Sadness enveloped all around her. She kept as much distance from me as possible, keeping herself guarded. I didn't think she knew about Benito King. All my information showed she had very little contact with her mother, and has never met him nor his son, Marco. She was a mystery. I would have expected her to be more aggressive going after the money than Angie, since she had a lot more to lose. Instead, she stood up and walked away. It meant she had more at stake to lose than money and her home. What was it I didn't like, not having answers? So for the first time in my life, I found myself obsessing over someone. Mr. Morelli. Do you agree? My lawyer's voice brought my attention back to now. I forced my thoughts to the gentleman in front of me. It didn't matter what they hoped for. I would get the terms exactly as I wanted them. My fantasizing about Bianca would have to wait. An hour later, the meeting was finally behind me. And with the terms as I wanted them, I strode back to my office. It was almost too predictable. Some challenges would have been welcomed. I had a feeling Bianca wouldn't disappoint me in that department. My phone beeped, and I retrieved it. It was from my secretary. Angie couldn't get Bianca's agreement to take my companion offer and refused to share her number. Her phone number was redundant since I already had it. But I wanted her willingness. Well, that didn't work. I knew she'd be a challenge, and I was up for it. On to Plan B. Because I had no qualms using other methods to convince her to take my offer. Except the offer was just upgraded, and terms more permanent. And this one I would work out directly with Bianca Carter. After all, with interest. She owed me millions now. It was the only leverage I had, and I'd hate to use it. So, I hoped she'd take this first bait, and I'd ease her into my plan. She wouldn't know all the variables, just the necessary ones. But now, I would have to force her hand. I needed to understand her. What drove her? Somehow I wasn't surprised to hear she refused the deal. Truthfully, I didn't need Angie for Plan A either. But it would have been easier if she dealt with her friend rather than me directly. I suspected Bianca's connection to William Carter was why she refused the offer. It certainly wasn't, because there was no chemistry. There was plenty of sizzling in that department. She was petrified of me. And what would happen if I connected her with the stolen bag of money? Poor little angel. She didn't even realize that I've known all along.
Chapter 7, Bianca. The girls sat at the kitchen island. eating their cereal as I packed their lunch for the day. My motions were automatic. But the entire time, my conversation with Angie played on repeat in my head. Nico Morelli wanted me to be his companion. Escort. I corrected myself. Jesus. Like I didn't have enough on my plate. Now, this got thrown into the mix. It occurred to me too late that maybe saying no to a man like Nico Morelli might not have been smart. But the truth of the matter was that I didn't want to be his companion. I cringed at the word. My cell phone beeped and I quickly swiped the message open. It was William's mother, letting me know she was here. Okay. Girls, I exclaimed with a fake excitement. Grandma and Grandpa are here. Who is ready for the zoo me? Me. Me. They both answered in unison, their blue eyes shining in excitement. It was Friday and Grandma wanted to take them to the zoo. So instead of going to their preschool, they got a day off to spend with their grandparents. After their zoo excursion, they'd spend the night at their house, leaving me all alone with my worries. The office I worked at was closed on Fridays, so I'd have a lonely day and night. Somehow the lonely nights were worse than days. I ushered them out the door with a brave smile on my face and their lunchboxes in my hand. Keeping my fake facade, I behaved as if life was peachy. I didn't want to alarm William's parents. They've had enough heartaches and sorrow since losing their only son. The girls ran across the lawn, wearing matching sunflower dresses and sunglasses. Girls. Shoes. I yelled after them, laughing. They constantly ran around barefoot. I grabbed 2 sets of shoes and picked up the pace after them. Grandma? Ariana squealed while at the same time Hannah shouted, Grandpa. I smiled, seeing the scene. And for a second, my heart felt lighter. William's parents loved the girls, more than life itself. From the moment they were born, they became the center of their grandparents' universe. It was almost bittersweet, because I knew my mother wanted to have the twins in her life, just as she wanted me in her life. When they were born, Mom sent me 2 beautiful matching necklaces for each of the girls with individual pendants. One had a handmade glass pendant of the stormy sea, and the other a glass ball of a blue sky with white clouds. A reminder to keep them safe. Greece is nice this time of year. The skies are blue, and the seas are stormy. I fucking hated Benito King. That vile man was keeping her from living her life to the fullest. She couldn't be a mother nor a grandmother because of him. He wasn't only a criminal, but also a cruel and evil man. Both Grandma and Grandpa Carter were already out of their car, with the back doors open. Grandma Carter scrambled through the trunk and then waved at us with a little garden shovel in her hand. I chuckled softly at the image she portrayed. You look scary with that shovel in your hand, I said through a smile. She grinned. I'm a pretty scary grandma, she retorted with a smile. I was just looking for their little iPads. They can play a little game while we are driving into the city. I nodded. That will keep them occupied. Both of my girls were already climbing into their car seats. Hey. I pretended to be upset. How about a kiss for me? They giggled and jumped out of Grandpa Carter's Buick to give me a quick peck on the cheeks. Shaking my head, I strode to Grandpa Carter. I feel cheated, I complained. Just a little peck and off they go. What's next? He chuckled, patting my cheek. Well, next they go off to college without a backward glance. I frowned, not liking that at all. Did we do that? His soft smile had a hint of sadness in it. You and William were so excited to go. I felt a painful tug at my heart each time we talked about William. Hell, each time I thought about him. I could see sadness lingering in Grandpa Carter's eyes that were so much like his son's. I hugged him tight and over his shoulder spotted a black, fancy car parked across the street. An unfamiliar vehicle. My heart sped up, then slowed down. It tends to do a lot of that lately. I blamed it on paranoia. I stepped back and his eyes darted away, hiding the glistening tears shining in them. Several heartbeats passed before he frowned. "Is that an Aston Martin?" he asked. Awe in his voice. He'd always loved cars. So did I. But I've never been good with models. Glancing across the street, I narrowed my eyes. A familiar tug at my chest and worry crossed my mind. But I pushed it away. There was a perfect explanation for an unfamiliar car around. Neighbors must have guests over. I shrugged my shoulders. No idea. I muttered before changing the subject. "How are you feeling?" I asked him. "How did your checkup go Grandma Carter strode to us?" And she wrapped her arms around me, pressing a loud kiss on my cheek. "Doctor said his cholesterol is good and all his results came back positive." "That's great," I told them in relief. "I'm so happy to hear that." "Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" Grandpa Carter asked, worry lacing his voice. I nodded my head. "Yes, I'll be fine." I told him with an assurance that I didn't feel it was healthy to spend time away from your children. At least that was what I kept hearing. A few minutes later, I watched them all drive away, waving at them as they passed me and waiting until the car disappeared from my view. The Aston Martin still sat there, parked, and for a moment I swore I saw a dark shadow. Jesus. Stop with paranoid thoughts. I scolded myself. With a heavy sigh, I went back into the house, at a loss of what to do with myself. I strode into the kitchen, my safe haven. This beloved house wouldn't be ours much longer. I'd have to find a way to tell William's parents and the girls. My eyes traveled over the light kitchen counters and the cabinets. It was where I spent most of my time. I loved this room. With large windows that overlooked the bay and light cabinets that combined with natural light made this room a perfect kitchen. William and I had spent so many hours hunting for the cabinets that we could both agree on. I wanted light. He wanted natural wood. We settled on off-white cabinets with the gray-striped white marble countertops. Built with love. We built this house with love. Despite disparities and his one-time infidelity, I couldn't forget that. Slowly, as if saying goodbye to my kitchen, I started pulling ingredients out of the fridge and pantry for chocolate chip and gingerbread cookies. I wanted to enjoy this place for as long as I could. Besides, it was my stress reliever, baking, cooking, making homemade ice cream. It was only 10 in the morning, and I probably wouldn't eat any of the cookies. But I had nothing else to do. Although I loved our Fridays off most of the time, today I regretted it. Going into work would have kept my mind off things. After washing my hands, I grabbed the cutting board and fresh ginger, then started chopping it when the doorbell sounded. "Come in," I yelled, thinking it had to be William's parents coming back because they forgot something. Something was always forgotten. A baby doll. Favorite stuffed animal. A coloring book. You name it. I started cutting rhythmically, the repetitive movement already easing the tension in my shoulders. It must be the Italian in me that enjoyed tinkering in the kitchen. My girlfriends in high school cringed at it, screaming feminism. But I loved it and refused to give it up. Even in the name of feminism. I smiled and raised my head, all the while continuing my chopping. "Did you guys forget?" My voice trailed off and my heart stopped for a fraction of a second before it resumed beating frantically while my pulse skyrocketed. No. This couldn't be. Nico Morelli stood at the entrance of my kitchen with two men at his side, looking like a dark shadow in his expensive Armani suit. Not a single speck of dust on it. His presence sucked the oxygen out of my lungs and drained my brain of all thoughts. How does he know where I live? Duh. Those people probably dig up dirt on anyone. An address would be a piece of cake. Oh my God. Nico Morelli is in my house. I squeeze my eyes shut. Every single drop of my blood draining out of me. This had to be a nightmare. This was what I have been fearing for the past 16 months. Yes, I fucking touched myself with images of this man. But he had to remain in my head, not physically be in my house. Releasing a shaky breath, I opened my eyes, all the while praying that my mind was playing tricks on me. Our eyes connected, that gray stare sending shivers down my spine. I found it hard to breathe. My heart raced so hard. This man didn't belong in my house. This neighborhood. My life. Do you let anyone just walk into your home? Bianca. My name rolled off his tongue like sex dipped in sin. Except he was here to kill me. I knew it as well as I knew my name. It was time to settle the debt. Nico's eyes were on me, watching me carefully, waiting for me to crack or do something stupid. Too late, I have done something stupid 16 months ago. I spent all his money. The only thing left to do was to crack. My fingers wrapped tightly around the handle of the knife. My joints complaining at the grip. The tension in me blazed, threatening to burn me to ashes. I didn't want to die. I should apologize. Explain. Beg. Anything. Instead, I continued staring at him, unable to utter a single word. Do you? He drawled, repeating his question. No. Iraspet. My voice full of fear, even to my own ears. Nico's eyes raked over me, and I wondered if he was trying to determine how he would kill me. I imagined it probably wouldn't be a difficult task for him. I was fairly petite. He could probably hide my body in his trunk. A silent whimper got stuck in my throat at that image. I wasn't ready to die, and I certainly didn't want to be stuffed into a trunk. Do you know why I'm here? Nico's deep voice sounded like a threat. Or was it only my imagination? I wasn't sure. My eyes traveled over the two men behind him. They weren't as tall as Nico, but they looked just as strong. Impassive expressions on their faces. I lowered my gaze to my hands that gripped the knife like my life depended on it. It was the only weapon I had. Could I stab a man and take his life? I didn't think so. Just the thought of hurting someone didn't sit well with me. My father taught me how to shoot, and some basic self-defense skills. He guessed one day I'd need them. But guns and violence just weren't my thing. At least I didn't think so. Father always said you didn't know what you were capable of until you were cornered. I weighed my options. I could outrun them. Lifting my gaze, I studied their form. They were big, so probably not as fast. Although they seemed fit. Too fit for my well-being right now. I had to try and run. I couldn't just sit here and wait for them to kill me. Maybe I'd run to John's house until I figured out my next step. I glanced at my cell phone that still sat on the little kitchen table. Reaching for it was out of the question. I'd never make it out of the house if I went for it. Taking an even breath in, my decision was made. I'd run. At least I would try to. I knew the chances were slim to get away from all three of them. But I was younger. And faster. It played in my favor. My body shifted to the left when Nico's voice stopped me dead in my tracks. Don't do that, he said in a smooth, timbre voice. A clear warning in it. I like the chase. With you, I'd like it even more. My body froze at the unspoken threat. I met his unmoving gaze, clear of any emotions. But knowledge seared deep in them. He casually shoved his hands into his pants pockets, his blazer opening just enough to give me a glimpse of his gun holster. A loud gulp echoed through the kitchen. It was mine. There would be no winning against this man. He knew it too. I was no match for him. William and I lost the moment he grabbed that bag and I'd spent the money on his treatments. We gambled. And we lost. Both William's life and the money. No. It would cost me my life too. My heart pounded like a drum in my chest. It seemed to swell into a mallet and swing against my rib cage, causing sharp pain with each breath I took. This is it. I realized my girls would be left without either parent to see them grow up. Open for Benito's taking. I'm dead. I swallowed the lump in my throat. The images of Benito getting his dirty hands on them played in my mind and terror filled me. I needed to buy time. Just don't do it here. I choked out, thinking of all the horrible ways to be found dead. My kids and in-laws will be back tomorrow. Iraspet. My heart beat thundering in my ears. Maybe if I could buy some more time. Have them take me somewhere else. I could escape them. I don't want them to find me dead here. I gulped hard, every fiber of me shaking with fear. I was grasping at straws here. Please. I knew when I spent that money that nothing would be the same ever again. I had been on borrowed time. Just as William was on his while the disease ate at him, but I still hoped.
Chapter 8. Nico fear rolled off Bianca in waves. And for a fraction of a second, guilt flooded my senses. But it dissipated just as fast. It was dangerous having those kinds of feelings in our world. I considered them dead to me, along with decency and compassion, if I had any left. I wouldn't be doing this. The smell of her fear mixed with her perfume, but there was still hope shining in her eyes. She was a determined woman, and it drew me in further under her spell. It made me want her even more. Life dealt her some crappy cards, but she powered through it, fighting for her girls. She was stronger than my mother or my father. That was for sure. Heck, she was debating stabbing one of us with the knife clutched in her hands. She was a fighter. She might not have known it yet, but there was no doubt in my mind that she was. She eyed that knife in her hand like a lifeline, calculating her chances of escaping us. I could see it all in her eyes as she weighed her odds, but I knew she had nowhere to run. No funds to support her life on the run either. Guys, wait outside. My men obeyed without delay, their steps silent behind me. Surprise flashed in her eyes, but she said nothing. There was no mistaking she was scared, though it didn't stop her from watching me defiantly. Her determination and fire reflected in her dark gaze, burning there and clashing with my stare. She was intoxicating. My perfect storm of attraction. I had to sate it. It would tie her to me for life. Put her in a gilded cage. She shifted nervously on her feet, her light blue dress hugging her curves and accentuating her dark hair even more. She called out to me like a siren's song. I just had to make sure I didn't fall under her spell. That never bode well for any man. She was a breath of fresh air against the darkness. It was amazing she retained her innocence through all the cruelty life threw her way. Did she know about her mother and Benito King now? What she asked. Her chin tilted up, while her dark eyes challenged me. It had only been a few weeks since I'd seen her. But she was even more stunning now, standing in front of me, surrounded by her things. Her dark, chestnut brown hair fell down her slim shoulders. Her body soft with curves, just right to grip and hold. 16 months ago, your husband took something from me, I said in a low voice, trying to keep this conversation private and sound non-threatening. For a fraction, her face shattered, but she quickly got herself together. Yes, she admitted, not even trying to deny it. I had to give it to her. She had guts. I don't have that money anymore. I figured. My eyes traveled over her kitchen and the counter full of ingredients. I couldn't tell what she was doing. It was too early for dinner. I wondered if she expected company. Was she planning a date now that her girls went off with their grandparents unexpectedly? Like a lightning strike. Jealousy shot through my veins, but I quickly dampened it. I'd squash any man connected to her. There would be no other men for this woman. The information I obtained indicated there wasn't a man in her life, except for the friend, John. He'd have to go. I had torn down his little company, piece by piece, so he'd be busy for the foreseeable future. Bianca shifted. Her eyes wearily focused on me. She didn't particularly like me. It was written on her face. Although there was attraction, she couldn't deny it. From the moment our eyes connected in the restaurant, the attraction zipped between us, and her fate was sealed. Technically, it was sealed when I learned who her true father was. After her husband's death, I decided to make her mine. I watched her gaze skim over her kitchen, like she was seeking comfort in the familiar surroundings. The entire kitchen was done in white colors. Off-white with a splash of color here and there. The large bay windows overlooked the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in the distance. It was $1 million view in a little house, full of warmth, love, and cookies. I didn't understand why she had so many glass cookie jars everywhere. Enough to feed multiple families. I counted 5 different jars filled with chocolate chip cookies, sugar cookies, and gingerbread cookies. The kitchen smelled like cookies. The space suited her. It was comfortable, delicate, and felt like home. Kind of like her. "Are you going to kill me now?" she asked tightly. I kept my jaw straight and eyes cold. That fucking money didn't mean anything to me. Though, if it was anyone else 16 months ago, they would have been taught a lesson right away. You let one person steal from you and get away with it. They all think they can do it. Besides, that money bag was a trap. And I had bigger plans for Bianca. 16 months ago, I let William Carter keep that money, and only one person knew it. My right-hand man, Leonardo. He was on the yacht with me that night, listening to the conversation between Bianca and her husband. As it may be, I would now use it as leverage. It was time to collect the debt and put my plans into motion. With interest. Your husband owes me about $3 million, I said calmly, my eyes locked on her stiff form. Give or take. Her eyes bulged. What, there was only $300,000 in there? She whispered, her body trembling. What kind of interest is that? There was $600,000 in the bag, I told her. She shook her head, and I found it odd that she wouldn't have known the correct amount. Was she lying? I didn't think so. Otherwise, she would have denied knowing about the money right off the bat. Standard interest when someone steals from me. I deadpanned. Compounded daily. That's a rip-off. She spat. Anger flashed in her eyes, and I realized her defiance pleased me. She was a mixture of meek and attitude. Her cheeks flushed red with frustration. She was helpless. Maybe. And it was $300,000 in the bag. Did her husband not give her all the money? She cleaned off her hands with a dish towel. The move so domesticated. Somehow, it suited her being a homemaker. I watched strands of her dark mane fall onto her face, and she blew them off. The gesture was simple and innocent, but it made my cock stiffen. Whatever. It doesn't matter either way, she mumbled tightly, speaking more to herself, then grabbed the knife again, as if she would resume cutting. I don't have it. Silence was thick between us. Her back straight, and her eyes alert on me. Her knuckles white as she gripped her knife. I could only imagine how she hoped to stab me in my black heart with it. There are other ways you could pay, I finally said. How? She eyed me suspiciously, distrust rolling off her in waves. I have a proposition for you, I commenced. It would wipe out your debt and ensure you weren't on the radar. On the radar, she repeated, blinking in confusion. You wouldn't be on the list of people indebted to me. I corrected myself. I didn't want to reveal to her how much I knew just yet. First, I had to learn how much this beauty knew. She tilted her head, as if studying me. You mean escort, she snorted. Like your prostitute or something. I had to bite the inside of my cheek. I wasn't quite sure whether I should be offended that she'd found being mine so repulsive. Instead, I took it as a personal challenge. Actually, I had something a bit more permanent in mind. Her eyebrows creased, confusion in her expression. She was trying to get a read on me and understand me so she could find a way out. Good luck with that. Like what she asked, in a low voice. Marriage. Her mouth parted. Her expression morphed into one of shock. Marriage. Yes. Her wide eyes stared at me in disbelief, as if she was convinced she misunderstood the meaning of my words. Yours, to me. A choked laugh escaped her. You must be joking. I don't want to marry you. You will marry me. My voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. But her brows remained furrowed. But why? Because you owe me your husband's debt. I thought it was obvious. But maybe I had to spell it all out for her. Unless you have $3 million laying around. She shook her head. As if, she muttered, if I did, I wouldn't be here. Trust me on that. I smiled at her honesty. I knew she didn't have the money, but I had to be careful, steering this in the direction I wanted. It was ironic that she didn't want to marry me. Women have tried to trap me into marriage for decades. And here I was offering it to this woman, and she struggled with the concept, reluctant to even be in the same room with me. So, what is it going to be? Whether she wanted to or not, she would marry me. I'd rather she did it willingly, though. Dragging her down the aisle might be overkill. But it was still an option if all else fails. She shook her head again. You are, She searched for the right word, and then finally gave up. You're a mobster. A criminal. Auk. Talk about an ego deflator. Shouldn't you marry someone like you? You are in my world. Bianca. After all, You stole from a criminal, so it makes you a criminal too. Like me. She winced at my words. That makes us a good fit. She scoffed. In your dreams. Maybe not so meek after all. I would enjoy taming this dark-haired beauty very much. You'll find marriage to me to be beneficial. I'll offer you and your family protection and financial security. In return, you will be my wife. Protection from who? She eyed me suspiciously. From other men like me. I deadpanned. Like you. Her voice was a whisper and her eyes wide. Staring at me. Fuck. When she watched me like that, it took all I had not to just lift that dress and pound into her. The lust around this woman had to subside. Was this what kept Benito fascinated with her mother? Your mother is Benito King's mistress. She bit into her lip, but not before I heard her gasp. There was no surprise on her face. She knew exactly who her mother's lover was, and his status in the underworld. The question was whether she knew he was her biological father. Then her chin tilted, her little telltale sign of stubbornness and defiance. So what? She tried to sound brave. She can do whatever she wants. She's a grown woman. It has nothing to do with me. You are not stupid. Bianca, I drawled. Being a daughter to Benito's mistress makes you a target, and you are wide open now. Vulnerable, without any means to protect yourself. Resentment flashed on her beautiful face and those dark eyes. Right. You are going to protect my family. She grunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. And if I don't obey you during the marriage, you'll destroy my family. Kind of a weird protection. I think I'm okay without it. Fuck. Her defiance made me hard for her. To break her defiance and make her submit. I couldn't wait to bury myself into this woman. You will have to be okay with it, I told her, my voice portraying none of my thoughts. I had to be careful, otherwise I might lose my control and drag her into the bedroom now. I had never wanted a woman as strongly as I did this one. My men can kill you and dump your body where it will never be found. Her eyes widened at my threat. Or I can force you. Trust me. There are priests that will marry us, whether you are dragged down the aisle or walk down it willingly. You are insane, she hissed, pressing her left hand against her chest as if she was worried her heart would give out. Her right hand still held onto the knife. Maybe. I told her with a nod. But those are my terms. Marriage or I left, the unspoken meaning lingering in the air. She already thought I was here to kill her, so I'd let her come to her own conclusions. Is that the only way? She retorted dryly. I preferred the escort option better. Is that still on the table? There was a hint of panic in her eyes, but she worked hard to hide it. No, I'd give it to Bianca Carter. She had guts, speaking to me like we were equals. Maybe it was her strength that captured me, not her vulnerability. She was a mixture of both, and I couldn't help but admire her. I watched her earlier as she kissed her daughters and in-laws before they departed. Her tenderness and love evident. The fact that she had daughters meant she needed my protection even more. Clearly, she didn't see it my way. Why would you want to get married? She questioned me, sincerity in her voice. And why me? I'm in my 40s. It is time for me to get married and ensure an heir. A crimson blush crept up her neck and into her cheeks, and I had to admit she looked beautiful. Try adoption, she retorted dryly. I didn't bother answering. Don't you have any other candidates? I'm afraid you are the only woman that owes me $3 million. I purred. She'd settle into her new reality as my wife. Eventually, if I had it my way, we'd go to the justice of the peace now and get married. But I wanted to do it properly. Leonardo would ensure it was all prepared quietly so there were no interruptions by her mother's +1. She gulped. But surely, there are other willing women that would be more than happy to marry you and give you, heirs. Maybe. But I have my mind set on you. The expression in her eyes was that of desperation. It would be comical if it was anyone else's situation but mine. What is it going to be? I watched her throat move as she swallowed, her chest raising and falling with her heavy breathing. So, you either kill me or I marry you, she retorted. Really, both options are horrible. Marriage would just be a slower death. And heirs. There is no way I am having your kids. I chuckled at her statement. Would you rather have a quicker death? Her eyes widened, watching me, as if trying to figure out whether I was joking or not. Think of it as a contract, I told her. She needed some coercing. A marriage contract. We'll set the terms. And when the terms are met, you are free to go. We can delay the heirs. For no. Maybe. She eyed me suspiciously. Just like that. You leave me to go and no heirs. Yes. Just like that. I assured her. I never said no heirs. I thought to myself, my kids and me. She was suspicious. Not that I could blame her. We can just leave. Yes. I'd never let her leave. How long would we have to be married for? She rasped. It took her long enough. She was considering my offer, weighing her options. She didn't have many. Actually, she had none. Whether she liked it or not, she would marry me. At least 2 years. Her eyes bulged out of her head. And an heir. That long I thought you said we can delay an heir, she whispered. I nodded. The devil is in the details. I'd have to teach my soon-to-be wife that. Can we make it a year? No, I retorted. 2 years. We can delay the heir discussion until our 2nd year of marriage. I should feel like a bastard for forcing her to do this. But I didn't. I watched a string of emotions cross her face, as she probably considered all her possibilities until she realized she had none. Okay, she whispered, resignation in her voice. We'll get married a week from tomorrow, I told her, pulling my phone out of my pocket and shooting a message to Leonardo to get the arrangements going. The sooner this happened, the better. I had a feeling this woman wouldn't go down without a fight. Why so soon? My lip quirked into a small smile. To ensure you don't run away. Princess. I wouldn't, she murmured, her eyes darting away from me. She was lying. My woman was a really bad liar. My men are watching your girls. Just think about that if you were tempted to run. Bianca.
Chapter 9. Bianca Nico Morelli was cruel and crazy. There was no other explanation for it. I had no doubt that he meant his threats. He was just as ruthless as the rumors I heard. Shit. Getting out of this situation would be hard. But I would. He hasn't beaten me yet. That's too fast to get married. I muttered, commenting on his timeline for the wedding. I needed more time to come up with a plan. The one where I would get the fuck away from this madman and not marry him. My in-laws won't believe it. Nor my kids. They will. He smirked, sure of himself. You will find that I can be very persuasive. My heart thundered in my chest. My voice stuck somewhere in my throat. What have I gotten myself into? I have business to attend, he said as he straightened his three-piece suit that was nothing shy of perfect. I could almost be fooled that he was a gentleman, not a mobster. But we'll have dinner tonight. Dinner. I must have sounded like a damn idiot, repeating his words like I didn't understand what they meant. Yes, he replied without missing a beat. An idea came to mind, but before I could even get excited about it, he continued, Bear will remain here, guarding you. Guarding me. There I went, repeating his words like a dummy again. You mean keeping me locked up? And seriously, Bear, yes, he'll be your bodyguard. Perfectly timed. His 2 men came back in. Bear. This is Bianca. My future wife. I glared at Nico for just dropping the bomb so casually. I just wanted to buy time and had no intention of walking down the aisle to marry this madman. Bianca, this is Bear. He is one of my strongest men. He will bring you to me for our dinner where we can discuss our wedding arrangement. Jesus. What the hell was happening? I stared at the man that gave me a jerky nod. That man was a bulldozer, not a bear, with a scar that ran across his left cheek, making him look like a serial killer. Jesus Christ, I shouldn't be judgmental, but he would scare anyone that came around. You can't be serious, I hissed, agitation slowly rising inside me. He can't stay around here. He'll scare people away. Nico chuckled like I just said the funniest joke. That's the point. He'll scare my girls, my in-laws, my friends. Instantly, regret flooded me for being so insensitive, and I turned to Bear. Nothing personal. I'm sure you are a great guy. It's just that my girls don't like strangers. And you, I stumbled, searching for a diplomatic word. You are a stranger. And you are big. You know, I blew out a frustrated sigh. Damn it. He's good with kids. Nico offered. Has quite a few of his own. My eyes snapped to the scary dude and he grinned. It was like watching a shark smile. You can take your bodyguards. I mumbled. We don't need any. Don't want any. Your safety comes first. It's non-negotiable. Bianca, he warned with a drawl. I opened my mouth to argue, but he cut me right off. Now obey me, or I'll have to spank your ass to put you in line. My eyes just about bulged out of my head. What the fuck do... I cut myself off at his threatening gaze. He took a step forward as if he was ready to follow through with his threat and punish me for my disrespect. Instinctively, I took a step backwards, and something in my stomach clenched. This man unsettled me. I kept telling myself it was in a bad way, but I wasn't so sure. Wrong. This was so damn wrong. He's a criminal. Bianca, my brain shouted at me to be careful. Scared out of my ever-loving mind. He was a step too close in the wrong direction. A wrong move would ruin my girl's life. There was nothing I wouldn't do to keep them out of Benito King's reach and radar. Okay. Glad we got that settled, he said. Not by a long shot, but I kept those words to myself. Without another word, he walked out of my house like he owned it. His own bodyguard close behind him. I'll do a parameter check. Bear broke my stupor of staring after the man that just turned my entire world upside down. I won't bother you. I'll be out front. turning my eyes to him in resignation. I shook my head. When you are done doing whatever, just come back in. I'll have coffee for you. And I'll make you some cookies. His eyes darted to all the glass cookie jars full of homemade chocolate chip cookies. And I rolled my eyes. Stress baking. He muttered, I'll make you a fresh batch to take home to your children. He smiled his shark smile. And I turned to my sink, getting straight to work. Keep enemies close. Bianca. It was what my mother always said. I intended to follow that advice until I could have them all on a separate continent. Chapter 10, Bianca. It had been less than 6 hours since I last saw Nico Morelli, and here I was getting ready to see him again. Twice in a day was too much. Damn. Twice in a lifetime was too much. I have been thinking through all the possibilities, trying to figure out how to divert the upcoming catastrophe, and I came up with nothing. Zip. Nada. I baked 3 dozen homemade chocolate chip cookies and 3 dozen Christmas cookies, before Halloween even came knocking at my door. Yet no bright ideas came to mind. It's not over yet. I have a week. I could survive this, just as my mother survived Benito King for the past 26 years. I couldn't let this man see that I was afraid of him. My girls needed me. Running and hiding without money would be impossible. So here I was in downtown Annapolis, meeting Nico Morelli, as he requested. For a forced dinner date, Bear pulled in front of the restaurant, uncaring of the traffic jam. I could practically feel his eyes on my back, urging me to go in. I stood in front of the Luna's Steakhouse, my reflection in the Lily Pulitzer dress staring back at me. My petite frame was too thin. My dark brown hair fell down in loose waves to my shoulders. My brown eyes watched in wonder, amazed how put together my exterior looked to the mess that was brewing inside of me. Why would Nico Morelli want to marry me? It was the question that kept repeating in my mind. Instinctively, I knew the story about the money was bullshit. It wasn't as if he hurt for money, and he didn't want me for my looks. There was absolutely nothing special about my looks, just an ordinary woman with an ordinary life. I didn't have any real connection to the Mafia that people knew about, so I couldn't offer him any benefits there. So why? It was 4 p.m, but exhaustion lingered heavy on my shoulders. I saw no way out of this arrangement. Not without major disruption to the girls or their grandparents' lives. William's parents have already lost their son. I couldn't bear to disappear on them. They loved their granddaughters, and the twins adored them. If only I could turn back time and refuse Angie's invite for lunch. With a deep breath at the pointless wishes, I pushed the door and entered, immediately greeted by a hostess. The moment I gave the name of Nico Morelli for reservation, the hostess gave me a blinding smile. She strutted off towards the open floor-plan restaurant, and I followed in silence, my nerves teetering on the edge with each step I took. This place wasn't as stuffy as the restaurant where I met him, but its customers were just as wealthy. It had been so long since I had been on a dinner date. I felt almost at a loss. Strangely, I was not seated in the restaurant lounge area, but ushered into a private dining room with a table set for 2. I would have preferred the lounge area where other customers were. At least there were witnesses there. The hostess motioned with her hand for me to enter the room, and without another glance at me, she left. I slowly walked in, my eyes on the empty table set for 2. The room was dimmed, and the light smell of fresh flowers was in the air. I walked to the chair, but instead of seating myself, my hands clutched the frame of the chair. I should run now before he comes. Maybe Bear wasn't in the front of the restaurant, and I'd take a cab to the Carter's house, and then we leave the state. I could run now. Maybe William's parents could come along. That's fine. Get me the details tonight. My head whipped in the direction of the man's voice, and my eyes met his. There was cruelty in those silver depths, but also beauty that could pull me into a web of trouble. This physical impact he had on me was wrong and unhealthy. On so many levels. As if he knew what I contemplated. A knowing smirk played around his beautiful, sensual lips. God. He looked like sin. That sun-kissed skin lickable. He looked amazing in his fitted, expensive suit, but I bet he looked even better without it. I wondered what kind of tattoo he hid under those clothes. And instantly my cheeks warmed, imagining him naked. I gulped hard. Jesus. My hormones decided to kick in at the wrong time. And with the wrong man. Stop it. Bianca. Any man with the last name of Morelli is the wrong man. The harshness lurked in his hard features. Just like a hint of ink on his neck under his collar. It was undeniable he was dangerous. How could anyone possibly miss it? Yet, I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Sweet Jesus Christ. Nico Morelli stood by the window behind me, his eyes watching me with too much intensity. He ended his call and walked up to me, stopping barely a foot from me. Even with the distance, he towered over me. I should feel threatened, knowing he blackmailed me into this arrangement and knowing everything I did about the world he ran. Yet, for some stupid reason, I felt safe. Mental check needed. I knew that no man from that world was safe. They used women like property and discarded them when they no longer needed them. Well, that wouldn't be me and my girls. Hello, Bianca. At the sound of his deep voice, I blushed harder and a shiver ran down my spine. God damn this body of mine. Nobody ever impacted me like this. Not even William. And I'd loved him forever. Except once, when I went dancing with friends during college summer break. My eyes connected with a man across the club and this same reaction I had to Nico Morelli happened? No, it couldn't be. No way I eyed this man in front of me, comparing him to the man I shared a fleeting glance with all those years ago. He couldn't be the same man. This man took what he wanted. I knew as well as I knew my name. The man in the club wanted me, yet he never made a move. How many times had this man in front of me taken what he wanted without a second thought, like now? For example, he blackmailed me into marrying him, without regard to consequences to me or my family. Nico's broad. Wide shoulders carried the responsibility and fate for so many people. And now my girls and I were one of those people. One snap of his fingers, and boom, we could be dead. If only I could convince him that somehow this marriage was a bad idea. For so many reasons. One of them, though the least important one, was that my body seemed to think it was time to end my celibacy since William's death. I still remembered how hard Nico's body felt when I bumped into him, sending my body into overdrive. I worried I might jump him and make the fantasies a reality from all those nights when I touched myself thinking about him. What an idiot I was. I got myself off thinking about a mobster's hands on me. Except the man in my fantasies wasn't a mobster. Just a gloriously hot man that made my insides clench with need. I swallowed hard, my insides on fire. Hello? My voice slightly shook, my nerves getting the best of me. Unsure how to greet him, I just stood there. Should I shake his hand? This was a completely new situation for me. It wasn't as if we were lovers, except in my fantasies. Not fucking helping my case. Bianca. The man in my fantasies might have looked like Nico Morelli, but it wasn't him. Thankfully, while my internal battle went on, Nico took the lead, leaning over, kissing me on the cheek. Shit, his mouth felt good on my cheek, his scent invading all my senses and my pussy clenched with need. What? The actual. Fuck, my heart raced at his touch and an involuntary gasp left my lips. I took a quick step back, his smell enveloping me. The scent of the deep forest, dark and sensual. And my damn body loved it. Breaks, Bianca, I had to put a stop to any touching and kissing. For 2 goddamn years. Hello, I repeated. His lips tugged up into a small smile, like he was enjoying himself. Of course, he would be enjoying himself. He wasn't at anyone's mercy. I bet the world revolved around him and his demands while people that had the unfortunate luck to get on his radar had to scramble to survive him. God, I hope I survived him. Shall we sit down? He asked, motioning to the table. I nodded, and he pulled out my chair like a gentleman. I slid into it with my back stiff and a forced smile on my lips. Uncomfortable by this unfamiliar situation I found myself in. He sat opposite of me, his gaze never wavering. The waiter came in with the menus, poured sparkling water for both of us, and took our drink order. Nico. I cringed at calling him by his first name. Should I call him Mr. Morelli? He ordered a bottle of wine, and the waiter left us our menus. I nervously chewed on my lip. I should have said something, but my mind drew a blank. The girls and William had been my world, my everything, for so long. I wasn't sure there was anything else in the world for me. I was always happy just being a mother and a wife. But now, I desperately tried to get out of being a wife to this man. Grabbing the glass, I took a sip of water while watching him. He seemed perfectly comfortable while my nerves practically teetered on the edge. How was your day, seriously? Bianca, of all the questions, that was the best one that I could come up with. I should have started with, let's talk about an alternative approach to settling my debt. It was very good. Thank you. How about yours, Good. If you didn't consider that I was having dinner with a mobster, I was on the brink of losing my house, and apparently was getting married in a week. Instead of searching for possibilities where my girls and I could live or run away to, I spent my day baking cookies for a scary bodyguard and digging through my closet trying to figure out what to wear for dinner. Thank you for meeting me, he started. I wasn't aware I had a choice. I shot back tartly, making him huff a soft laugh. That small sound made my body vibrate with a need I didn't understand. I didn't like it. This man is dangerous. I reminded myself. I was in way over my head, and the little control of my life I had started slipping through my fingers. You are right, he replied calmly, a smile on his full lips. The state and our wedding are happening. We shouldn't get married, I answered instead, my voice too hoarse for my liking. It's a big step. I agree, he announced, and my heart fluttered with hope. It is a big step. And rest assured, Cara mia, I will be a committed husband. I groaned at that comment. Bianca, I said, agitation clear in my voice. Just call me Bianca. None of the endearment crap. There was no reason to pretend we meant something to each other. And we both knew that commitment in the Mafia basically meant the man did whatever he wanted and the woman just pretended it was okay. That was not what I wanted for myself, nor my girls. Or maybe it would be better if he sought other women while I derived a plan to escape. Oh, this is so confusing. My eyes darted to the door at the sound of the knob turning, noting the waiter had come back to take our order. I haven't even opened the menu. Are we ready to place an order? The waiter asked, glancing between the two of us. Would you like another minute? Cara mia, I want you to be ready. Bianca. Bastard. My name on Nico's lips melted my insides and caused tingling between my thighs. All these contradicting signals between my body and brain gave me a headache, shifting uncomfortably. I quickly replied, ignoring my body. No, it's okay. I'll just have a salad, please. Great choice. The waiter's eyes warmed on me, and he gave me a bright smile, offering a smile in return. I added, dressing on the side, please. Of course. He leaned closer to me. May I suggest our house dressing? The waiter was fairly close to me now, and I got a whiff of his overpowering cologne. I shifted slightly away with a reserved smile on my face. Sure. Thank you. The woman is not on the menu. Nico snapped, bringing both our gazes to him. He was glaring daggers at the poor waiter. Stop drooling over her. He gasped. I didn't see that one coming. I mean, yes, he got a bit too close, but some people had different perspectives on personal space. The seconds ticked, and my heart squeezed with terror. He wouldn't just shoot the waiter. Would he, damn it? I needed to do a detailed search of shit mobsters do. Or just on this man because Nico was crazy for sure. My apologies, the waiter quickly uttered, backing away from the table like we were both rabid dogs. No, I stopped his apologizing. You have nothing to apologize for. We are sorry. I glared at the man sitting across from me, but he didn't bat an eye. Have I lost my mind? Yes, probably. I went to open my mouth, but he held out a hand, silencing me and setting a match to my anger. Who in the hell did he think he was? Well, no. A fucking mobster. What kind of salad? The waiter's question interrupted our glaring contest. Any salad, I replied, clearing my throat, working hard to simmer my rage. Just no bacon in it. It wasn't as if I had much of an appetite at this point. The waiter nodded and turned his attention to Nico. It didn't take a genius to guess this guy would rather be anywhere but serving us right now. And you, sir, thankfully. Nico knew exactly what he wanted and recited his order of risotto and bistecca alla Fiorentina with precision and speed. It seemed the world bowed to Nico Morelli. He was so different from anyone I had ever been around. Yes, he was a jerk, but you had to admire that determination edged on the features of his face. Did I know what I wanted when I had to decide on my degree? I struggled. I had no passion for anything, so I settled for a general studies degree. Until I finally made up my mind. Reluctantly. I didn't have a favorite food. I didn't have a favorite color. I had my favorite people, though. Grandma and my dad. Mom. My girls. William. His parents. And John. Those were my top favorite people in the whole wide world. Yes. Grandma. Dad. And William were gone. It physically hurt how much I missed them, but I was still lucky to have had them. I raised my eyes and met Nico's gaze, noting that the waiter was gone. He probably couldn't wait to clear out of here. I certainly couldn't blame him. I wanted to clear out of here too, except I had a feeling this man would give chase. Scratch that. He would give chase. After all, didn't he tell me he liked the chase? That wasn't necessary. I finally muttered. For some reason, I felt it important to stand up for myself. Otherwise, this man would eat me alive. Being so rude to the waiter, or me. He raised his eyebrow, studying me. I wondered what he saw on my face. Could he see I was all false bravado? Not that you give a shit. I mumbled under my breath, more to myself than him. I guess the product of being alone so much lately, I tend to talk to myself a lot. I don't like to share. Nico's voice dropped low. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I wasn't sure if I should be happy or scared at his apology. Should I tell him I didn't like to share either? That might dissuade him from this marriage nonsense. I swallowed uncomfortably, while my pulse thundered in my ears. What have I gotten myself into? He wasn't asking you to share anything. I shook my head in disbelief, but kept my voice soft. This man must have a reason for acting like that. He was just being friendly. Too friendly, Nico grunted. I blinked, confused with this mobster and all the weird signals he was sending my way. Ever cheated on your husband? His question caught me off guard. No, of course not, I replied, offended that he would even ask that, if he noticed it. He ignored my indignation. Did he cheat on you? The question sent a slash of pain through my heart, and for a second, it felt like it bled all over again. That specific period was a hard time in both William's and my life. It was around the time I lost my father. I struggled with the revelations and consequences that came from that. More often than not, I spent my nights stressed out, baking and crashing on the couch rather than going to the bed I shared with William. The twins went through a stage where nights were hard too, and somehow William and I grew apart. So he did, Nico concluded perceptively. Damn him. My brain shouted to be careful around him. Before he became my demise. I didn't need any more heartaches or stress. I just had to survive this intact. My marriage is my business. I snapped back in annoyance and anger. It was my only defense. And I blamed Nico for opening the wound that had healed. I didn't want to remember it. Jeremiah, he purred. But I sensed darkness around him rising. I gritted my teeth at his endearment. He ignored my request not to call me that. Even his eyes darkened, with dangers lurking in their depths. You are my business. Everything about you is my business. My brain shouted through speakers to retreat, but my mouth failed to listen. We are not married. Yet, he said. But very soon. It's just a temporary contract. I reminded him, this man was dangerous. Bad news. How did it come to a marriage contract? He grinned like a Cheshire cat. And it made me feel like he knew something important that I did not. When he didn't elaborate, I couldn't resist prodding at it. Why the marriage? I breathed in a whisper, trying to understand. I couldn't comprehend why he was so adamant about getting married. It didn't make sense why. Of all the women in this world, he would want to marry me. I sensed there was something he was keeping from me. Something more than it being about the money William stole. If only I could find out what. It might give me leverage. One thing you can be sure of. Bianca. I noticed he ignored my question. I will protect you and your girls, and I will never cheat on you with another woman. The dumb part of me almost melted, finding his comment oddly sweet. But the smarter part of me scolded the dumb part. He was forcing me to marry him. This would be a temporary arrangement. And if I played my cards right, I'd end it even before the 2 years were up. And who will protect us from you? I asked in a low voice.
Chapter 11, Nico, you won't need protection from me. I told her honestly. You and our children will always be my priority. The look she gave me told me she didn't believe me. Not that I blamed her. Yes, I was using her to get what I wanted. But I meant it when I said she would have my protection. With each second that went by, she got under my skin more. The pained expression when I asked the question about her husband's fidelity told me that the wound caused by her husband hadn't healed. Not that I could blame her. If I had known her husband was a cheater when I saw her that stormy night, I would have finished him right there and then, and taken her for my own. Although I found it odd that her husband's infidelity didn't come up in the detailed report I requested on him and Bianca. I'd have to check into that. My eyes traveled over her petite frame, admiring her natural beauty. She barely wore any makeup, and unlike other women that clung to me, there weren't traces of deceit or greed on her face. Bianca Carter, soon to be Morelli, pleased me immensely. Bear had given me an update of her activities all day. Apparently, my future wife baked when stressed out. That explained the abundance of cookies all over her house. A perfect housewife, unlike her house. My own home was empty, and the knowledge that she and her daughters would fill it soon settled me in a strange way. I didn't want to see anything happen to this beauty. 16 months ago, when I spotted her at her doorway, seeing her husband's friend off into the stormy night, she took my breath away. Literally. I couldn't believe she was so close to me again. I often wondered if she recalled the night we first saw each other. It was a fleeting moment so many years ago. But it almost felt like it was destiny offering her to me. I tried to do the right thing and not touch her. But now it haunted me. Once I learned Bianca was Benito's daughter, I regretted not pulling Bianca into my world after that night all those years ago. Ever since I learned about facts on Bells and Mobster's arrangement, I had to wonder whether there was a debt Bianca's family was repaying. After all, her family roots in Italy were not exactly far outside this crime world. So far, I came up short. But my hunch was telling me there was something there. I recalled the stormy night from 2 years ago when her husband and his friend stole the money. As I watched her from my yacht, the light from the inside threw a soft glow over Bianca's petite frame. Even from the shadows, she stunned me with her beauty. She stood in the shadows of the turbulent night, illuminated by the soft lights. A metaphor and a sign. If you fucking asked me. Maybe it was a sign to guide me to her light and my revenge. She felt like my destiny. A woman I should have danced with all those years ago when I first saw her in my club, and had her as mine ever since. Bianca's husband and his friend were idiots. To think they could take a bag full of money and it wouldn't be noticed. It was a test of their loyalty, and a trap I carefully laid in my attempt to get closer to Benito King's daughter. It didn't surprise me that William failed. The plan was to watch them take the money, approach the married couple, and force them to play into my game of revenge against Benito. I was going to use them. Leonardo attached a tracking chip to the bag, which allowed us to follow its location and listen to their conversation as they kept trying to justify their decision. Both of those morons should have listened to Bianca, but they thought they knew better. Ready to make William pay for stealing from me and use Bianca to pay for his mistake. It was Bianca's conversation with her husband that stopped me in my tracks. He was already a dead man. The background check on William didn't have his medical history. It was a surprise to hear about his sickness that night. So, he let it go. One of the few decent things I have done in my life. Leonardo was the only man that knew about it. And despite that, even through the pitch-dark night, something pulled me to Bianca as she cried in her husband's arms. I knew I couldn't have her. So I wrote off $600,000 and postponed the revenge plan. After all, I was a patient man. I walked away, leaving the Carter family to their own life. For the time being. Then Bianca bumped into me at the restaurant. It was by design that I was there. But what were the odds that the woman I watched from the shadows would land right into my arms? Literally. Seeing her had been like the best punch in the gut. She was stunning. Those glittering dark eyes and lush lips tempted me. I knew I had to have her. Bianca was meant to be mine.
Chapter 12. Bianca. Nico's eyes on me made me want to fidget with my hands, stand up, and move around. But I forced myself to sit still, forcing my smile. I prayed that this man wasn't seeing too much. I didn't want him to be aware of my physical attraction to him. I chalked it up to my long abstinence. Clearing my throat, I decided I needed to stop lingering, like a leaf in the wind. If it turned out I was unsuccessful getting away before the wedding, I needed to know expectations. I didn't want to piss him off and lose my life in the process. I refused to be killed by any mobster. What expectations did you have from this roulette? I cut myself off. No, not a relationship. This arrangement, I wished I was good at reading people. Although I had a feeling, even if I was, I'd still not be able to get a read on Nico Morelli. Loyalty, he replied simply. And honesty. I rolled my eyes. That's kind of cliché and hypocritical, don't you think? He raised his one eyebrow and, against my better judgment, I continued. You expect honesty, yet you are keeping secrets. And how would you know I am keeping secrets? I scoffed at that. You must be. Otherwise, why insist on this marriage? Do you have any secrets? Bianca. His question caused my heart to jumpstart into a frantic drumming against my chest. I would never admit to him my biggest secret. My only secret was tied to my parentage. I was a bad liar. I've known it my whole life, so I didn't bother uttering a lie. That's none of your business, I said angrily, against my good sense. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. It wouldn't do me any good to piss him off. Since this would be a contract, can we discuss terms? Maybe we could discuss sleeping in separate bedrooms and separate houses. It would be ideal if he envisioned this whole marriage being a business transaction without additional responsibilities in the bedroom. One could always hope. Maybe he could get an heir via adoption. Please, lead the way, he replied, his tone mocking. This man could be a jackass. Well, I'd rather not get married, so maybe we could start with that. He chuckled like I truly meant to joke. I was dead serious. Yes, the man did something to make me want to go all crazy and have sex. But it didn't mean I ignored the dire situation I found myself in. There are business events and business trips that require my attendance. He really had the sexiest deep voice I had ever heard. It caused my whole body to hum in anticipation of hearing one more sound from him, which was completely dumb. What is wrong with me? You, as my wife, will be expected to be by my side. Business fear crept up my spine. Legal business, he clarified. You won't be pulled into any of my other businesses. Thank God. Okay. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's reasonable if we absolutely need to get married. Of course. The cancellation of the wedding would be preferable. I was actually proud I was able to think on my feet. I had never been one for words or will battling, and my voice sounded somewhat steady. Anything else I didn't want to flat out ask him if he expected me to sleep with him. That part would be dangerous. I never did casual sex, and William was the only man I had ever slept with. Hopefully, Nico understood what I was getting at. I'll set an allowance of $30,000 for your monthly expenditures, to spend as you see fit. It will be for you and our children. My mouth fell open. $30,000 a month for monthly spending. How was that possible, and why did he keep saying, "Our children, the twins were mine"? I wasn't planning on having more children. Definitely not with him. And he made it sound like he expected heirs right away, while earlier he said the heirs would be on hold. Or was this man playing me? I was certain men of his caliber were master manipulators. There was a catch. I was sure of it now. What? My voice shook now. What else? His expression immediately closed off. His eyes suddenly cold. Please let me know what else you would like. Name your terms. I am willing to negotiate. With a confused look. I chewed on my lip. I was so lost. Negotiate what terms? I don't have terms. Short of, let's cancel this. His eyes studied me as if searching for a truth. Isihil. Listen. This whole thing happened unexpectedly. I just want to be prepared and know what I'm getting into. And that's a lot of money for monthly spending. Is it just for house bills, or? I stumbled over my own words. Or something else, and would you text me to let me know when you need me to attend events with you? I don't know where you live. But my place is kind of close to everything. Why did it feel like I was being stupid here? No. I have my accountants paying monthly house bills, he replied. And they will take care of your bills too, starting with your mortgage. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. You don't have to worry about any of that, he continued. The money is for you to buy what you want for yourself and our kids. Jaramia. I narrowed my eyes. Every word this man uttered was deliberate. I'd stake my life on it, though I couldn't accuse him of not being generous. That seemed like an extravagant amount of money just for spending. But I could put it into savings and keep it for rainy days, because they would surely come. The first chance I got, I'd take my girls and run. And you'd text me when you need me, I rasped, repeating the question, nervous energy swimming through my body. I preferred to stay in my own home. I should just be direct and ask if he expected us to live together and sleep together. However, if that never crossed his mind, I certainly didn't want to offer up ideas. It was a tricky balance. His gaze softened, but the guard never left his expression. Something about the way he watched me made my insides clench, although I wasn't sure for what reason. Scratch that. No sense in lying to myself. I knew why. I was attracted to him. Dangerously and intensely. Our food arrived at the moment delaying his answer, and I tried to get myself together. Oh my gosh. $30,000 a month. I knew it would be greedy to ask him how fast I could get my first allowance. But with the foreclosure letter hanging over my head, I needed to pay the bank as soon as possible. I owed the mortgage company a little over $30,000. Of course. They gouged me for all the fees they could tack on. He said he'd take care of my monthly bills. But I assumed it would start after our marriage. If I could get the money within the next week, I had a chance of saving my house, and then his accountant would take care of it going forward. Well, until I come up with the plan and ditch him. I wanted to save the house for my girls. It was silly to put so much value into something so superficial, but part of me clung to it. Like a life raft. Considering we'd probably have to disappear in the near future, it made no sense to keep the house. But damn it, I wanted to keep it. Maybe for the girls when they grew up and all the mobsters were dead. The waiter poured wine in both of our glasses, keeping his eyes averted from me. Not that I could blame him after Nico's obsessive outburst. Pushing the alcohol away, I stuck to my water. I didn't want alcohol clouding my judgment. The waiter left, and Nico spoke up. I would like to be honest. Bianca. Yes. Please. I wasn't sure if I'd like what he had to say. I probably wouldn't like it. But my mind was already figuring out how I could save my house. Stash up enough money to run away with the girls. and bring Mom and William's parents along. If Nico Morelli wanted to get married, I'd keep up the appearances till I was ready to run. Because there was no doubt in my mind. The day would come when we would have to run. If Benito King ever realized I was his daughter, he'd come after me. I wouldn't pretend that I understood why my mother kept that secret from him. But I was grateful. Although, I would have preferred she kept her distance from him. But I understood it wasn't her choice. She suffered the most here. And it was time I took care of her. Fucking Benito King has a wife. For Pete's sake. And kept my mother as a side piece. Why couldn't he just be happy with one woman and worship her? Instead of being greedy and having a damn harem? I wasn't naive to think my mother was his only side piece. Men like him needed multiple women to make themselves feel important. First, you will quit your secretary job. I frowned, slightly agitated that he felt entitled to tell me what to do. Not that I was crazy about that job. As my wife and a mother to my children, there he went again. You will be plenty busy and won't need to work for money. I will need your company during the day events as well as evening. He justified. I want your commitment to me. As if he had me under the spell. I just nodded. My life went to hell in a handbasket and all it took was a visit by Nico Morelli. Good, he answered, clearly pleased with my easy compliance. What about the schedule for your events? I asked, hope in my chest refusing to give up. Maybe we could share a calendar so I can see when you need me. Before he even answered, I knew his response. I could see it in his eyes. We will live together in my house and sleep together in my bed. Leonardo will ensure you have ample time to arrange for a sitter for the events we have to attend. Goddamn Hope was a killer every time. I couldn't sleep in his bed. Resisting him without clothes on would be torture. The babysitters will be screened and approved individuals only. For their safety. I'll have the bedrooms redone for the twins before our wedding day. And I assure you they will love them. He stared at me intently in a way that scared me. Fire burned in his eyes, making them appear as molten silver. Everything is going to hell, my mind whispered. In your bed, I gulped, heat pooling between my thighs. From all the damn things, he said. It was what shook me the most. He took my hand across the table with his right hand, while his left hand went into his pocket. My pulse raced and my eyes darted to where his hand held mine. His touch was warm, his tanned skin in contrast with my pale tone. Again, I caught a hint of ink under his diamond cufflinks. Yes, in my bed, he purred, his voice slightly raspy. In our bed. The thumb of his right hand stroked my skin. His finger against my wrist pulse, and he smiled, his eyes searching out mine, taking my breath away. Keep your cool, Bianca. Don't melt for him. He's a killer. None of those damn pep talks helped. Nico held my eyes when the cool touch of a metal against the skin of my finger had me gasp. My eyes lowered to see a beautiful teardrop diamond on my finger, where a little over a year ago William's ring sat. Too fast. It was all happening too fast. I lifted my head again, meeting his eyes, and it felt like I was drowning in his stormy gaze, drowning in this situation that spiraled out of control. I tugged on my hand, but he refused to let me shrink back. This time next week. We will be married, he purred, dark possessiveness lingering beneath the surface. It's too fast. I felt trapped in a situation that screamed of dangers. 2 years, Bianca, and I want your complete surrender. He gave me the most beautiful smile, but I couldn't help but wince. This was not going well. Not at all. It was like this man knew what to say to draw me into his web. I swallowed hard. You expect us to... I couldn't even finish the sentence. Yes. I expect you to be my wife in every sense of the word. Why? It was on the tip of my tongue to ask, but it would be redundant. He wouldn't tell me. I swallowed hard. What if we are... I struggled for the right word. Incompatible. And we can't stand to live together or sleep together. His mouth barely tilted up, like he was certain that wouldn't happen. Then we can reevaluate. And we could shorten this agreement, I asked hopefully. There was no sense in being married if we ended up being incompatible. We can discuss it, he replied, never looking away. I mean, he maintained eye contact, so he must be telling the truth. Usually, people couldn't look someone in the eye and lie to them. At least, I couldn't. I gulped, my throat dry while the adrenaline pumped through my veins. Earlier you said you wanted an heir. That's off the table. Right, silently. I prayed he said yes. I couldn't have children with this man. If he said he expected children, I'd have to just tell him to kill me. I couldn't have a kid with him and plan my escape. It was unfortunate too, because being an only child, I always wanted a big family. I was always jealous of my friends that had siblings. Yes, they annoyed each other, but they always stood by them when it counted. There was just some magic to large families and the love they shared. Being an only child was lonely. Of course, after learning some facts related to my family, I wouldn't have any more kids and subject them to the bullshit agreement. If a baby happens, great. His voice portrayed no emotions. If not, that's fine too. I stared at him confused. I wasn't sure if that was the right answer or not. He almost sounded like he wanted more children. It didn't matter. I wouldn't have any kids with him. Having a baby would tie me to him for life. I'd never be able to walk away from my own child. Are you shaking your head for a yes or a no? He asked. I'm on birth control, I told him. It was incredulous that we were having this conversation. I won't have any more kids. It wouldn't be fair to bring a child into a world where the parents barely know each other. Did that really come out of my mouth? And your world is not very safe. Neither is mine, I added silently. Besides, if I had another girl, it would be one more person at risk from Benito King. But I couldn't tell him that. Firstly, Bianca. You and our children will be protected. He assured me with such confidence that I actually believed him. My world is where you and our children will be the safest. And when I say our children, I mean the twins too. He studied my face, as if he was waiting for something from me. Yes, there are some rotten apples in my world, but I will keep them all away. Nobody will dare to touch you and our family. Did that include Benito King? I wished I could ask him without revealing too much. I didn't know how to explain my blood connection to Benito King and get a confirmation that we were safe from him. Maybe I could somehow play it off to my mother's mistress status to the cruel fucking asshole that happened to be my biological father. No, I couldn't trust this man. I couldn't trust any of them. To put my fate into their hands would cost me more than just my life. Okay, I agreed in a whisper. It sounded like a solemn promise, but I knew I'd break it at the first opportunity. For now, being tied to Nico Morelli was the necessary outcome for the twins and I. Maybe I was too naive and stupid to believe him. But didn't Grandma always say that the Mafia was big into protecting their own family, whether it was blood family or adopted family? It was pretty much the only good thing she ever said about them. So, I would go along with it until it was safe to leave. Well, She also said marriage in the Mafia was for life. My mind mocked. Ignoring all the glaring warnings, I focused on the positives. There was only so much shit I could take in a span of a day. This gorgeous man in front of me was offering an escape. A temporary escape. It was too good to be true. And I knew I should be careful. He had secrets and reasons of his own for doing this. So I'd stash money aside until the opportunity came to take the kids and run. I would get my mom out too. I was eager for the lifeline I had been thrown and had to be careful how I played my cards. You said firstly. What is second? I asked. He actually smiled, his perfect teeth flashing at me. I had no doubt. This man could make women lose their minds. I was sure he had women after him. He was power, sex, and money all packaged into a strong, hot, and big body. Paying attention to details. I see, he commented with a smile. I like that. I felt my skin warm up. Yes. I have turned idiotic. Second, I want you to stop your birth control. He growled, and I winced at his demand. You always wanted a big family. Shit. How did he know that? There is nothing stopping us from having one. You are a beautiful young woman and I cannot wait to take you to bed. I intend to fuck you every day, often, and see your belly swell with my child. I want you pregnant. My mouth parted in shock. Every thought fleeing me, except visions of me tangled up between sheets with this man, as if he was unaware of the impact his words made. He continued, I want you underneath me, on top of me, anywhere and everywhere. I want to hear you scream my name as I fuck you hard and senseless. This time my mouth fell wide open, igniting a burning inferno through every fiber of me with his words. Nobody had ever talked to me like this before. Something was seriously wrong with me to find his words so hot. Words that turned me on beyond anything I had ever felt. But I would never dare admit that to him, or anyone else. My heart beat wildly, and I put my cool hand on my chest as if to calm it. His eyes followed the movement, and I had a distinct feeling he knew the impact he had on me. What could I say to those words? There was something about this man that aroused me. Desire flamed in my body, unlike anything I had ever felt before. It scared me that just hearing his words had such a strong impact on me, that I wanted him to fuck me. It frightened me that I was making a mistake and desperation was driving my decisions. I thought you agreed earlier. Heirs can wait. I had to pick and choose my battles here. My instinct was telling me he wouldn't budge on sex. Fine. He wanted sex. He'd get it. But he wouldn't get any babies from me. Hell to the no. That's a deal breaker for me. Like I even had anything to bargain with. Apparently I do. My uterus was my bargaining chip. Talk about fucked up. Medievaltimes. And my girlfriends objected to my love of being in the kitchen as a violation of feminism. I wondered what in the bloody hell this would be. I could practically hear him moving chess pieces across the board. Seeing the whole picture while I played blind and with my hands tied behind my back? Bullshit. I hated this feeling of vulnerability. Okay. 2 years and we can revisit the topic of heirs. He caved in too easily. He didn't strike me as a man that gives up. So, after 2 years of marriage, we just go our own separate ways, I asked again, needing clarification. I lost the sex argument, but I won the more important battle. Delayed start on an heir with this man so there would be nothing tying us together, except memories. But I can shove those somewhere deep and dark, if that's the safest option. I frowned at his odd reply. Nico's motives had red flags blasting in my head. This type of marriage arrangement went against every principle in the Mafia. I knew the marriages in their circles were for life. You were in it for life. But then why was Nico making a marriage contract? I always thought marriages in the Mafia were for life, I said hesitantly, watching for any betrayal on his face. Any sign that would tell me he was lying. For most it is. He replied. Our eyes locked. Was my face betraying me? His expression told me nothing. I don't operate like most people. I couldn't decide whether that was comforting or not. Okay, I answered in a soft voice. I appreciate your honesty. Assuming he was honest. Only time would tell. But I wouldn't trust this man blindly. That could get me killed. I had to take charge of my life and protect my girls at all costs. The way my mother protected me. But unlike her. I wasn't willing to let my girls grow up without a mother. They needed me. And I needed them. I will give you honesty whenever I can. Bianca. Always. With a sigh, I nodded. The clause on honesty didn't escape me. But it wasn't as if I had many options here. Nico Morelli promised to protect my girls and me from other mobsters. It was counterintuitive to seek protection with one mobster. From another mobster. But my options were limited. So for now, I'd make it work. While my brain kept warning me about this dangerous man. My sixth sense told me he was sincere in his vow of protection. It was confusing and scary as hell because I was getting wrapped up in the world I had tried to avoid. It was the world my mother and grandmother worked hard to protect me from. Staring at Nico's mesmerizing eyes, I wished I could see into his soul to gain the assurance that he would never hurt my girls. He stood up and came around the table to me. We'll be good together, he murmured, pulling me up onto my feet. Like an idiot. My body followed without hesitation and relished in the feeling of his hard body pressed against mine. Arousal burned like an inferno within me, threatening to turn me into ashes. I wanted more of his heat. What is he doing to me? I hadn't been intimate with a man since William got sick. Actually, even for months prior to it. The path I took since he died led to loneliness. Maybe I could enjoy this arrangement with my body while I schemed my own plan. Was it so bad to take advantage of what Nico Morelli had to offer and enjoy it while it lasted, as long as I kept it physical and not become emotionally entangled with him? It could work. I just had to hope I could survive him. I couldn't give myself to Nico so carelessly. I knew from what my grandmother and mother told me, men in the Mafia do not remain faithful. What they want, they take. Eventually, regardless of what Nico said, he would see something or someone else he desired, and he'd take it, just as he was taking me now. So I'd put limitations on this. Marriage. God. I could barely think of it as marriage. Eventually, I'd leave him, whether I wanted to or not. I would have to run in order to protect the girls. His lips lowered onto my neck, and to my shock, a sigh escaped my lips. A shiver danced across my back as he licked my pulsing vein there, and my eyes fluttered shut. I wasn't even aware of my head tilting to allow him better access. His tongue burned my skin, and I wanted more. His touch melted everything in its path. My insides ached, and that sweet spot between my legs throbbed with need. I had never felt something like this before. Too easy. He had me melting in his arms too effortlessly. His hands on me felt possessive and claiming. I felt the friction of his strength, and his large hand gripped the base of my neck, holding me immobile. Power oozed from his every touch. He made me delirious. I pressed into him, his body a rock of hard muscle. I melted into his embrace, needing him more than anything else right now. My fingers gripped his shoulders, desperate as a throbbing ache awakened between my thighs. I was just a puppet under his expert touch. And holy shit, his touch ignited every fiber of me. His hand slid the length of my body, reaching for my inner thigh. My heart thundered under my rib cage, and his rough palms felt good against my soft skin, as if in tune with my need. His fingers moved over my panties, and a moan escaped me. Cool air brushed against them, making me aware of how wet I was. The thin material was a barrier I wanted gone. His fingers slid under the lace, touching my most intimate parts. Nobody had touched me in this way in such a long time. His expert fingers teased, sending shudders through my body. He yanked me closer by the back of my neck, my breathing erratic. "You are so fucking beautiful," he growled in my ear. I wanted more from him. At the same time that his thumb pressed down on my clit, he nipped my neck, hard, and a yelp escaped my lips. His grip tightened on my nape as he slid a finger inside me, the flame spreading through my blood. I was so hot everywhere. It felt like being in the midst of a wildfire with no way of escape. He brushed his thumb up and down my clit, his big hand holding a fistful of my hair, and deep moans sounded in my throat. I would have been embarrassed if I had an ounce of sanity left. My hips rocked against his touch, my body greedy for this sensation he gave me. From the lust-filled haze in my brain, I realized we were moving until something pressed against my back. His gaze fell between my thighs and his eyes turned dark. He fisted my panties and pushed them down my thighs, dropping them to the floor, without being prompted. I stepped out of them and spread my legs open. I was way past the point of any rational thought. His arms wrapped around my waist and lifted me onto a table or counter. I didn't know, but plates didn't go crashing down, so it couldn't be where we were seated. Then his head lowered between my thighs and his tongue touched my entrance. My body seared into flames as a deep rush of pleasure flooded me. His tongue licked and nipped. My hips bucked forward, desperate for more. But his arms held me securely so I couldn't move. He swirled his tongue over my clit, and my hands reached into his thick hair, running my nails against his scalp. "Oh my God," I moaned, a throaty noise unfamiliar to my own ears. His expert tongue kept switching between swirling and sucking my clit, taking me higher and higher. This must be what heaven felt like because I was so high. He slid a finger inside me, moving it in and out, and a tremor shook my body. The noises coming from him made it sound like he was doing this for himself, not for me. My hands tugged at his hair, begging for more. I was so close. I thought I'd explode. The pressure built with each of his steady laps, and he fingered me faster and harder until hot pressure exploded through my bloodstream and fire dissipated into ashes. My pussy pulsed around his fingers, my body slack and sated. A shaky breath let out of my lips as reality of what had just happened slowly descended through my lust-filled brain. His smoldering gray gaze found mine, and my heart drummed under my rib cage, threatening to crack it. I had never experienced such an earth-shattering orgasm in my entire life. It left me gasping, breathless, and wanting more, while I sat there disheveled, my dress scrunched up around my waist, my thighs and pussy on full display. Nico stood there in his three-piece suit, pristine and unaffected. Fuck. I am in way over my head. The sound of the door opening barely reached my ears, but Nico's senses were sharp. Before I realized what was going on, he pulled me closer, sheltering the view of me with his body. "Get the fuck out," he barked, startling both the waiter and me. I apologize. The waiter's voice sounded as embarrassed as I felt. As the door shut, I could have buried myself. My body still burned with desire, but even stronger with shame. How could I have let it go that far? I pushed him away, sliding off the table. I needed space between us, but I could only take one step backwards, and the counter where he just ate me bumped into the back of me. I let out a shaky breath, running my fingers down my dress. My panties lay discarded on the floor, and the dumbest thought pierced through my brain. The floor is dirty. There is no way I'm putting those on again. Maybe it was the sunken realization of the consequences and aftershock. I'm sorry. He apologized. I let my desire take it too far. This wasn't the time nor place. It wasn't just him, though. I was quite a willing participant. And I let it go so damn far. I had to go. I couldn't sit through dinner with him. I needed to leave and get my reason back. I needed space from this man before he overwhelmed all my senses. And I needed my goddamn panties. That's okay, I murmured, my voice slightly breathless. Do you mind if we cut our dinner short? I have to go.
Chapter 13. Nico. I had never been in the habit of making women bend to my will. My money, power, and looks ensured I got what I wanted. But Bianca, her resistance to become mine, clawed at me, demanding her submission. And sweet heavens, did she ever. Everything about her was intoxicating. Her soft porcelain skin, full red lips that called to my cock, and those eyes that shone like dark pools of chocolate. This intense reaction to this woman was unexpected. It caught me by surprise. I knew there'd be attraction. I sensed it from the moment I laid eyes on her. But this was something entirely different. She tasted like the sweetest honeysuckle. The beast inside me demanded that I quench this need for her body, show her long nights of the most pleasurable sins. The moment my hands touched her, all the blood left my brain and went straight to my cock. She was intoxicating. I had never in my entire life lost my control as I did just now. I needed her in my bed. To sate this lust with her fingernails on my back and her body submitting to me. Mina. One word, and a whole lot of meaning behind it. The fact I was using her didn't matter to me, nor that I was lying to her. The end justifies the means. Bianca Carter was Benito King's precious daughter. Granted, he had yet to learn of her existence. I intended to make her father pay for what he had done to my sister. And what better way than to take the only daughter he has? She would be more precious to him than his legitimate son. Bianca's mother has done an outstanding job keeping her hidden from the crime world, but not from me. Do you mind if we cut our dinner short? Her voice was a soft plea. I have to go. Instinctively, I knew she wanted to get away from me, looking for solitude to get her desire under control. Too fucking bad. She wanted to understand what happened to her, shocked by her response to me. But I refused to let her hide. I wouldn't let her because I'd take it all from her. She didn't have a choice in the matter. I always took what I wanted, and she was mine for the taking. I couldn't stop looking at her. The taste of her made this need to claim her tenfold. Her skin was flushed from desire that she didn't want to feel. Her breathing was still ragged. Her warm brown eyes shining. Her lips zwollen, and her pale skin marred by my stubble. It made my balls tighten just looking at her. She didn't even realize how fucking sexy she was. And she wasn't even trying. This woman was quickly becoming my obsession. I never expected to experience an all-consuming passion, the way her body responded to me. Her little sighs and moans, I wanted to hear it all again. I will drive you home. I told her. I hated that she was cutting our time short, that she was running from me. Not that I would ever let her. I'd chase her to the corners of this earth and claim her, over and over again. I let her walk away from me twice. The third time wouldn't happen. No need. Really, she quickly replied. You haven't even touched your meal. My gaze dropped down her body. Oh, I had a meal. I purred. The most delicious pussy ever. She flushed crimson but refused to break eye contact. Fuck, maybe I could eat her out one more time. I needed to screw her hard. Sooner rather than later. So I could keep my head clear. Because right now, my brain and dick were lust-infused. For her, no need to be crude. She snapped, her cheeks getting impossibly red. I couldn't help but chuckle. No woman ever spoke to me like she did. We'll eat together, or we'll leave together. I replied to her earlier comment. Her eyes traveled to the table, then back to me. The food was already sitting there. I could see all her emotions reflected on her face. Sorrow, embarrassment, regret, lingering desire. I didn't want to see any regret or embarrassment on her face. Just the desire and passion she was hiding so carefully. I might not love her, but the fires we would ignite together would be explosive. Fuck. I couldn't wait to get this woman into my bed. The marriage couldn't come soon enough. The thought of me being her last felt right. A heavy sigh left her luscious red lips and her shoulders slumped. I knew she resigned to her fate before the next words left her mouth. Okay. Let's eat dinner then. I had to hide my smile. Good girl, being Benito King's daughter. She had to have inherited some backbone. Otherwise, she wouldn't survive the fucking storm that would rain upon us. My sixth sense told me she was even stronger than I gave her credit for. Her panties lay discarded on the floor, and her eyes locked on them. I can't put those back on, she muttered to herself. I picked them up and shoved them in my pocket. I agree, I told her, keeping my voice even, while my cock throbbed for her. I like the idea of you being bare under your dress while you eat dinner with me. Her lips parted, and her cheeks turned even deeper red. I wondered if her ass would be a similar shade when I put my palm to it. Or next time I bury my head between her thighs and she has to beg me to let her come. Fuck, I had to stop thinking about it. I helped her back to her seat before seating myself. Her little dress with bright flowers hugged her body. She was beautiful, unlike any other woman in my world, full of power and greed. But I knew the innocence of women was easily corrupted. I had first-hand experience with that. We watched each other, neither one of us reaching for our silverware. Her eyes darting away from me. She wanted to hate me, but her body refused to. It craved me as much as I craved her. A soft sigh. I'm sorry, she finally said. Her voice was soft and low, and her tongue swept across her bottom lip. The image of her plump lips, tasting my cum, flashed in my mind. God damn it. I reacted like a horny teenager around her. Why I had to keep a tight lid on my desire. For now, I wanted nothing more than to sink into her warm, tight pussy and lose myself completely. Once she was mine, I'd fuck her into oblivion. I don't know what possessed me, she murmured. Her voice alone was enough to give me another aching hard-on. "Don't ever be sorry about that," I told her. I'd ensure she'd crave me until her dying breath. I wanted to hear her soft voice begging me to fuck her. See her lush lips wrapped around my cock. Her neck and face flushed in response as if she saw the images in my mind. There might be a lot of things she could be sorry about, but this wasn't one of them. I loved that she'd lost control. Her body's response to me was honest and refreshing. Sexy as fuck. I couldn't wait to put the wedding band on her finger and make her Mrs. Nico Morelli. We should probably discuss some additional terms. I tried to find a topic to focus on, rather than her body and how it responded to me. Her eyes finally came back to me. "Okay. Bear will be your permanent bodyguard. We'll pick one for your twins, too. After we come back from our honeymoon." Her eyes flashed with surprise. The cascade of her dark hair framed her face down to her neck. She kept fidgeting and moving her hair out of her face and away from her neck. I would bet $1,000,000 she kept her hair up most of the time. An image flashed in my mind. Her neck bare to me as I bent her over our bed and thrust into her. Her eyes darting to me over her shoulder, worshipping me. The tie around my neck suddenly felt too tight. I needed to get a grip around this woman. "Do we need a honeymoon?" she questioned. Her cheeks flushed. "Yes." She took her lower lip between her teeth, nibbling. "Is that a problem?" I questioned her. The look she gave me was cautious. How long of a honeymoon, I don't know if their grandparents can watch them for an extended period. 4 days. If they can't watch them, I can find a sitter. "No." She sat up straighter, her eyes flashing with annoyance. "I won't leave my kids with strangers. They wouldn't be with strangers." I tried to soothe her. I appreciated the protectiveness of her daughters. "Whoever you have in mind is a stranger to me," she retorted dryly, "and to my kids. So that will be a hard no." I scratched my face, in an attempt to hide a smile lingering on my lips. It had been a while since anyone, never mind a woman, stood up to me. I couldn't say that I minded it with Bianca. It told me she felt comfortable enough with me to get her point across. The fact she didn't cower was a good sign for our marriage. And I liked that she was a lioness when it came to her daughters. She'd be a protective mother to all of our children. I knew it without a doubt. Fair enough. I agreed. If their grandparents can't watch them, we'll bring them along. I watched her eyebrows scrunch. Not that I could blame her. It would be unusual to bring children on our honeymoon. But the fact was, she had children, so they were part of her. "I have an event going on tomorrow. It is in the morning, and it will be a good way to introduce you as my bride, Tobe." "Can you make that? Can't you just introduce me as your acquaintance?" she muttered. That answer didn't warrant a response, so I remained quiet. Fine. What time?" She had the audacity to roll her eyes. "You keep rolling your eyes," I warned her. "And I'll bend you over the table and teach you a lesson." Her dark eyes widened. Her lips parted and her breathing hitched. Her smell of lilacs was all around me, mixed with honeysuckle. She was aroused again. My soon wife-to-be liked it a bit rough. The revelation just about sent me over the edge. The need to bend her over and take her rough right now clawed at my back. He stared at her, not giving anything away. She could never know the impact she has on me. It made a man in my position weak to care or want someone so much. Fine, what time she croaked. Taking a step away from me, I refused to let her. 9. The look she gave me was stroking 1,000 infernos, sending them blazing through my veins. She slowly nodded. What should I wear? Whatever she wore, she'd be the most beautiful woman there. But that was not a response she was looking for. Simple day dress. Okay. She started biting her lip, then asked, "How long would you need me tomorrow? All day and all night. It shouldn't be more than 3 hours. Will that work?" She was a mother after all. I couldn't expect her to drop everything and be at my disposal, though there was nothing more I wanted than to keep her in my bed for days, to lick every inch of her body, to taste her and obliterate every man out of her memory till there was only me left in her mind. Yes, that should be fine. Bear will drive you. It will save you time with parking. I'll also have a woman get in touch with you tomorrow afternoon. She'll make sure to set you up with everything you need for the wedding and my events. There she went again, nibbling on her bottom lip, tempting me. Okay, she murmured. If there is something you do not like or doesn't work for you, Bianca, I want you to tell me. It is the only way this is going to work. Her eyes held such depth and vulnerability in them. I wondered what she was thinking. My gut feeling was telling me if she wasn't in this financially peculiar situation and my blackmail, she'd never consider this, despite her attraction towards me. I guess saying this marriage doesn't work for me, or that this is crazy, was not what you had in mind with that statement. I couldn't blame her for trying. No, it was not. She inhaled a deep breath, as if she sought courage. Mr. Morelli, Nico. I stopped her. Call me Nico. After all, I just tasted your pussy. And we are getting married. Fuck. I loved seeing her blush. It did things to me in the best possible ways. Nico. She nervously chewed on her beautiful, naturally red lips. It was the first time she uttered my name, and like a teenage boy, I was ready to blow my load into my pants. This woman impacted me unexpectedly. Do you expect me to sleep with you tomorrow? Yes, I expect your pussy to be available to me every day and night. Chiefen's Arsas. I studied her. The attraction was sizzling between us, but she was resisting it. I would bet my entire fortune. We wouldn't make it a whole week before I buried myself into her. This raging need was consuming both of us. Bianca, my only expectation is to have you be my +1 at tomorrow's event. As my wife, we will attend quite a bit of those. Yes, I wanted to claim her as mine, but I needed her willingness. Her submission. It was there, underneath the surface, just waiting for me to unlock it. She picked up her silverware and slowly started cutting into her salad, and I did the same with my meal. Her emotions were an open book, but her thoughts were a mystery to me. I was accustomed to women throwing themselves at my feet. My looks and money had them flocking to me. But not this woman in front of me. She'd fight me tooth and nail if she ever learned why I did this.
Chapter 14, Bianca. It was little past 7 in the morning, and I threw one more look in the mirror. I had no idea if I looked the part. The dress was old, but I thought it was a classic. White, soft silk fit against my body and flared down from my waist to a little above my knees. A black high-waist belt accented the dress, and the black shoulder straps left my arms exposed. I had a pink wrap to cover up if I felt too cold. I debated for sandals with heels, but then decided against it. It was too early in the morning, and I'd be more comfortable in flats. I had my hair pulled up in a simple ponytail, leaving my neck exposed. I debated whether I should wear makeup. I had no clue what was normal for these kinds of events. I didn't like the feeling of makeup on my face, so I opted for light blush, mascara, and lipstick. Makeup had been such an afterthought since I had the twins. It felt unusual having it on my face. All of this still felt unreal, true to Nico's words. By the time we were done with our dinner and Bear brought me home, I had a notice in my email that my mortgage had been paid. Not just paid, but paid off. Paid off in full, but now I had different worries weighing me down. The upcoming marriage. The news I had to break to William's parents and my own daughters. Debating whether I should tell my mom or not. And how to keep my body and heart separated around Nico Morelli. Because what that man could do to me was, holy smokes. Just thinking about his mouth. His expert tongue on my core had me burning with need. He was too dangerous for my libido. Nico's touch seared my skin, and the kiss was permanently stained on my lips and in my mind. My reaction shocked me. My desire more intense than I had ever felt before. The revelation came with a flood of guilt and a sense of betrayal. I loved William. I missed him more than any words could express. Yet, I had never craved his touch and mouth as I do Nico's. My intense reaction to Nico concerned me. It was one thing to sleep with him and feel nothing. Quite another feeling this flame burning from his gaze. My senses exploded from his touch yesterday. I equally feared it and craved it. I had to get a grip. The twins were still with William's parents. They'd bring them back around late afternoon. I couldn't wait to see them and dreaded it at the same time. I had no idea how to even go about explaining this sudden turn of events. Nico's secretary, whoever it was, already sent my notice to my boss. I was annoyed he couldn't leave that up to me. The man moved too fast once he decided on something. It was damn unnerving. Like a sudden hurricane sweeping through your life. Of course, the resignation didn't go over well. But it wasn't like I could explain that I had no choice because I stole from a mob boss. The doorbell rang. I rushed out of my bedroom and down the stairs. When I opened the door, Bear stood there. "Are you ready?" "Miss Morelli?" he asked. I rolled my eyes at him. "Please, call me Bianca," I muttered. "And you have a wrong last name." He didn't respond, so I glanced around. "Where is the other guy? I just dismissed him." He replied. Bear explained to me that he'd have someone else watch my house overnight. I felt guilty he spent so much time away from his own family. It was unnecessary to have anyone watch the house. The other man remained outside in the car, and I never really saw him, which was fine by me. It would have been uncomfortable to sleep with strangers under my roof. Bear showed me to the car. A dark Bentley. I slid onto the soft leather of the back seat. The fanciest car I had ever been in was a 10-year-old Mercedes. Did people really live like this? It seemed surreal. The clear blue sky stretched over the bay. Something inside me beamed with hope, knowing that this home would be here to stay. Mine forever. Maybe, just maybe, things would work out. Within an hour, we were in downtown Washington, D.C., and I was grateful I didn't have to drive into the city again. It was so much better depending on a driver to get me to the necessary location. Instead of gripping a steering wheel, I was pressing my hands together till they turned white. I was nervous. Each mile brought me closer to Nico, and each hour that passed by brought me closer to the doomed wedding. But hope lingered in my heart. Nonetheless, seeing Nico set me on edge. I'd prefer not to see him and keep my distance. At least till the wedding day. The way my body reacted to him wasn't good. It threatened the possibility of Nico Morelli being shoved into a dark corner and being taken advantage of by me. The abstinence I had exercised over the last 2 years has clearly done me no good. Will and I hadn't been intimate before he died. We were working through the hurdle of his infidelity before he became really ill. But my hormones were now catching up tenfold. My body couldn't decide whether to be scared of Nico Morelli or turned on. The car came to a stop and the door immediately opened. Bianca. Nico's deep voice soaked through me, and a shiver ran down my spine. It was such a bad reaction to have to this man. Lifting my head, I took his extended hand and met his steel-gray eyes. The scent that I became so familiar with in the last 24 hours lingered around him, invading my lungs, doing things to me. He wore his signature, 3-piece suit with a snow-white, crisp shirt, like a magnet. My eyes darted to his neck, lingering at the collar of his white shirt. There had to be a tattoo underneath it. I was sure of it, and somehow it made the thought of taking his clothes off and seeing it exhilarating. I wanted to trace the ink with my fingers, or my tongue, his olive skin making my mouth water. Well, there was one huge benefit to marrying this mobster. Sweet Jesus, get a grip. Woman, after the little indiscretion in the restaurant yesterday. It was nerve-wracking to be around this man again. Yesterday, I lost all sense of time and place as he ate me out in the middle of the restaurant. Ate me out, and I wanted more. Jesus. Just thinking about it made me all hot and bothered again. I had to keep some semblance of propriety. A touch, and I was a melting puddle, ready for another round of the amazing orgasm he gave me. Once out of the car, I gently tugged on my hand and took a small step away. I needed space from this man. Nico's eyes darkened, and it didn't escape me that my move displeased him. Ignoring his reaction, I glanced around me to see where exactly I was, just in case I had to run. You never knew with these mobsters. Nico tucked his hands deep in his trouser pockets, and disappointment pooled in the pit of my stomach. I almost expected him to grab my hand and kiss me roughly. Yes, it was official. Bianca Carter has lost her mind. He looked utterly gorgeous. Nobody could blame me for wanting to ravish him. That strong body of his and the muscles I'd felt under my fingertips yesterday, there was nothing out of order when it came to this man. Appearance-wise, anyhow. The way his suit hugged his body. It made my knees weak. And I had to swallow hard, pushing more inappropriate thoughts out of my mind. The corners of his mouth tilted up as he watched me, like he could read my mind. He leaned down, pressing a kiss on my cheek. You look beautiful. His deep voice murmured against my skin. A shiver ran down my spine, and I went to pull away when he whispered in my ear. Remember, you are my fiancé. No pulling away. He put his arm around my waist and gently tugged on my earlobe with his teeth, as if to prove a point. Electricity shot through my body, unlike anything I had ever felt before. 2 days around this man, just 2 days, and I felt more sizzling than I had in my entire... What is this man doing to me? I had to get control of my body back. I looked up at him, lost for words. My entire life was spiraling out of control, feeling too exposed and vulnerable to this dangerous man. I tried to shove all my worries deep down, somewhere dark, while I held his gaze. Shall we? He urged. I nodded, and his hand slid down to my lower back as he guided me towards the building. The thin material of the dress was barely a barrier. Everything about him screamed money and danger, while everything about me screamed simplicity. I was way out of my element here. I'd be the sheep that the wolf ate. Stop it. I just have to keep my girls safe. And get some nookie while I'm at it. I silently scolded myself. I was getting out of control here. Maybe it was time I got myself some sex toys and relieved myself of this sexual tension. I had to do something. Do you know you have a nickname? I blurted out, trying to think about anything but his warm, hard body or his hands on me. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for me to continue. The wolf. When he remained silent, I became nervous, or something like that. He muttered. I didn't come up with it. Just read it somewhere. I swallowed hard, cursing my stupidity. Don't shoot the messenger. Tense silence followed. Yes, I know about the nickname, he answered. Initially, I got it because I could sniff out information on anyone. I like the hunt. Wait. What? Oh. No. I was fucking doomed. Then it stuck around because supposedly I have the personality traits of a wolf. My brows furrowed. That could be taken so many different ways. Like would I always go for the neck? Oh. Well, that was awkward. I wasn't quite sure if his answer meant that's how he killed or something else. And I had no intention of asking him to clarify it. Is this where you work? I asked him instead as we approached the building. Something like that. I own it, he replied. Oh, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The Morellis owned the bulk of prime real estate in Maryland and Washington, D.C. I couldn't even imagine the price tag on prime real estate in downtown D.C. With all the events that happened, I felt like I didn't do the proper homework on Nico Morelli. But now I wished that I had. The only thing I knew for certain was that he was ruthless and a criminal. So, what else do you do besides being a criminal? I noted his slightly surprised look. You are brave. Cara mia. Or stupid. I thought to myself. He probably didn't think I had it in me. I didn't know what possessed me to be snarky to him. I couldn't stand the silence and my nerves were pretty much fried and my lust-infested brain made me cranky. Along with the knowledge I'd have to somehow explain to my kids and in-laws about this ridiculous wedding had me all riled up. I own a few construction companies, but I spend most of my time buying large parcels of real estate and turning them into business properties. He told me as he nudged me into his building. They are all under the company started under my great-grandfather from my mother's side, Nico Cassidy. I also own Cassidy Tech. That's right, I murmured, frowning. I should have known the construction business would belong to someone like you. Worldwide, Cassidy. Right, yes. His company pretty much demolished John's construction company. John was a close family friend to both William and I. He was even the best man at our wedding. Local John Construction was in his family for 3 generations, and Nico's real estate company was pretty much squashing them. Over the last 15 months, Worldwide Cassidy bought out most of their contracts. I never made a connection between Morelli and Cassidy. I wasn't sure if it was even public knowledge. And Cassidy Tech, they were one of the largest IT companies in the world. The word was they could hide anyone's footprint on the web, wipe out someone's entire identity online, and give them a fresh start without ever having to change their appearances. One day you were Bianca Carter and the next someone completely different. Of course, there was no concrete evidence to support those rumors. So fucking unfair I could use those services. Suddenly stopping. I turned to him. I don't think I like your company. His only reaction was a raised eyebrow. I couldn't drill him on Cassidy Tech because he couldn't know that I'd need a new identity one day. But Worldwide Cassidy Construction Company for that. I could. Your company is huge, and you have so much. I continued. But instead of allowing for small, local businesses to flourish in healthy competition, you squash them. And where did you get that information, John Martin? Owner of Local John Construction. Is a family friend. Your company has been after him and hurting his business for over a year. John's a great guy. Something flashed in his eyes. But before I could zero in on it, his jaw tightened. His expression darkened and turned unreadable as ever. If I remember correctly, his response was curt, cold and mocking. We offered him a very generous package for his company, more than it's worth on the market. I watched this ruthless man that had so much. It was obvious he didn't need John's share of the business. People walked all around us, passing us by, while we stood in the marble lobby of his building. Wealth and money all around us. He had way more than the majority of the population on this planet. What could a local, small construction business possibly mean to him? It wasn't even a blip on his radar. Maybe if I explained to him what that company meant to John, I could help him see that what he was doing was wrong. John's father died building that company. I didn't even realize my hand reached out to him and my palm laid flat on his chest. His warmth and musky scent seeped into me, enveloping me. He worked on his construction projects along with his crew. During one of them, an iron pipe pierced his chest and killed him. John was only 17 at that time. You could never put a price tag on that. I wasn't sure if he listened. His eyes were dark and intent. As I finished speaking, his gaze shifted down to where my hand laid on his chest, and I quickly pulled my hand back. Without another word, he took my hand into his, and we walked to the elevator hand in hand. I had no clue if I just helped John or made it worse, but he was forgotten the moment Nico took my hand. All my focus was on his big hand holding mine, warmth spreading through my body. Touching this man was like getting sent into a heat wave. Just one look by him and I was hot all over. Just one touch and I was like a bitch in heat. Totally not good. We entered the elevator. Just the two of us. And as soon as the door shut, he pulled me to face him and asked, "Have you been romantically involved with him?" Utterly confused. I wondered what he was talking about. Who, John Martin? God, no. I answered him, staring at him in shock. John and William were friends. He was the best man at our wedding. He helped us with our house renovation. We were broke and could barely afford the house, but I fell in love with it. All the work in the house was our own sweat and labor. Why did I just tell him all that? His eyes were intent on me, as if evaluating if I was lying or manipulating him. I continued on. I haven't done a good job keeping in touch with him since William's death. John occasionally calls me or swings by the house to check on us. He lives on Gibson Island too. And I see him, but he is a family friend. The girls call him Uncle John. I leaned in closer, watching Nico, as if trying to convince him to believe me. What was it with this man? He constantly made me feel this unreasonable, magnetic pull towards him. I didn't tell Nico that I kept everyone away since William's death, scared of consequences that I was sure would follow from spending the Mafia's money, Nico's money. And just when I relaxed, karma decided to play. Your girls, yes. My twins. I wondered what was going through his mind. This man made no sense to me. He placed his palm flat against the elevator wall. With his other hand, he took my chin between his fingers. Mesmerized. I watched him bend his head towards me, And the moment his lips touched mine, all thoughts left me. My eyes fluttered shut, enjoying all the feelings his kiss brought on. His familiar cologne entered my lungs, and without realizing it, my hands wrapped around his nape, and I pressed my body against his hard muscles. Languid heat spread through my body. I missed the physical closeness of a man. That had to be the reason I reacted so strongly to him. I have been alone for so long. My mouth parted to let him in, as if he got the permission he needed. His kiss turned hard, his tongue exploring my mouth, teasing, claiming. I loved his heat, our bodies touching. I was under no illusion that I could resist him. If he'd tell me to strip, I feared I'd do it all too eagerly. My heartbeat drummed in my ears. His lips kissed a slow line down to my neck, while his other hand found itself on my thighs. Every touch and every kiss shot sizzles through my body and between my legs. He ran his large hands down my sides, brushing against my breast and down to my hips. He pulled up my dress, and his rough palm on the soft skin of my inner thigh. My senses were exploding from the heat and the length of him pressed against me. His erection pressed against my stomach, and a thought pierced through my lust-hazed brain. At least he is as impacted as I am. I rocked against him to increase the friction, while his mouth was back on my throat, pressing hot, wet kisses on my skin. My head fell back against the elevator wall. On a soft moan, this man was killing me with his mouth and his fingers. He brushed them over the thin material of my panties, the only barrier between his expert fingers and my bare pussy. Please, I breathed, needing more. I wanted him so damn much. He removed the hand that was pressed against the elevator wall and it wrapped it around my neck. The strength of his grip hit me straight to my chest. But I felt no fear. Our eyes met. A sinful gleam in his primitive, hungry gaze as he held me at his mercy. But there was hot desire there, too. I'd have him at my mercy, too. I didn't fear him. At this moment, I wanted every single part of this man, whether it was good, bad, or ugly. I didn't care. The sane woman within me was gone. I arched, tilting my head back, offering him my neck, and a low, feral growl tore from his mouth. His lips crashed back on mine, bruising me with its intensity. The pulsing cascaded through my veins like an avalanche and ended between my legs. The sweet ache between my thighs grew with each second, demanding to be satisfied, and the emptiness pulsed between my legs, driving me insane with need, pushing against his rough hand on my pussy. Embarrassing noises came from my throat that I have never heard myself make. From the far corner of my mind, I registered a gasp, but desire raged through me, and I ignored it all as I pressed harder against Nico, sucking on his tongue. "Excuse me?" A stranger's voice startled both Nico and I out of our moment. "Fuck," he murmured against my lips. His eyes were dark silver pools, desire in them reflecting what my body felt. His big frame hid me from view. I slid my arms from his neck, down his hard body, shame and embarrassment burning my cheeks. I lost my control. Every time this man touches me, all my senses flee. It was a dangerous sensation, yet so damn addictive. "Give us a moment," he told the man outside the elevator. My labored breathing was in contrast to his even one. Both of my palms rested against his chest, his heat under my fingertips. I wondered how his skin would feel under my touch. Around him, I felt alive again, a completely different woman. Yet, He seemed put together. If it wasn't for his erection pressing against me, I would have thought him completely unfazed by what we just shared. He was much better at hiding his reactions than me. The necessary trait of a criminal, I guessed. Reluctantly, my hands fell down, missing his body already. "You okay?" he asked, never moving. He didn't care about anyone around us. His presence alone commanded obedience and respect. I guessed. Nobody would dare to complain to him for holding up the elevator. Yes. I wanted more of what we just shared, but wouldn't tell him that. I had to keep some semblance of dignity, as if he heard my thoughts. He placed a gentle kiss on the corner of my mouth, as if he was my magnet. My body leaned against him. I had to stop myself from turning my head to meet his lips. My intense reaction had to be a result of being alone for so long. Otherwise, this man would destroy me, and I'd be extinguished like embers after the flames. He straightened, removing his arm off the elevator wall, and all the traces of the passionate man were gone. It was like a switch had been flipped, and I had to blink my eyes to ensure I was seeing it right. How could he turn off his feelings so quickly? I brushed my slightly trembling hands down my dress nervously. I couldn't turn my feelings on and off like that, but it was good to see it firsthand and remain vigilant while keeping my head. He put his hand on the small of my back, and together we exited the elevator to a large room full of people mingling around, drinks in their hand. From all the corners of the room, eyes were on us, although some pretended not to look our way. "What kind of party is this?" I asked, realizing too late I never asked the purpose of it. Some people openly gawked, whispering to each other, "Don't worry about them." Bianca. When all was said and done, I'd never see them again. These strangers didn't matter. Only my girl's safety. This man was offering some form of protection while I figured out how to get out of this mess. Yes, I told myself, he's using me, and I'm using him. Something deep inside of me warned, but I ignored it. We closed a large real estate deal in Italy. There was no boasting in his voice, no excitement or pride. It was just another acquisition for him, on the Amalfi coast. There was a strange look in his eyes as he indicated the location of the property. Nice. I told him, wondering if I was missing something. Maybe he needed a pat on the back. Congratulations. It is my favorite part of Italy. His eyebrow arched in surprise. Really, yeah. I have some family there. He continued watching me, and I started to wonder if I missed something. Bianca. I turned my head in the direction of the man's voice. It was Gabito, Angie's boyfriend, with another woman on his arm. She was very pretty, her blonde locks softly cascading down her shoulders. She wore a bright red dress that worked well with her complexion and fair hair. They both approached us with a wide smile on their faces. Stopping a foot from us, Gabito reached down, kissing my cheek, causing me to stiffen. It wasn't a greeting I was accustomed to from strangers. "Nice to see you again." He greeted me. "This is my wife." I stared in shock at his wife that he just introduced. He was married, did Angie know? She reached out her hand with a friendly but chilled smile. "Hi there. I'm Jenna Palermo." Her voice was melodious, but her eyes were on Nico, devouring him. Palermo. Why did that last name sound so familiar, Palermo? Palermo. I searched my memory, but came up empty. I was certain I heard that name before. "And you are?" She turned her attention to me with a fake smile. Instinctively, I knew she didn't like seeing another woman with Nico. Ridiculous jealousy spread through me, but I quickly squashed it. It was pointless to be jealous. Nico and I only had a marriage contract arrangement. Though the man's kisses were a delightful kind of sin, I'll call it a perk of this arrangement. I mused to myself. Jenna. Meet my fiancé. Nico answered. Bianca. Jenna's eyes widened, glancing between the two of us in confusion. She probably wondered what Nico Morelli saw in someone like me. A criminal, I thought wryly. I could only imagine the reactions if they knew how this came about. How long have you two known each other? Jenna asked. Her cold, blue eyes glancing at Nico's hand on my waist, then back to him. She was practically swooning over him. I didn't have to look at Nico to know he noticed it. That man noticed everything. I felt his arm tighten around me, pulling me closer, and for some stupid reason, it warmed my chest. Yes, so dumb. For a while. Nico answered her. Jenna playfully touched his bicep, and I knew it was just so she could put her hands on him. It made me want to smack her hand and hiss mine. Envy and hate flashed in her eyes. Jealousy wasn't a good look on her, but it wasn't on me either. You devil. I thought, just 3 months ago, you were involved with that model. What was her name? Nico didn't bother answering. So she continued in a sweet tone, watching me with poison in her eyes. He kept you a secret. She drawled with a fake smile on her face. I wonder why. Maybe because I kept him a secret too. I retorted dryly, annoyed that she was trying to make me jealous and even more that it was working. We like keeping our relationship exciting like that, I added sweetly. Venom spit from her eyes, and I had to bite inside of my cheek not to grin. Nico leaned over, his hot breath in my ear. Is my woman jealous? Shivers ran down my spine, having him so close to me. I threw him a sideways glance, then rolled my eyes at him. My woman, the man was absolutely barbaric. Yet my insides melted at the claim, and mentally I face-palmed myself. Returning my attention to the weird couple, I noted Jenna watching my left hand with the engagement ring. Envy clear on her face. If she only knew this all was a fake arrangement. Wow, that ring is beautiful, she complimented. Nico always knew how to make a woman feel special. I couldn't comment on that since I barely knew the man, but thinking of him with another woman didn't sit well with me. It's only because he is a skillful kisser. I kept telling myself, this whole situation was a bit fucked up. Jenna flirted with Nico and tried desperately to make me jealous. On the same token, her husband was seeing Angie. Maybe those two needed a major marriage do-over. I didn't believe in cheating. I knew firsthand how damaging it could be to a family. William's infidelity left invisible scars that were still part of me. We made a conscious decision to work on our relationship and stay together. Yes, I loved him. But once the trust was broken, it was like putting pieces of shattered glass back together. It never fit quite the same. The memory caused me to stiffen in Nico's arms. It was something I avoided thinking about. Some ghosts were better left undisturbed. His indiscretion happened in the early days of his diagnosis. He blamed it on the shock and realization he would die. At least that was what he told me. I love that we'll see you around more. Bianca, Gabito announced, a genuine smile on his face. I, on the other hand, hoped I wouldn't see him, nor his wife that gawked at Nico. The wedding will be the event of the year. Have you set the date yet? My heart skipped a beat at the thought of the wedding. I tried not to think about it since it caused my anxiety to increase each time it crossed my mind. Yes, next week, Nico answered curtly, then promptly switched the subject to a work topic. Gabito and his wife lingered, talking about a project that made no sense to me, so I stopped paying attention. My thoughts traveled to that night when William came back home with lipstick on his collar. William. Are you drunk? The way he stumbled. I was sure he had been drinking. He grinned that boyish smile, which usually got him a free pass. Just a tiny bit. Tiny bit, I retorted, annoyed. The twins had been sick. Mixed with worry about my husband and lack of sleep made me exceedingly cranky. You smell like a damn bar. He stumbled towards me, his step unsteady. Don't get all prissy on me. My eyebrows shot up. What? Fuck, I just had a few drinks. That was when I spotted it. Narrowing my eyes, I leaned closer to him. Is that lipstick on your shirt? I pointed to his collar and he glanced down, like he could actually see something. Where, on your collar, lifting his head. I could see him searching for an answer, but he was too drunk to think fast. William, I met up with a woman. A gasp escaped me. Before you jump to conclusions, it was for a side job. Something to make us extra money. What does that have to do with lipstick on your shirt? She is European or something? He muttered. She kissed me goodbye and must have left a smear there. Who is she? I questioned him, unsure whether I should believe him. Jenna Palermo. Palermo, that was where I heard that name before. Jenna Palermo connected William with the side job for the Morales. I learned weeks later he actually did sleep with her. My ears buzzed. The fury and adrenaline rush mixing in my veins. I wanted to reach across and slap that woman's face, or at least scratch it. My anger burned bright with a dangerous need for revenge and to make her suffer. Something dark clawed at my chest, wanting to plunge a knife into hers, so she could feel the physical pain, just as I had felt it in my heart when I learned about his infidelity. Women like her just took, regardless of what the fallout could mean for others. And now, she was here trying to wrap herself all around Nico. Not that I had any claim to that man, but it rubbed me the wrong way that she'd flirt with him in front of me, whether our arrangement was fake or not. Nico finally cut the couple short. Bianca and I have to go. His arm around me. He guided us away from them, taking a deep breath, trying to control the anger within me. I exhaled slowly, then took another deep breath. My temper has always been my downfall. What's wrong? Nico's voice was low, so only I could hear him. Now wasn't the time nor place to question him about Jenna, or why she got my husband a side job with him. I raised my eyes to him, searching his face. I wished I could get my answers just by looking at him. He was an enigma to me. As his eyes studied me, he pulled me to the side, away from everyone. Once, we were on the opposite side of the room, away from the crowd. He finally spoke. Talk to me, he ordered. I took a strangled breath, then exhaled slowly. Jenna and William were, I couldn't even finish the sentence. The pain of betrayal, still a wound that didn't heal. She got him the boat job with you. I couldn't tell from his expression whether he was surprised or not. She and William had a thing. Are you and that woman? Surprise flashed in his eyes. But he quickly got himself together. No. His answer was firm. Short. No trace of deceit in his eyes, and a sigh of relief left me. Jenna Palermo and I never had any physical relationship. Why I didn't want to be part of any triangle. Mine and Nico's marriage would be just a temporary arrangement. But I'd be faithful for as long as we were married. I loved my mother. She had sacrificed her life for me, so I could have better choices. It would be a disappointment if I got myself into a love triangle. I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror ever again. To me, being the other woman was a special kind of sinking low. I knew the knowledge that she was reduced to just being the other woman shattered my mother. I smiled nervously. I don't want... How do I explain to him I didn't believe in cheating? Hated lying and deceit because my biological father used my mother that way, and she suffered horribly. Angie told me she was dating Gabito. And then seeing him with his wife and she was flirting with you. And then remembering the name and William's confession that he slept with that woman, words poured from my lips. My heart racing with nervousness. I don't believe in cheating. It's wrong. It probably made me sound stupid. So be it. He could wait until our divorce to carry on his affairs. I don't have a mistress, he said softly, his mouth close to my ear. And I told you already. Bianca, I only intend to have you in my bed. Relief spread through my body. And without thinking, I wrapped my arms around him. He returned the hug. And it felt so good to be in his arms again. Protected. I craved his closeness. My long abstinence has made an idiot out of me. It's stupid, I murmured against his chest. But if you want to cheat, wait until our marriage contract is over. If someone would have told me I'd be having this conversation with a man I was about to marry, I would have laughed. And a mobhead at that. What about you and John Martin? His question surprised me, and I lifted my eyes to meet his gaze. No, I told him. John is a friend. I couldn't do this marriage contract if we were more than friends. Good, he said, a satisfied smile on his face. Because I told you already. I don't share. So, let's keep it this way. We won't be seeing other people outside each other while we are married. I must be losing my mind because I eagerly nodded my head in agreement. Let the countdown begin, I joked. Although it wasn't really funny. For the rest of the party, we mingled and made small talk with other people. Unlike William, who tended to disappear and leave me to my own devices at social gatherings, Nico was very attentive and introduced me to everyone as his fiancé. Every single person went out of their way to be extra nice. Except for women. But I smiled and played my part. It didn't take long for Nico to get pulled away by his business. I couldn't help but wonder whether it was his legitimate or illegitimate business. But it wasn't really my business. And it was better that I didn't know. I was left surrounded by strangers and trophy wives, feeling slightly at a loss. It was barely 10 in the morning, but the women were dressed up as if they expected to go out for an evening. Hands down, I wore the simplest dress around here. The conversation topics were unrelatable. Vacations in Nice. Yachts docked in Venice and Ibiza. Gambling at casinos in Monte Carlo. And there was little old me. I had spent the past 4 years being a mother and wife. Nothing else. Oh, and a recent thief. I reminded myself. After all, it was how I found myself in this predicament. I excused myself from the circle of women and men, then headed out to the large balcony on the opposite side of the room. The large French glass doors were wide open and fresh air flew through it. I couldn't believe the empty balcony. It was the best spot on this floor. Instead, all the people crammed inside, as if they wanted to ensure they were seen. Stepping out onto the large marble balcony, I took a deep breath and let the fresh air enter my lungs and the sounds of the busy street down below wash over me. The view in front of me was incredible. The National Mall stretched as far as the eye could see with the U.S. Capitol on the eastern end of it and the Washington Monument on the western side. I leaned over the balcony, hoping to get a glimpse of the Lincoln Memorial. It was my dad's favorite monument. He taught me everything, and many of his lessons revolved around Lincoln's quotes. Always remember, Bianca, I could hear his voice even now. Whatever you are, be a good one, and destroy your enemies by making them your friends. He was absolutely right.
Chapter 15. Nico. I stood in the conference room with Jack Callahan, head of the East Coast Irish mob, and his nephew as they finished the phone call with Cassio. The only barrier between us and the rest of the party was the wall of frosted glass that provided the privacy we needed. The meeting with Jack was to wrap up the arrangements on the debt he owed to Cassio. The debt would be paid in the form of a marriage. Except Jack was unaware of the decoy. He'll find out soon enough, though, I thought wryly. And then shit was sure to hit the fan. I couldn't keep my eyes from constantly searching out Bianca to make sure she was all right. After that little piece of information Bianca told me, I sent a note to Leonardo to run a deep check on Jenna through Cassidy Tech and any resources we had. I needed all the details on Jenna Palermo's activities over the last 2 years. I used her to set the trap for William, to give him the side business. I took advantage of William's weakness for women, in particular blonde women. Jenna never questioned why I needed William to do a job for me, and she didn't know any details or reasoning behind it. But her job was never to sleep with him. Albeit, I found it odd that she slept with William Carter. At least Bianca seemed to think she did. William wasn't the type Jenna usually went for, not unless she was working. That woman was a snake in the grass. Always aiming for men with money and power, willing to do anything for it. The only reason she was married to Gabito was because that connection was arranged by their parents. My eyes lingered on Bianca's form through the translucent glass doorway. In her simple day dress, she seemed like a leaf in the wind among this party, but not in a bad way. In fact, she stood out in the best way possible. She didn't try to fit in or to impress. It was as if she was in her own world and nobody else mattered to her. I thought back to her asking me whether Jenna and I were a thing. I didn't expect Bianca's open aversion to cheating, although I welcomed it. It was refreshing. In my world, cheating and affairs were an everyday occurrence. Hell, even my own parents had lovers on the side. Nobody even batted an eye at it. But it really bothered Bianca. If you want to cheat, wait till our marriage contract is over. Uncharacteristic possessiveness overwhelmed me at the thought of her moving on. There would be no expiration date to our marriage. I would let her believe it, for now. She was mine now and forever. And I was never the sharing type. Rather than dwell on the fact Bianca put an expiration date to our marriage, I relished in the knowledge she'd soon be mine. She was different. I couldn't believe that a cruel motherfucker like Benito King could actually produce a daughter like her. She probably escaped unscathed because she was raised by another man and a maternal grandmother. Knowing of William's infidelity, I wondered why she tended to her husband through his sickness. The background check showed her caring for him and visiting him every single day at the hospital, spending every minute with him during the last months of his life. One picture from her file was especially engraved into my brain. It was a picture of her with her little daughters at her husband's gravesite. There were people all around her, but she looked so lost, so alone. So much sadness on her beautiful face. She was a better person than I was. I wasn't the forgiving type. My parents would attest to it. I'll depend on you to coordinate the wedding. Cassio's voice came through the speakers. Keep the knowledge of the arrangement between the two of us to a minimum. Only people that you trust. I don't need a war with my father to start just yet. That was an understatement. Benito King would go on a damn murder rampage if he knew Cassio won over the Irish to his side. "You can count on my wife," Jack Callahan announced. "She knows how to do it." "Excellent," Cassio replied. "Nico will be our go-between for now, to ensure this remains under the radar." Cassio's obsession with this marriage would end up driving him mad. He started planning and manipulating about 6 years ago, though not much better could be said about me. A few more details were exchanged. All the while I kept my eyes on Bianca. I noticed the moment she left the party. Her slim figure drifted through the crowd, attracting men's wistful gazes without her noticing it. She stepped out onto the balcony, the light breeze clinging the dress against her body. I wondered if she even realized she constantly sought solitude. With the meeting finished, Jack and his nephew departed immediately. This party was to celebrate the closure of another property acquired, but it was also a way to disguise my meeting with the Irish. The brief conversation about the Amalfi coastal property led me to believe Bianca might not know she owned a piece of property there, or maybe she didn't realize the significance of it. She wasn't good at hiding her expressions, but there was no missing her complete disinterest. I suspected it was the location Benito King used to smuggle in his product, women from Africa and Asia. Did her mother know? It remained to be seen. I strode through the crowded room. Every so often someone would stop me to congratulate me on the business expansion. Except none of it mattered to me. But for the dark-haired beauty, I couldn't wait to have this woman in my bed. My only worry was that once I had her, it wouldn't be enough. With each touch of hers, I wanted more. Eventually, I would demand everything from her. Every heartbeat, every breath. She was my kryptonite, making me vulnerable because my cravings for her weakened me. I'd do anything to keep her with me. Just as I neared the balcony, my phone beeped. I paused my step, seeing it was from Leonardo, and swiped the message. Not good. Carter was Jenna's target. Ona Biku. BK wanted the man eliminated. Fuck. That damn woman played both sides. I would have to move everything forward. I quickly typed a reply with instructions. Get her on the way out. Take her to the basement. Why would Benito care about William Carter and want him eliminated? The coincidence seemed suspicious. The timing of Jenna's seduction of William seemed too opportune. I raised my head to find Bianca's small body leaning over the balcony, her eyes searching for something. Slowly, I approached her, admiring the view of her backside. She had a perfect figure for romping. I wanted to dominate her, possess her. Listen to her screams as she fell apart under me. The chemistry and magnetic pull between us was intense. I have experienced nothing like it in all my 40 years. I remained silent, not wanting to startle her, and watched her as I imagined all the ways I would make her come soon. I would take her bent over the balcony of my penthouse, in this same position. I couldn't wait to bury myself in her. I'd make her soar in the best way possible. Nico. Her exclamation had me raising my eyes, trailing from her ass to her eyes. She turned her head over her shoulder, still in the same position, slightly leaned over her balcony and watched me with a raised eyebrow. All done with your meeting? Ignoring her question, I asked instead. What are you looking for? She turned towards me, a warm glint in her eyes as she watched me with the little smile around her lips. I was trying to get a glimpse of the Lincoln Memorial. It's too far, though. She pushed her hands through her hair. It was my dad's favorite monument. We spent so many weekends around it. She talked about her dad with love and warmth. She certainly wasn't talking about Benito King. That bastard had no love for anyone but himself. She didn't know it. But she was lucky she didn't have to endure him while growing up. Or had no connections with him. If he would have known about his daughter, she'd be in his clutches. But Benito wanted her for something. The question was, what? No. I regretted telling Jenna and Gabito about the wedding. The question was, why was William Jenna's target under Benito whatever it was? I'd find out. Neither Benito nor Jenna planned for me. Bianca might have been born into the mobster world, but nobody but her mother knew it. It was one of the many glaring differences between Bianca and I. She spoke about her family, even her cheater husband, with warmth and love. I couldn't force a single warm word out of my mouth for either of my parents. The only thing my father respected was greed, money, power, and fear. And let's not forget his ever-changing mistresses. It was the only reason my old man worshipped me, because I got more power and money than he could have ever imagined. He even overlooked the fact that I pushed him out of every business, legitimate and illegitimate. I would never forgive him for letting Benito King get away with what he had done to Nicoletta. The image of her violated body and dead eyes was seared into my mind. Since my sister's brutal death, my mother only respected her bottle and her pills. It was her reprieve, though a weak one. My father couldn't even bother to remember my sister, while my mother couldn't forget her, although she tried to do so with drugs and younger men, while women's infidelity wasn't tolerated. My old man tolerated my mother's, because without her, he would lose access to all her Cassidy fortune. She didn't inherit any of the businesses, but she didn't need to, because her financial wealth was substantial as the only daughter of my grandfather, and I was her only executor. My grandfather was a smart man, making me the executor, so my father couldn't manipulate my mother into handing it over to him. I watched this beauty in front of me, a breeze in her hair. She looked way too young to be a widow and a mother. Way too young and innocent to pay for her father's sins. It wasn't fair, but this fucking world wasn't fair. By the time Benito realized Bianca was his daughter, it would be too late. She'd be in my world. My wife. Did I use my power and money to get her? Just like Benito did with my sister, yes. Maybe I wasn't much different from him. But at least Bianca would stay alive. Unlike my sister, who was mutilated, the only ones I worried about were Cassio and Luca King, unsure how those two would react once they learned they had a sister. And I forced her into marriage. How is the event going? Her question broke the silence. Everything okay? She nervously chewed on her bottom lip, her eyes anxious. Why was she nervous?
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Match point. Montaperto contro Casapieri. Montaperto. Prova suolata! Che gol! Di Montaperto con il destro all'ultimo. Golasso. Bravissimo. Bravissimo perché era praticamente finita. Match point Big Bro. Merlonghi contro Gudo! Ci mette dalla caverna! Esulta anche Murraid! Vincono agli shootout i suoi big che nell'altra capolista cadono gli Stallions! Abbiamo assistito a una giornata fantastica che puoi riscrivere la storia di questo campionato. Bellissimo. Una Pasquetta che è stata una benedizione per tutti noi.
Chapter 16, Bianca. The moment I mentioned my father. Nico's whole posture changed. I should have insisted on a detailed job description, instructions, or list of expectations to come with this marriage contract. Maybe he only cared about my body and didn't want to hear about my father or learn about my daughters. Though my gut feeling was telling me it was something else entirely that had Nico tensing. Everything okay? I asked him hesitantly. Yes, he replied. You and your father were close. He was the best. I admitted softly. He was incredible. Taught me everything. From riding a bike, to changing a tire, to even shooting a gun. Nico raised his eyebrow in surprise and I chuckled. He was a modern kind of father. I'll have to lock my guns up. He joked. Maybe you should. I teased back. A gentleman came behind Nico, his eyes darting between Nico and me. He was older, but the silvery, white hair didn't make him seem any less dangerous than the man I was about to marry in a week. What have I gotten myself into, Nico? He had a heavy Italian accent. I came to say goodbye before I left. Ambassador. Thanks for coming. Nico shook his hand and then reached out to me, pulling me closer. I haven't had a chance to introduce you yet. This is Bianca, my fiancée. I had the urge to glance behind me, but I stopped myself. Duh, that's me. Reaching out my hand, I smiled. Nice to meet you, Ambassador. The older man's eyes watched me carefully, and I wondered what he was looking for. I'm guessing you are an Italian ambassador? He nodded. Why wasn't it surprising Nico had ambassadors in his pockets too, probably all Italian and you? S. Politicians too. That is a beautiful name, he commented. 1. Italian. Yes. I admitted. My grandmother threatened to kill my dad if he didn't give me her mother's name. He was scared, so he caved in. The ambassador's laughter echoed on the small balcony. I don't blame him. Italian women can have quite a temper. I nodded in agreement. My grandmother had a temper. So did I. Somehow it slipped my mother's genes. I couldn't decide if that was good or not. It left her too vulnerable to Benito. But if she fought him, she would have probably been dead by now. But what kind of life did she really lead? I wish there was a way to get her out, somehow. Do you speak Italian? I'm a bit rusty. I told him I regretted not practicing it, but life kind of got in the way. After my grandmother passed away, I didn't have a chance to practice it much. My dad wasn't Italian, so he didn't speak any. I'm sorry for your loss. His words and smile were compassionate, but somehow didn't reach his eyes. You and Nico should come to our upcoming annual celebration of U.S.-Italian mutual relationships at the embassy. You would enjoy it and maybe even get to practice some Italian. Smiling, I opted to let Nico answer that one. I had no idea whether that invitation should be accepted or not. It didn't seem like something a mobster would attend. But then I didn't expect to see an ambassador here either. Thank you for the invitation. We would love to, Nico answered, surprising me. Wonderful. The ambassador truly looked pleased. I'll send an invitation to Nico's office. My wife will be excited to meet you. Bianca. She is Italian too. I chuckled. I wouldn't exactly call myself Italian. I replied softly. My grandmother accused me quite a few times of being too American. She even said sending me to Italy for the summer was a mistake because I turned my cousins into Americans. Both Nico and the ambassador laughed. I can't wait to introduce you to my wife next Saturday then, he replied, his voice full of laughter. Won't next Saturday be the wedding day? I questioned silently. But maybe if Nico accepted this invite, it meant we could push it out. I decided it was better not to bring it up. Nico and the ambassador exchanged a few more words, and I marveled at this weird situation. I never would have imagined myself speaking to an ambassador, even less being invited to an event at the embassy. William and I mostly hung out with people we went to school and college with, people from the neighborhood, other families. See you soon, dear. The ambassador greeted me one more time as he left us. He seems nice, he muttered. Not sure what else to say. He is usually a tough person to deal with, Nico claimed. And the event he invited us to is actually a very important event covering Italian real estate along the coast of Amalfi. It is a very small event, and usually they limit it to only individuals with Italian background from that area. It meant nothing to me. Sounds exciting. He chuckled. You don't seem too impressed. Shrugging my shoulders, I answered, Not really. I presume your cousins live on the Amalfi coast, I chuckled. Yes, though I haven't seen them in almost 10 years. He raised his eyebrow, and I wondered what crossed his mind. Is that a problem? I asked him. No, just a curious coincidence. Nico's deep voice vibrated through me, his body close to mine, though his words didn't make any sense. Coincidence to what? It's past noon. Traffic out of D. C. Can be bad. I'll take you home. Don't be silly, I objected. It is ridiculous to drive me to Maryland and then come back. My place is in Maryland too. He wrapped his arm around me and guided me off the balcony. You'll be on my way. What about Bear? I still choked calling him that. The bodyguards will be right behind us. Why do you need bodyguards? I questioned him as we walked through the room full of people. He chuckled darkly. I don't think you need the answer to that one. Bianca? He was right. He probably had a long list of people that wanted him dead, just as he had a long list of people he wanted to make pay. Why did I feel like I got stuck somewhere in the middle? We finally got into the elevator and my cheeks warmed, remembering the kiss on our way up the elevator. I lost all control. Completely lost it. Just like at the restaurant yesterday. It scared the living daylights out of me. I didn't care to evaluate why his touch. His kiss had such a strong impact on me, as if he could read my thoughts. Nico's hand on my hip pulled me closer to him, his heat seeping through my pores and into my bloodstream. When we exited his building, Bear was already waiting for us. The Bentley he drove was parked behind another fancy car and 2 black Land Rovers, surrounding it. Whoever drove that car would be stuck till the Land Rovers left. Sir, we are ready, Bear told Nico. Thanks, Nico replied. Tell the men we are ready to go. Bear spoke into his wrist while I watched in amazement as 5 other men in dark suits appeared out of nowhere. It was like a scene from a real mob movie. What in the hell did I get myself into? Nico opened the door to the fancy car for me. This is yours, yes. We won't be able to get out, I told him, tilting my chin towards the vehicles surrounding him. Practically the entire right lane was blocked by vehicles surrounding his car. They are my men. Oh. I slid into the vehicle and reached for the seatbelt as Nico went around to the driver's side. I tracked his every move, studying him. He moved gracefully and confidently. It didn't surprise me, but he fascinated me despite everything. He got behind the wheel and roared the car to life. "What kind of car is this?" I asked him, breaking the silence. "Aston Martin Vantage." Seriously, Jesus. This was my dad's dream car. And Grandpa Carter's. I wouldn't joke about it. My eyes skimmed over the luxury car. Gosh, my dad would have gone nuts. I mumbled. He loved cars, but the Aston Martin was his dream. William's dad, too. Thinking about Dad always made me sad. I missed him, the simple talks and things we did together. He was truly the best father a girl could wish for, and learning he wasn't my biological dad when he passed away made him even a bigger hero in my book. He liked cars. Nico asked, never taking his eyes off the road, driving smoothly through the city. He liked a lot of things. I smiled wistfully. Cars. Boats. Hiking. Fishing. Though tinkering with cars was his favorite. Sounds like a great guy. The best. I murmured, glancing out the window. Dad and Grandma were my entire world growing up. They more than made up for the absence of Mom. I just wish my mother didn't have to give up so much. Though maybe I could somehow use this marriage with Nico Morelli to help her. One thing I learned in my life was that hope was a bitch. But it was what kept us going. At least that was what my dad always said. God. I missed him. I missed our hiking trips through the mountains. I missed our time at the gun range. Sitting in the garage chatting about our dreams and big plans. The smell of the rain drifting through the open garage door. There was something so comforting about the sound of the raindrops against the pavement and the fresh, cool breeze sweeping through the big bay while I handed him tools and watched the gray skies. Nico's eyes reminded me of those gray skies. Never lose hope. Sunshine. Dad's voice was clear as day. It has been lonely since he passed away. I loved William, but I never told him what I discovered. To this day, I wasn't sure why. Then I found out about his infidelity. And I pulled away even further. Maybe our little glass house shattered even before he got really sick and he took money from Nico Morelli. "What about you?" I asked him, glancing his way. "How long have you been, a mobster?" He chuckled. Actually chuckled. "For a long time. There is a school for mobsters," I teased. "Well, if you think Harvard Business is a school for mobsters, well," I couldn't help but be impressed. I knew he was smart. You'd have to be in order to be the big crime boss. "How old were you when you took over your, business?" That's putting it eloquently. He commented. "I took over Cassidy business at 21 and the Morelli business at 20. Holy shit. When I turned 20, my only goal was surviving college and the next party I'd attend. Well, you are kind of putting me to shame. I barely finished college. I changed my major 3 times and none of them were that exciting." He raised his eyebrow. "Maybe you just didn't find the right major." I shrugged. "Maybe. I think I just enjoyed messing around the kitchen and doing stuff with my dad. If I had siblings, I'd probably be the aunt that always feeds everyone." The words slipped without a thought. "You wanted siblings?" His question caught me unaware. "Yes," I admitted, gazing out the window. I always loved the idea of a big family. The temperature in the car chilled a few degrees. And I risked a look his way. His expression darkened, sending an unsettling feeling up my spine. "Yes." His voice was frigid, and I didn't dare to question whether he was saying he wanted siblings or he had siblings. Or was he saying he loved the idea of a big family? The rest of the drive, we spent in silence.
Chapter 17, Nico. at the mention of her dad. Sadness enveloped Bianca. Then we started talking about families, and the reminder of Nicolette felt like a stab in my heart. I missed her. We might not have talked every day, but just the knowledge that she was on this earth was a comfort. The knowledge that she could call me or text me any time and vice versa grounded me. I should explain to her that I had a sister that was brutally murdered. I glanced her way, but she seemed deep in her thoughts, and I decided to wait. There were plenty of days for the gloomy history. Instead, I found myself wondering what she was thinking. I have been in her life for 2 days, and somehow, she has become my ultimate wet dream. And very important to me. Tasting her on my tongue yesterday, I knew I'd fuck her often. And in the elevator. Fuck. I was half tempted to stop at midair and fuck her right there. Her long, dark, silky hair and her soft, curvy body were my weakness. I could wrap her silky strands around my first and hold her by it as I fucked her mouth, among many other things. Jesus Christ, her body and the way she responded to me would fucking ruin me. Before I even got her where I wanted her, the soft, innocent expression in her dark eyes seemed to burn through my soul and straight down to my cock. A woman shouldn't have this kind of impact on me. It didn't bode well in our world to desire something so much. Despite being Benito King's daughter, she was so much better than him. Cassio and Luca would become protective of her and her daughters. If I was honest, I could reveal her existence to them, and they'd keep her and her daughters safe. Yet, I refused, for the promise I made over Nicoletta's grave. And for my own selfish reasons. I wanted Bianca's everything, starting with her submission and body, and I was stuck somewhere between agitated and pleased with that revelation. After all, she'd be my wife, so it was good I found her excessively attractive. We pulled up in front of her house, and immediately my attention went to a strange vehicle in the driveway. It wasn't the same one from yesterday that the grandparents were driving. Unbuttoning my suit jacket, I ensured I had easy access to my gun holster. Bianca glanced around, her eyebrows scrunching. They are early, she muttered to herself. I wondered if she forgot I was in the car. The woman could be dangerously lost in her own head. It kind of reminded me of Nicoletta. She was a dreamer, too. "Who is I?" questioned her, my eyes on alert for any potential threat. The front door of her house was wide open. That shouldn't be. I would leave men to keep an eye on her house when nobody was home, too. I couldn't leave anything to chance here. Bianca threw me a side glance, then returned attention to her home she seemed to love so much. My kids and in-laws, pulling up. She didn't bother waiting for me to open the door. She rushed out of the car, and no sooner was she out of my Aston Martin, 2 little girls came running. I knew she had twins. I saw them yesterday as they ran out of the house, their mother chasing them with shoes. But seeing them up close, something in my chest twitched. They were identical twins, and they didn't resemble Bianca at all. Bianca ran up the lawn, and both girls ran straight towards their mother, throwing themselves into Bianca's wide-open arms. A fit of giggles sounded through the air, and Bianca kept showering their faces with kisses. "Stop." One of them giggled, her little hands on Bianca's face, as if to push her away, but was holding on to her mother. "I can't help it." Bianca's voice carried through the breeze. "I missed you too." An older woman came through the door, and Bianca greeted her with a wide smile. "Hey. Gee, Mom." She beamed. They couldn't wait to get home. The older woman explained. I knew from the background check it was William Carter's mother. All four laughed happily and carefree, forgetting all about the world around them. Bear and Leonardo were both beside me, while the other men went to do a parameter check. "That woman is different," Leonardo muttered. I knew what he meant. He knew she was Benito's daughter, yet she couldn't be more different. I wanted to preserve it, best I could. Yet, I knew there was a good chance that I'd ruin her too. Security would become an everyday necessity in Bianca's life. Things were moving quickly, especially with the latest discovery of Jenna's betrayal. As soon as I was done here, I intended to go back to where she was being held and question her. Watching Bianca like this, I realized this was the real her. The reserved woman, cautious with her smiles, was gone, and in her place was the woman who loved her family with all her heart. There were two little Barbie bikes laid in the middle of the driveway. A toy stroller with an overly large bear sat by the garage. On the other side of the property, there was a small beach, and I could tell they spent a lot of time there. A bucket of beach toys sat in the middle of the beach, right next to a mound of sand that resembled a sandcastle. On the lawn by the beach, there were two large wooden chairs and two small wooden chairs situated around the fire pit. Not too far from it was a wooden swing with a pillow and throw blanket still sitting there. It was a warm and loving home. The house sat on the corner of Gibson Island, on roughly 2 acres. It was a prime spot, with a beautiful house and a magnificent view, while the breeze swept off the bay. The estate wasn't large, nor was the house particularly capturing. I'd seen and owned palaces, castles, and penthouses on top of the world. This place, though, Bianca's place, screamed home. Something I have always wanted. Something I promised Nicoletta and failed. Now, it was very probable I would ruin Bianca's idea of a warm home. And her girls. I am an idiot. It was the only plausible conclusion. With an irritating sense of acquiescence, I watched the little family in front of me. After Nicoletta's death and discovering Bianca's connection to Benito, I started planning my revenge. However, for the first time, I questioned what I was about to do. Frustration clawed at my chest, warning me this couldn't end well, because my need for revenge blurred with my need for this woman. Instinctively, I knew Bianca would only ever give me her body. She didn't need to say it, but I sensed it in every word and every touch we shared. It wasn't enough. For the briefest second, I contemplated ending the revenge plot. And if that didn't make me the worst kind of traitor to my sister's memory, I didn't know what was. Fuck. I needed to get this woman under me. Fuck her hard. And this pull I felt towards her would diminish. Maybe we could have a few weeks, few months, tops, of intense fucking, and I'd get my fascination with her under control. I had to. She'd be my wife. Give me heirs. But this obsession with her had to go. It wouldn't bode well to care too much for her. It would cloud my judgment and make me weak. In order to protect her and her family against Benito, I had to think with my brain. Not my dick. Mary Carter's eyes sought me out first. She frowned. And to say she wasn't happy to see a man here was understatement. Too fucking bad. Next, Bianca's little girl's curious gazes searched me out. Unlike their mother's soft brown eyes, the twins had deep blue eyes. They didn't resemble their father's eye color. There were very few pictures of Bianca's mother since Benito kept her under a tight circle. But from those few pictures I've seen, I'd wager they had their grandmother's eyes. The twins left their mother and found their way over to me. "Hi, I'm Hannah," one said with a big smile, her little fingers pulling on my pantsuit. "Who are you?" "I'm Ariana," the other chimed in, pulling on my other leg. Their faces were smeared with something sticky, and I couldn't help but smile. I kneeled down to their eye level. "I'm Nico." I introduced myself and reached out my hand. "Nice to meet you." They each took turns shaking it with a wally grin on their small faces. "You two ladies have beautiful names." "I know," Hannah announced, rolling her eyes like her mother. "Mom says she picked it." She leaned closer and whispered. "She says Dad wanted to name us number 1 and 2. I chuckled. "In that case, I think your mom picked perfect names." "I am so sorry." Bianca found her way over to us. "Their hands and faces are a mess." "Girls, let him go. We are not a mess." One of them objected, putting her little hands on her hips. I grinned. It was Hannah, and she had a little temper. She'd give us a run for our money when her teenage years came. I washed my hands twice. Bianca gently brushed her hand over her daughter's face. "But you forgot your face. Love bug." "My face is not dirty," Hannah protested. "It's beautiful." Bianca chuckled. "It sure is. But it is also sticky." "Did Grandma give you a lollipop?" Both of their expressions turned guilty as they shook their heads in a negative response. "Yes, they both had one lollipop each." Mary joined us. "It's not our fault Grandma gave us candy." Ariana jumped in, then promptly turned her attention to me. "These girls would be little troublemakers. Want to go to the beach? Mommy will forget about candy later." I chuckled at her logic. "Yes, definitely trouble. I would love to. But let's save it for next time. I'll make your mom forget about the candy," I replied with a playful smile. "Deal." They both nodded eagerly, jumping around us. I raised back up to my full height, watching both women. Nico." Bianca shifted nervously on her feet, glancing between Mary and I. "This is Mary, my mother-in-law." I turned to Mary, who was watching me with pensive eyes. "Mary, this is my..." She cleared her through, then tried again. Poor Bianca." She was really struggling. She cleared her throat uncomfortably, several times, but she just couldn't seem to continue. Deciding I'd help her out and ensure she didn't think about bailing out at the last minute, I extended my hand to Mary. "I'm Bianca's fiancé." Mary's shocked expression darted between Bianca and me. She probably didn't even realize she took my hand in a handshake. It was an auto-response. "Nice to meet you, Mary." Bianca gave me a little glare, but to her credit remained quiet. "What?" Mary stuttered. "How it happened fast." Bianca quickly justified herself. Mary tried to get herself together but failed. Her throat moving but no words coming out. "Mommy, is Grandma sad?" Ariana asked. Her brows furrowed. Bianca kneeled down and spoke softly to her daughters. "Girls, go get the toys off the beach, so they don't wash away." The girls glanced between the three adults, clearly sensing something was happening but not understanding what. Bianca gently nudged them. "Go ahead. I'll come up and help you too." Both of them nodded and took off without a backward glance. The moment they were out of earshot, Mary turned her eyes to Bianca. "You are getting married." Bianca flinched at the accusation in Mary's voice. Bianca has been a widow for over a year. I stood at my full height, wrapping my arm around her waist. You can't fault her for moving on. Tension seeped out of Bianca. Her eyes locked on Mary. "How long have you been dating?" Mary questioned her daughter-in-law. "Marriage is not something to be decided in a rush. For either one of you." Agitation rose within me at her insolence. It wasn't for her to preach to Bianca, and certainly not me. "And what is your last name?" "It is Nico Morelli," I told her in a cold voice. "And you will speak to Bianca with respect. She knows what's best for her and her girls." Mary's eyes got big. She knew my reputation. Good. If it put her in her place and stopped her from speaking to Bianca like that, my last name was well worth it. Thick silence lingered, and I had no intention of breaking it. Mary Carter would not get in my way. Her son abandoned Bianca even before his death. She had no right to demand Bianca to remain faithful to her son's memory.
Chapter 18. Bianca. The situation was uncomfortable, and that was putting it mildly. Mary had known me since I was a kid. I knew she'd be upset, but I didn't expect her to sound accusing. It hurt a bit, but I shoved it deep down. There was no possible way I could tell her why the marriage was happening, though it was on the tip of my tongue to start justifying myself, even with lies. And I was horrible at lying, but I stopped myself. I watched my mother-in-law carefully. Her eyes glistening with tears, and an enormous feeling of guilt hit me. The three of us stood there, the silence after Nico's words thick, choking the air around us. "Nico, can I have 2 minutes alone, please?" I asked him, and he nodded. "Of course. Take your time." Surprisingly, his voice sounded soft, but his eyes watched Mary with a guarded, slight warning in his gaze. As stupid as it was, it made me feel somehow protected. I nodded and turned to Mary, who was still watching Nico. Mary, I couldn't imagine what she was thinking or feeling right now. A mother should never bury her child. I had my own range of guilty feelings about doing this with Nico. For Mary, it was seeing a man in front of her where her son should stand. I took her hand gently into mine, and we slowly started walking away from Nico. "Is everything okay?" "Mary," I tried to keep my voice low. We were still in the middle of my yard, not far enough from Nico. She stopped suddenly and turned towards me. My heart hurt and raced with fear. Would she lash out? Would she accuse me of forgetting about William, not loving him enough? I knew the day would eventually come. Her voice trembled in the breeze. "But Nico Morelli. Bianca, do you know who he is?" This was the part that I struggled with from the moment I was blackmailed into this arrangement. Do I feign ignorance, or do I tell her I didn't care Nico was a criminal inhaling deeply? I nodded. "Yes, I know who he is, and I am doing this. At least until I had some cash stacked up. Then I'd have to pack up the girls and run." "You shouldn't do it," she muttered, glancing Nico's way. The twins shouldn't be around men like that. Valid point, but that was decided the second William brought the bag full of money. Mary, please trust me. I beg it. You like him? She questioned, and I swallowed hard. The images of Nico eating me out at the restaurant or kissing in the elevator earlier today flashed through my mind. I guess we could say I liked him well enough. I couldn't get the words out, so I just nodded. I couldn't expect you to be single for the rest of your life. Mary took a deep breath, as if trying to get her composure back. It was hard seeing this strong woman so shaken up. She glanced behind me, and I followed her gaze, watching Nico. He watched us too. Just promise me. The girls will always remember William and be part of my life. I want them to know their grandparents and we. William and I couldn't bear losing them, too. My throat choked with emotions. I hated seeing her upset. Knowing her son was her whole world. I wrapped my arms around her, hugging her tight. The day William and I told her we were having twins, she cried from happiness. Ever since that day, she had been part of their lives. If I could help it, she would always be a part of their lives. But there were certain things I still had to resolve. Always. We'll always be part of your life, and you a part of ours. No matter what. It felt like someone was fisting my throat. It hurt to talk. I'll never let them forget William. Nothing could change who their father is. It was the truth. No matter William's faults or mine. The twins would know who their parents were. My mother made a choice to keep me out of Benito's clutches at her own expense. Maybe she was braver, but I couldn't do it. I wanted it all, my girls at my side. Safety. To see them grow up. A loving husband would be a nice bonus. But it wouldn't seem like it was in my cards. Thank you, Bianca. She hugged me tight, and I returned the embrace. She pushed slightly, getting her composure back. When is the wedding? Inwardly, I groaned. I wasn't sure how much she could take. In a week? Her face crumpled. We'll still be in the area. I quickly assured her. Might as well. Right. It wouldn't be any better if the wedding lingered for months over your head. Or mine, for that matter. I guess I can't blame you for wanting to tap that muscle. She mumbled. Her eyes on Nico, and the tension evaporated. I threw my head back and laughed out loud. Hearing the butchered term from her lips sounded all kinds of wrong. I couldn't contradict her. It certainly wasn't the reason the wedding was happening that fast. But I'd be a liar if I said I didn't want to experience more of what happened. This man was making a horny woman out of me. We both glanced at Nico, who was casually leaning against his Aston Martin, patiently waiting. The way he watched us told me he might have heard our whole conversation. And who are all the other men? Mary's voice had me returning my attention to her. His bodyguards. He muttered. Her lips thinned. But she said nothing else. Do you want to stay for an early dinner? I asked her, hoping to change the subject. I was going to fix scialatielli ai frutti di mare. It's your favorite pasta dish. Mary nodded her agreement, and I glanced at Nico. He approached us, his hands casually in his suit pockets. This man that ruled Maryland and the D.C. Underworld would turn me to dust if I wasn't careful. Less than 48 hours and he had turned my world upside down. If I was smart, I would have fled right after running into him a month ago. But it was too late now. Hey, Nico? Hannah yelled out, and all three of us turned to the girls. Both girls were a mess already, shoeless and sand covering their feet. Both ran up to us, their clothes wet and their eyes locked on Nico with wide grins. They looked so much like my mom and William, with those bleach blonde curls framing their faces with big blue eyes. Sometimes I'd even think they look mostly like my mom, more than anyone else. It was a reminder of her sacrifice and loss. But the girls mostly had my personality, though Ariana was more on the tamer side. "Want to play hopscotch?" Ariana asked. Hannah always wins. "I want to beat you." A choked laugh escaped me. I couldn't picture Nico playing hopscotch, though it might be worth paying money to see. Luckily for everyone, I had no money. I raised my eyebrow, waiting to see what he'd say. Nico's attention was on the girls, a wide smile on his face. "Sure, girls, but I have to warn you. I am really good at hopscotch." I couldn't hold back a full-blown laughter. "Can I record you? Because that will be priceless. I just know it."
Chapter 19. Nico, I might wear expensive, tailored suits, but I never hesitated to torture and murder people that betrayed me, regardless if they were a man or a woman. After a game of hopscotch and early dinner with Bianca and her girls, I headed to the location where Jenna was being kept. Jenna's head turned as I entered the basement. She had been the first woman to visit our little torture location. She shouldn't feel proud. She hung there, her wrist tied above her head, hanging off the ceiling, and her feet barely touching the ground. A special kind of torture, though I would have preferred to hang her by her scalp. Fucking traitorous bitch. Her eyes stared at me, like a deer caught in the headlights. Slowly, deliberately, I took out my gun and released the safety. I placed it on the little table in the corner, then turned back to her. Next, I pulled out my knife as I leisurely walked over to her. Jenna's eyes darted to my knife, and the color drained from her face. She was smart enough to know how this would play out. The end result would be death. It was up to her whether it would be an easy road to her last breath or a long and painful one. "You have two options," I started, my voice void of all emotions. "The easy way out or the hard way." Her face was smeared from tears. I heard she begged my men for mercy. She'd never get it. She didn't look so good anymore. Traces of her makeup smeared all over her face. Ugly red blotches from tears all over it. "Nico, please, I want to know everything," I told her. "Start from the beginning." She shook her head. I don't know anything," she said, trembling, her eyes full of lies. Her body swayed back and forth. "We can do this all night," I told her, "and for many more days to come." I leaned closer, wrinkling my nose. "But know this, Jenna Palermo." I hissed a breath. "I will get it out of you. Or Gabito. Gabito is a coward." Her teeth started to chatter, her eyes frantically looking to Leonardo behind me, pleading for help. "Please." "I didn't," she cried. "I didn't do anything." I raised my eyebrow. This woman was a piece of work. It was Jenna who was the coward here. I couldn't help but think back to Bianca, and how she owned up to her husband stealing the money. Her only plea was to kill her somewhere else so her daughters wouldn't find her there. Flipping the knife open, I pressed it against her cheek and ran it down to her neck. I was hoping we could just end it quickly, with a bullet through your brain, I said. But I don't mind making it messy either. Sometimes it's rewarding. I pressed the blade against the flesh of her neck, and her scream pierced through the air. I barely cut her, but she was a coward. I watched as the small drop of blood ran a trail down her neck and beneath the color of her crisp pink polo. "You know," I taunted, "you shouldn't play with the big boys if you can't take the punishment when caught." I drew the knife lower, placing it against the flesh of her thigh, drawing it upwards beneath the short, white tennis skirt. I kept the blade from cutting her flesh, knowing it wouldn't take much more before she cracked. I didn't have a choice. She screeched. I didn't. I lowered my knife and waited. "Well, Dotel. Yen. Tell me what forced you to sleep with Bianca's husband and work for Benito." She was stupid to think I didn't already know. I was the wolf. When it came to information, I could track down what I needed with little effort. The only downfall was having the right questions to ask. Otherwise, I would wind up going in a circle, chasing my own tail. A gasp left her lips. Benito," I grinned. And I imagined it wasn't a pretty grin because I was pissed off as all hell. "Are you denying it? You have to let me go," she begged, trying to jerk on her chains, but only succeeding in dislocating her shoulder. I pushed my knife against her shoulder blade, piercing through her skin, through the polo, and pushing into her muscle. I felt no regret or pity for her. She went after Bianca's husband and caused Bianca pain. I wanted to know why. "Why did Benito want you to seduce William Carter?" I asked. And let me tell you, I fucking hate repeating myself. Leonardo stepped forward, is holding his own gun. "We know you are working for him. Tell Nico everything, and he'll end it quickly. Or I'll make sure you last days before you're given any type of relief from the amount of pain I will inflict on you." She sobbed, her hair a moppy mess. If she hoped for pity, she'd get none here. "Last chance," Leonardo announced, grabbing a big saw. "We can start with sawing your toes." Her head jerked back and forth. He wanted me to kill him. She screeched. Leonardo and I shared a glance. "Continue," I ordered. He wanted him dead. She cried. But her tears didn't faze me at all. So he could get his hands on William's wife. Anger burned like fire in the pit of my stomach. Why something about property on the Amalfi Coast? Her voice was shaking, her eyes frantic. He wanted it. Her gaze shifted back to me. "Please, Nico. I'll do anything. This bitch thought she knew me. All she saw was my suits and money. But underneath it all was my depravity and hunger for the kill. She could never comprehend the ruthless nature of criminals, thinking she could manipulate us. "How were you going to kill him?" I asked, ignoring her pleas. A storm brewed inside me, ready to snap Jenna's neck for her betrayal. "We did kill him," she confessed. "I've met William even before you approached me. Benito wanted him dead. I seduced him the first night, then slipped thallium into his drink. Fuck. Thallium wouldn't have been found in his bloodstream. Not unless the doctors were looking for it. It's colorless, odorless, tasteless poison. We arranged for the doctors on Benito's payroll to see William through his treatments. He didn't have a brain tumor. It was a false diagnosis. She wept like she was the one suffering, when in fact, she was the one that caused suffering. The doctors pumped him full of poison to speed up the death. The blood in my veins froze. That fucking bastard. "Where did you get the poison?" I gritted my teeth. "From Benito," she whimpered. sensing my fury. Thallium caused convulsions, and it was a symptom that was common to a brain tumor diagnosis. Why hasn't he made a move since her husband's death, when she didn't answer? I pushed my knife against her cheek, cutting through the flesh. The skin split, causing blood to gush down her face. I wanted to put salt in her cut so she could scream in suffering for being such a cold-hearted bitch. Why, I gritted out, pushing my knife further, the blade connecting with her cheekbone. Her mother has a property on the Amalfi Coast. She screamed in agony. It will eventually go to Bianca. Benito arranged to have Bianca sold. He contemplated having her lined up to be his mistress. Or Marcos. Like her mother. But then he made a different deal. He won't let you marry her. He's coming for her. Obviously. He didn't know Bianca was his daughter. My stomach churned at the revelation. I reached for the gun on the table before pointing it at Jenna's head and pulling the trigger. Her body jerked before her head fell forward, and her body slouched against the restraints still holding her up. It was better than she deserved.
Chapter 20, Bianca. By the time I crawled into bed, it was nearly 10 at night. The girls had their bath and crashed from exhaustion. The best tuck-in ever. The evening was surprisingly pleasant, though I couldn't shake off a feeling that something was about to happen. Probably stupid wedding jitters. I mean, who wouldn't have them if they were marrying a mobster? Nico left shortly after Mary, right after our early dinner. By 6 o'clock, it was just the girls and me. It almost felt like our normal day, except that Bear was around and a few other men were surrounding the house. When I questioned Nico about it, he said it was a standard procedure. Whatever the heck that meant, once everyone was gone, the girls and I went to the beach for a bit longer. We all splashed, laughed, and played. Then we came back for cookies and shared a batch with the men. While sitting on the patio, Bear was the only one to ever come inside the house. Strangely enough, once I told my girls the men were watching the house. They were satisfied with that explanation and adopted them into our routine. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, I went through the events that happened over the last 2 days in my head. Mary wasn't happy about the quick wedding. She questioned Nico about the reasoning behind the urgency, hinting that maybe I was pregnant. It annoyed me a bit, but I ignored it. However, something about the way Nico answered her when questioned about the wedding bothered me. When she asked for the location of the ceremony, he said he hadn't decided yet. Same with time. Sighs. He avoided telling her any details. Not that I myself knew of any of it. It had been a whirlwind since he showed up in my kitchen threatening to kill me or marry me. My phone beeped, and surprisingly, a message from Angie flashed on my screen. Just heard you are getting married in a week. Holy shit. Text me. I groaned at that. It didn't take a genius to figure out who told her. I typed the reply back. It happened suddenly. I met Gabito's wife today. What the fuck times I wouldn't tell her that his wife had a thing with William. It would give her ammunition to remain with Gabito. Although, I had a feeling she would anyway. A reply came instantly. Long story. Those two can't stand each other. It worried me where it left Angie, though. Yes. My friend was a bit misguided, but she had a good heart. I didn't think Jenna had a good heart. I might be biased, but she struck me as a manipulator. Make sure you don't get hurt. You deserve much better. John still talks about you. Good night. Let her think about that. John would never cheat on her or drag her into a triangle. Setting the phone back on the nightstand, I laid back against my pillows with a heavy sigh. My mind raced and went in a million different directions. I wondered what William would think of this whole thing. Nico was such the opposite of William, in every aspect, that I wondered how I could be attracted to him. William and I had been an item since high school. We were everything to each other. He was gentle, thoughtful, funny, and so light-hearted. Until those last 2 years. Then it was as if I couldn't recognize him. His illness must have impacted his behavior. There was no other explanation for it. I stared into the darkness. Images of William's frail face on the hospital bed flashing in my mind. Tears pricked my eyes as I remembered him watching me. His concern only for me while he was on his deathbed. His body was so battered by all the chemicals and treatments, but he still worried about me. Those last few weeks was when I finally felt the old William was back. I couldn't explain it. But that selfless man was who he used to be before everything went downhill. I miss you, William. I whispered into the darkness, closing my eyes. I tossed and turned all night. The images of William plagued my dreams, along with the upcoming wedding to Nico turning into a blood-stained disaster. The daylight came too soon. I could feel the sun rays on my eyelids, coming through the window, groaning. I turned away from the lights and pulled the covers over my head, burying my head into the pillow. A soft chuckle reached my ears, and I smiled dreamily. William always found it amusing when I refused to get up in the morning. I'd tell him I was trying to make up for all the sleep lost during the first 2 years of the twins' life. William is dead. I shot up into a sitting position, my eyes darting across the room. A man in a pristine dark suit sat in my room. "Nico, what are you doing here?" I blurted out with confusion, my voice raspy from sleep. All my thoughts disoriented. I tried to distinguish whether I was still dreaming. Or was Nico Morelli in my bedroom a reality? I rubbed my eyes, then blinked, trying hard to clear my thoughts. I kept staring at the figure, sitting in my favorite chair by the window. Crisp, dark suit, dark hair, stormy gray eyes. Nico Morelli is in my bedroom, glancing at the clock on the nightstand. I noted it was only 6 a.m. "What are you doing here?" I repeated, slight panic creeping up my spine. The girls were in the room next door. It would alarm them if they saw him in the house. We haven't had an in-depth discussion with them about the wedding. I pulled the covers higher, hiding as much of my body as I could. He stood up, the epitome of calmness and grace. Like it was completely normal he was in my bedroom on a Sunday morning. He fixed his cufflinks, which were perfect already, as he spoke up. Is he wearing a tuxedo? I pondered over his suit. It wasn't a standard tuxedo, but then nothing this man had was standard. "We are moving up the wedding date," he replied, his expression unreadable. I frowned. I must have missed the point he was trying to make, because it was hardly a reason to show up at the crack of dawn and sit in my bedroom while I slept. "Okay," I muttered, pushing my hand through my hair. I couldn't even imagine what a mess I looked like. Another few weeks or months won't really matter. You could have just called and told me that. He chuckled again, like I just told the funniest joke. "No, cara mia," he retorted, a gleam in his eyes. "We are moving up the wedding date, not postponing. We are getting married today." Tick-tock. Tick-tock. "What? We are getting married today," he repeated, and it finally sunk into my brain. My eyes just about bulged out of my skull. Was he fucking crazy? Getting married in a week was a ridiculous plan. But today was outright crazy. Listen, buddy, it is too early for jokes. If you are one of those men with a sick sense of humor first thing in the morning, we can't get married. 2 years would be damn torturous to be married to a morning person. We stared at each other in silence, while I waited for his reply, an acknowledgement that I was right. When he didn't respond, I continued. And how did you get into my house, sitting there while I slept? That's just creepy. You know. He slowly abandoned his position by the window, his stride slow and deliberate. He moved like a damn wolf stalking its prey. I had the urge to scoot away. But where would I go really? The other side of the bed? Like that would save me. He sat down onto the bed, his weight shifting the mattress and having my body tilt his way. God. His heat felt amazing, especially with the cooler temperature that had started. I wanted to absorb his warmth and cuddle up under my covers, then go back to sleep and pretend this conversation didn't happen. His big hand came up to cut my face, his palm warming my skin. We are getting married today. No, I mumbled. You said next weekend. No, I am saying today, he retorted, a slight agitation in his voice. But why I mumbled? I didn't have a proper discussion with the twins. And we just told Mary yesterday that the wedding is in a week. Call them. His voice was firm, and something told me there would be no changing his mind. They are awake. And when your girls wake up, we'll tell them together. Why move the date? I questioned him. It didn't make any sense. A week didn't make a difference. Unless he is moving it on a whim. I thought wryly.
Chapter 21, Nico. I watched Bianca's eyes widen. There was no changing the date. The fact that Jenna was Benito's spy, and she knew my plan of marrying Bianca. There was no option for delaying this wedding. She had already informed Benito of the wedding being next week. This wedding had to happen today. I wasn't taking any chances. Last night's admission by Jenna was unexpected. Benito killed Bianca's husband to get his dirty paws on her. Jenna Palermo was dead. But there was one question I didn't ask. Whether Benito had William Carter on his radar before or after I went after him. I suspected the answer. I'd never let Benito get his hands on Bianca or sell her to one of his associates. She was mine. He wanted war. I'd give it to him. I'd burn the motherfucker down and everything he owned, including his son, Marco King. That fucking opportunistic, selfish prick. All Benito saw in Bianca was the moneymaker she could be for him, so the opportunist latched onto it. To make matters even more interesting, I found out Bianca's grandfather had a gambling debt with Benito King at Casino Royale, a casino that had been in my family for the past 3 generations. And guess who facilitated the gambling between Bianca's ancestor and Benito, my own fucking father? I was starting to suspect Bianca's family was part of the fucking Bells arrangement. It would fit the profile Dad owed. Her mother was under Benito's clutches. Benito got greedy and wanted the Catalano connection. The family's ownership of property on the Amalfi Coast would grant him free movement of flesh. Using my best hacker in Cassidy Tech, I found the trail of the agreement that Jenna mentioned. Benito was selling Bianca to Vladimir Solonik, a Russian bratva and a tough motherfucker. He had already made a payment. $10 million. All my intel still showed Benito didn't know that Bianca was his daughter. The question was, how did he expect to get his paws on her property if he sold her to a Russian? Wait, how do you know my in-laws are awake already? It took Bianca a second to process my words. I caught her off guard being here so early. But she was smart. There was no need to answer that question. You have someone watching them too, her eyebrows scrunched. But why? I had them watched because I didn't trust them, nor Bianca not to flee. Besides, with her girls spending so much time with their grandparents, I wanted to ensure they were safe. No, I'd have to watch them to ensure Benito wouldn't use them as retribution. Hurry up and get ready. I ordered her, whether she wanted to or not. We were getting married today. Leonardo had everything prepared. Cassio and Luca were coming too, along with Luciano and his wife and their boy. The latter would be to persuade Bianca that it was possible to raise a family in our circles. Hopefully, Grace wouldn't bring up the shit that happened between her husband and her. It wasn't something you brought up in a casual conversation. I could only imagine Bianca's face if Grace told her that Luciano put a gun to his wife's head. She'd take her girls and run. Nico, please be reasonable, Bianca pleaded. My girls will be terrified. They just met you. They won't understand why you are suddenly around all the time. Children are adaptable, I assured her. It was the only way to ensure this plan I have been scheming for the past 2 years came to fruition. Besides, it would keep her and her girls safe from Benito and Vladimir. Get ready, and when they wake up, we'll tell them. I wish I had that money. She spat out, anger on her face. I'd shove it down your throat. I chuckled at her spirit. The money wouldn't have saved her, but she didn't need to know that. It would seem my wife isn't a morning person. I'm not your wife, she snapped. Not yet, but in a few hours. She sighed heavily, and a little glimmer of regret played in my chest. But I decidedly pushed it away. Regret had no room here. This is lunacy, she complained. But she dragged herself out of the bed. My eyes traveled down her body. Wearing only hot pink boy-short panties and a white slim tank top. Her skin was smooth, much paler than mine, and despite her petite frame, she had soft curves. My cock stirred to life, ready to pounce on her and claim her. She had been constantly on my mind, along with those little moans she made as I ate her pussy in the middle of the damn restaurant. I hadn't been able to get rid of my Harden. Voices carried over through the closed windows, and I watched Bianca's slim body rush to see what was going on. What the fuck is going on here? She exclaimed and whipped around, glaring at me. Why are there a boatload of people in my yard? Her dark eyes flashed with anger again, and her cheeks flushed. Damn it. I wanted to fuck her here. Right now. We are getting married here, I told her. I was buying time, counting on Benito to assume the wedding would take place on my property. And it was happening next week. Something is seriously wrong with you, she snapped in an exasperated tone. I don't want to get married today. I strode towards her, towering over her. Despite her petite body, she somehow seemed taller when she was pissed off. She stood her ground, her hands on her hips, our bodies flushed together. Both of my hands reached out, my fingers digging into her soft hips. I knew they'd leave a mark, and I didn't give a shit. Let everyone know she was mine. I lowered my head, our lips only inches apart. This is not a negotiation. Cara mia. I purred with an undertone of threat. In 2 hours, you'll be Mrs. Morelli. She stood there, her eyes wide, with a mix of fear and stubbornness in those dark depths. She'd be the death of me. Start. Getting. Ready. Now. I watched her throat bob as she swallowed. Fear flashed in her eyes. But she refused to cower. Fuck. You, Nico. This wasn't the agreement. She huffed a frustrated breath. You can't change agreements on the fly. Bianca, get in the shower. She rolled her eyes at me. I had to fight the urge to bend her over and smack her ass. Now, we stared at each other. Both of us refusing to back down. This would be fun when I take her to bed. But right now, I just wanted her to get a move on. Nico, it is too soon. She reversed back to a begging technique. Besides, shouldn't we get a prenup? It's only smart. You know, otherwise, when we divorce, I could get half of everything. Damn it. This woman tested my patience. Then her eyes flashed, and she continued in a hopeful tone. I mean, I don't even have a white dress. I wore my only white dress yesterday. Ishmirkad. I'd marry her naked if I could ensure nobody else saw what was mine. Not to worry. Charamia. I took care of the dress, and I certainly wasn't worried about the prenup. She'd be mine forever. Hope extinguished in her eyes, and her frustration came back. When did you decide that the wedding is today? She hissed. Yesterday. I deadpanned. And you didn't think that maybe you should tell me too? No. And if I don't want to do it? She tilted her chin up, showing her stubbornness. You are doing it. I told her. Just think of your kids. A sharp gasp left her full lips. You'd threaten them, she asked, her eyes wide and full of terror. I would never hurt them. But apparently, Bianca thought the worst of me. You played hopscotch with them? I frowned at her reasoning. From all the things for her to say, that one made the least amount of sense. Bianca was a puzzle. Yes, I was using her in my revenge, but I'd never hurt her girls, nor her. There were worse things in this life than marrying me. At least I hoped so. The attraction was there. I'd be a faithful husband, and I'd protect her and our children. What more was there, Nico? Please. This time, her voice was weaker than normal. Bianca's small hands pressed against my chest, as if she was pleading directly to my heart. You have to cancel this. Getting married today is madness. Sorry to disappoint. Bianca, I said. But we are getting married in 2 hours. Rain or shine. I pressed my lips against hers. A soft gasp of surprise gave me just an opening I needed. Fuck. She was perfect. Her soft lips. Her lilac smell. My tongue brushed against hers, pushing through, exploring her mouth. Her body was so responsive. And at this moment, I was prepared to take her right here and right now. The ceremony be damned. The bedroom flew open and her twins came running in. Mommy. Mommy. They both squealed, completely unperturbed that I was in the bedroom. Oh, hey, Nico. Hey, girls. I greeted them with a smile, giving a pointed look to Bianca. She narrowed her eyes, then glared. Guess what? They both exclaimed. There are a bunch of people outside. We went to tell Bear so he can protect us. But he said. Ariana ran out of breath. So Hannah continued. That we are having a wedding. She screamed the last word. Then they both started jumping. You and Nico are getting married. Yeah, Bianca paled a few shades and looked like she was ready to faint. But she forced a smile on her face. It looked more like a grimace. Girls, have Bear feed you breakfast. I told them both. Mommy has to get ready for the wedding. There is a chef downstairs that will prepare you whatever you want. Whatever we want. Ariana's wide smile held a note of mischievousness to it. I could practically see in her expression she contemplated something she wasn't supposed to eat for breakfast. Whatever you want, I confirmed, without another look to either one of us. Both took off to find Bear and the new chef. You are such a skilled liar, she muttered. I shrugged my shoulder. Let's get you in the shower. I didn't trust her to do something stupid, so I followed her into the bathroom. You don't really expect me to shower while you are staring, she hissed. Her and your back. Good. That was better than seeing her pale, ready to faint. I turned around and faced the door, offering her privacy. Soon I'd see all of her naked. So the modesty was pointless. But I'd pick my battles with her. My friend's wife will be here shortly. I told her. Grace Vital. She'll help you get ready. There is a hairdresser and makeup artist coming. You can tell them what you envision for yourself. Whatever. She was pissed off. It wasn't a good start to our marriage, but it was a necessary one. I heard her moving around the bathroom, starting the shower. I need to use the toilet, she gritted out. Then use it. I turned my head and met her furious gaze in the mirror. I need some privacy, she hissed, her eyes murderous. You might as well get used to it. I drawled. Tonight, every inch of you will be mine. Her mouth parted in shock, and for a moment she was silenced. Stronzo, she spat out in Italian. She called me a turd, although I had a feeling she had even worse names for me. She turned her back to me, muttering under her breath, and then slammed the door separating to the toilet room. She wasn't long. Then she came out, sent a glare my way, and proceeded to the sink to brush her teeth. Then opening the shower door and closing the glass a bit too forcefully, resisting the temptation to glance in the mirror and catch a glimpse of her body. I focused my eyes on the items Bianca had on the counter. A bottle of perfume, lotion, and birth control. I remembered she told me she was on birth control, but knowing Bianca was protected from getting pregnant when we consummate our marriage didn't fill me with any relief. Throwing a glance in the mirror, I noticed Bianca's back turned to me, so I grabbed the packet and read the name of the prescription. Then I pulled out my phone and sent a note to Leonardo.
Chapter 22, Bianca. To say I was pissed off was putting it mildly. Once I was done with the shower, I wrapped the biggest towel around me, ignoring Nico, who stood there like a jailer. Forced bride took on a whole new meaning with him. I was so mad. I could spit fire. No sooner than I was out of the shower with my hair wrapped to dry, 3 women strode into my bedroom. Hey, Nico. A red-haired woman greeted him. She was beautiful. Her red hair a stark contrast against her light skin and the most unusual colored eyes. I had never seen anyone with those indigo-colored eyes. Nico strode over to her and pressed a kiss on her cheek. Grace, thank you for coming on such short notice. Luciano is here too. Y presume. I didn't want to examine why it bothered me to see him kiss another woman. I scoffed out loud and everyone's eyes came to me. I didn't give a shit. He was practically dragging me down the aisle. I had every right to be disgruntled. Grace returned her attention to Nico and answered his question by rolling her eyes and chuckling. Of course. I think he's still worried I'd take off and leave him. I raised my eyebrow. That was an odd thing to say. Maybe she was forced to. Although right now she looked happy. Her unusual colored eyes shifted to me, and I offered her a tight smile. I couldn't feign happiness right now, and certainly not this early. Grace. This is Bianca Morelli. Nico started the introduction, and my head snapped to him. Not yet. Grace chuckled. That's right. Nico. Grace agreed with me, surprising me. Not yet. No. Go hang out with the boys until the bride is ready. I bit my lip to stop myself from saying I'd never be ready. After all, I agreed to marry him, but changing it up on me without even discussing it with me first rubbed me the wrong way. Nico's gray eyes met mine, and just like always, I couldn't tell a damn thing he was thinking. He strode over to me and pressed a kiss on my cheek, sending unwelcomed shivers down my spine. See you in a bit, he whispered low into my ear. Nico, remind Ella to help with the girls' dresses. Grace shouted after him, then turned her eyes at me. I got them flower girl dresses. Ella is great. You'll love her. She helped me raise Mateo when we were on the run. Huh, she chuckled as if she could hear my thoughts. It's a long story, but you can trust her. If I knew I was getting married today, I would have taken care of it myself. I muttered. Or ran. The latter sounds like a better plan. She tilted her head and her eyes softened. I know how you feel. My beginning with Luciano was rough. Her face lit up at the mention of her husband. Really rough. But I couldn't be happier now. And trust me, despite Nico's hard exterior, he'll be good to you and your girls. I huffed at that statement. He just fucking threatened me and my girls. Trust me on this. Bianca, she added, everything isn't always as it appears. I smiled, but her statement didn't make me feel any better, even if he turned out to be as Grace said. A time would come where I would have to leave. For my daughter's sake. For the next hour, Grace, the hairdresser, and the makeup artist transformed me into a bride. I could hardly recognize myself. This wedding gown was exquisite. Just what I would have picked out if I shopped for a wedding dress. The strapless bodice hugged my curves and had an open back. The dress waterfalled down to the ground with a long train. It was elegant with a wow effect, yet still simple. It even had matching wedding slippers with a 3-inch heel. The hairdresser recommended putting my hair into a loose but fancy bun. I let her do whatever she wanted, but she was right. It left my neckline open, and Nico sent the most extravagant piece of jewelry I had ever seen. It would be the only jewelry I'd wear. Besides the rings. Nico is going to lose his shit. Grace and Ella announced at the same time. I found that those two often thought in sync. Whatever they went through. It made them very close. It made me a tiny bit jealous that I never had that and never would. Since sooner or later, I'd be living who knew where. Maybe I had a few years or maybe just a few months. I bet he doesn't make it through the whole ceremony before his hands are all over you. Ella teased. I wasn't sure if I should be happy about that or not. Ella married Luciano Vitale's cousin. Luciano was Grace's husband. I guess it was appropriate that two best friends married two cousins that also happened to live together. I wondered if William was rolling over in his grave. I was getting married in the home we built together. Our house and lawn were flooded with mobsters and their wives. A small wedding, I was told, but everywhere I looked, there were people, probably bodyguards to all the damn mobsters. You ready? Grace asked. I wasn't. I would never be ready. But it wasn't as if I had a choice. Instead, I nodded because I couldn't bring myself to speak. Grace and Ella shared a look. Do you need a few more minutes? A few minutes wouldn't be enough. I wanted to say, instead, I just remained silent. Everything will be okay, Grace said with conviction that I didn't feel. Can I see the girls? I finally asked, my voice hoarse from the unshed tears and rattled nerves. I'll go get them, Ella announced and hurried out of the room. Bianca, just trust your gut. The look Grace gave me was full of assurances. But she couldn't know everything that loomed over the twins and my head. Be strong and everything will work out. Trust me. It worked out for me too. The twins ran into the room, like mini cyclones. And instantly, I felt at least a bit lighter seeing their big smiles. They twirled around, showing off their dresses, both speaking at the same time, but I could hardly understand what they were saying. Oh my gosh. I beamed, forcing a big smile on my face. Both of you look so beautiful. My beautiful baby girls. It was as if they only now saw me. Both of their eyes widened. Wow. They both breathed out at the same time. You look like a princess. I lowered down, though the dress material felt a bit constricting. I didn't care. I needed to hug them. I opened my arms and both of them ran into them. I held on tight, sending a silent prayer that I wasn't putting them in more danger by doing this. My mother sacrificed so much for me and my daughters. I couldn't let it all be for nothing. Let me fix your hair, I choked out with a small smile. I hugged you so tightly I messed up your beautiful hairstyle. I just now noticed a boy similar in age to my girls in the room. Bianca. This is my son, Grace introduced. Matteo Vitale. I'm going to marry him, Hannah announced, and all of us burst into laughter. Hello, Matteo. I extended my hand his way and he took it. Nice to meet you. You look very handsome in your suit. I love it. He smiled. Darn little kid was a cutie pie. You can't marry my daughter, though. I warned him jokingly. I see my son is breaking hearts already. A man walked in, and I raised my eyes. Holy smokes. There was hotness standing in the doorway of my bedroom. The guy was fucking gorgeous. Not as hot as Nico. Of course. The moment I thought that, I immediately scolded myself. It didn't matter, but still. The tattoos on the guy would regularly make me run. But I couldn't tear my gaze away from him. Bianca. This is my husband, Grace announced. Luciano Vitale. And before you think he did something better than Nico, he didn't. My eyes traveled between the two, and I would have never guessed they would be a couple. She looked polished while he looked like total badass hotness. Like a bad boy my grandmother would have warned me to steer away from. Jesus. You have a lot of tattoos, I muttered, at a loss for words. He chuckled. You must be Bianca, extending his hand. I shook it. Cassio will walk you down the aisle. Oh, that's not necessary, I muttered. My dad already walked me down the aisle. I'm good. Luciano chuckled. Nico insists. Well, Nico can go I cut myself off. These were his friends and mobsters. I couldn't talk like that. They could shoot us all dead in my house. I agree. Another man came in behind Luciano. It must be Cassio. Jesus. Are all mobsters hot like this? Talk about a great gene pool. Nico can go fuck himself. But since he asked nicely, I agreed to walk you down the aisle. Bianca. I just stared at him. This guy had tattoos on his neck and hands, just like Luciano. I wondered where else, but I'd rather die than ask. Though it made me wonder if Nico had them. He wore his Armani suits, looking polished, but I kept seeing a hint of ink, right under his collar or even his sleeve. I'll find out tonight. Oh my gosh. I would have sex with him tonight. Oh, fuck, he muttered. Suddenly my breathing labored. I bent down, leaning on my knees, not even caring if my boobs came out of my strapless dress. I couldn't think about sex with him. It was getting too hot in here. Don't think about sex with him. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I need a week. I rambled. Just a week. Maybe 2. I started fanning myself with my hand, probably looking like a lunatic. I wasn't far off. I straightened up, my hands on my cheeks. Can someone turn on the AC? I breathed. A sudden hot flash sure to turn me into a melting puddle. Too hot. Okay. Everyone out. Grace ordered. Except for Cassio. My eyes darted around, looking for any way out. Maybe I could jump out the window, I mumbled to myself, heading in that direction. Well. Cassio took my hand, stopping me from making another step. We are not taking a shortcut through the window. I'm pretty flexible, but not that agile. We'll walk down the stairs. If you don't mind. I raised my eyes and met his dark gaze. He smiled, and something about it soothed my panic, so I absorbed it, needing that calmness right now. Nico is the best one of us all. He deadpanned. He meant to comfort me, but it didn't sound very comforting. Grace must have thought the same. That is not helping. Cassio. She scolded him. Bianca, trust me on this. With these fucked up men. She pointed to Cassio, who narrowed his eyes on her, including my husband in that statement. You can count on one thing. They'll make sure you are and your girls are safe. No matter what. She believed it. I could tell by the honesty in her eyes. But there wouldn't be any saving my girls or me once Benito King came to collect. I nodded, because there was nothing else I could possibly tell them. Good. Now let's go get you married before Nico blows up my phone, Cassio announced, grinning. I have never seen a man so eager to get married. Grace chuckled. A good sign for the start. The house was empty as we made our way downstairs. Cassio being a perfect gentleman and helping me, along with Grace. Your twins will be little flower girls. Grace continued, explaining the ceremony I knew nothing about since it was thrown my way at the last minute. I hope you don't mind, but Hannah made Mateo a flower boy. She winced at that. I don't care. I told her. Hannah probably doesn't want him out of her sight. All 3 of us chuckled. We were in the living room, heading for the large French doors that sat open. The view of the backyard completely done up and looking unrecognizable. The large yard overlooking the bay was turned into a luxury outdoor wedding. The open view of the bay spread in the distance, and it helped to calm my nerves. There weren't as many people here as I initially thought, but more than I've ever had over at my house. There were around 30 people here, and I never had so many guests here before. Ready, Cassio asked. I gave him a side glance. If I say no? Will it matter? He shook his head. I'm not sure I want to know what Nico and you got into, he muttered. But I can tell you one thing. Bianca, he is not letting you go. He'll turn every city upside down to find you. Wonderful, I murmured. Just what I needed. Another psychopath. I forced myself to take a step over the threshold and onto the patio. I allowed my gaze to search out my future husband, and my breath hitched. There he was, Nico Morelli, the king of the Maryland and D.C. underworld, waiting for me. The music filled the air. Pachelbel's Canon in D major. My heart drummed against my ribs so hard it hurt. Stuck in my place, I stared at this man. In a short amount of days, he had shaken my entire world, tilted my universe. He stirred something inside me that scared me. I have never physically gravitated to a man before. This was too intense, too hot, too dangerous. Yet, it felt right when he held me. Nico and I stared at each other, his gaze pulling me forward, demanding me to continue walking. It was as if the entire universe halted, leaving me alone in the world with him. My body wanted to obey, but my mind rebelled, resisted. I didn't know. Cassio gently tugged me along, urging me to move. One step, another, and another. Red rose petals covered my path and were squashed under my shoes, burying into the dirt. I couldn't quite decide if it was romantic or ominous. My girls and Matteo walked in front of us. And if I was honest with myself, the wedding, the kids, and the groom were perfect. I hoped for a hero in disguise. I got a deceiver, a leer, loud sounds, yelling. Interrupted the moment, and my step faltered. I was halfway down the aisle. Bianca. A familiar voice called out through the yard. I turned my head in the direction of the loud voices and saw John struggling against Bear. Before I realized, I pulled my arm out of Cassio's arm, lifted my long dress, and ran towards him. "Hey," I yelled. "Bear, let him go." Commotion broke out all around me, but all my focus was on John and ensuring Bear didn't hurt him. "Bianca, slow down," Grace called out behind me. "I'm trying to save your wedding dress and this long-ass train. Just leave it," I told her, and in another few steps came to a stop, in front of Nico's men. All of them surrounded John like he was a criminal. Yet criminals were all over my lawn. Bear had him lifted up into the air by his polo shirt, tugging on Bear's arm. I hissed at him. "He's a friend. Get your hands off of him." Bear looked to someone over my head, and I followed his gaze. Nico was behind me, his stormy gray eyes clearly showing he was furious. I didn't give a shit. He couldn't manhandle my friends like that. "Nico, tell Bear to let him go," I demanded. He didn't move or say anything. "Nico," I screeched. "Tell him to let John go." "Bianca." "What is going on?" John squealed, struggling to speak. "Why are you marrying him?" Nico took over from Bear and punched John right into his face. "Nico," I screamed. "What the fuck?" My eyes darted around frantically, seeking help. Nobody even moved. The expressions on their faces bored, like this was an everyday occurrence. What was wrong with these people? John wasn't a small guy. Years of playing football made him strong enough to hold his own. Well, not against Nico Morelli, apparently, because Nico was using him as a damn punching bag. John tried his best but hadn't landed a hit yet, since nobody bothered to stop the two idiots. I jumped on Nico's back, wrapping my arms around him. "Stop it right now," I yelled at him. This wedding turned into a damn circus show. "No. Nico, I mean it or I'll... What will I do? What could I threaten him with? Or you can kiss this wedding goodbye," I shouted. Before I could hold the words back, he immediately straightened, giving a silent nod to Bear to restrain John. I pointed my finger at Bear. Don't you touch him or hit him. Understood. Bear raised his eyebrow, one side of his lip tilting to the side. Whether it was in displeasure or a smile, I'd never know. Bianca. Why are you? John started, but I immediately cut him off. Stop it. He said, his eyes darting between Nico and I, then shifting to the rest of the crowd. It didn't take a genius to see that my yard was full of dangerous men. I turned my back to John and glared at Nico. Are you mental? Tell me you didn't fucking invite him to our wedding. He replied, his voice ice cold. Are you for fucking real? I asked him. When do you think I could have sent the invite? While I was in the shower this morning and you kept guard, Grace's husband snickered in the background and suddenly both Nico and I glared at him. I didn't say anything. He quickly defended himself with a big smile on his face. Nice to see someone found this amusing. I looked out and saw that Ella had ushered Mateo and the girls back into the house. Don't worry, Grace said, seeing me looking at the children. They didn't see anything. Ella distracted them with candy. I guess that's good, I muttered. They can be jacked up all day on sugar. Grace shrugged her one shoulder, unconcerned. If I had to pick between sugar or fight, I'd pick sugar too. A guy with pale blonde hair that looked like an MMA fighter approached our crowd and grinned. I've got to give it to you. The party hasn't even started, and I am fucking loving it. Who in the hell are you? I demanded. Sasha Nikolaev. He made a bow. At your service. Weirdo. Listen, buddy, he muttered, annoyed at this clusterfuck. This is not a drama club, so get going. Nothing for you to see here. A woman with dark brown hair chuckled and tugged him away. You asked for that one, Sasha. I like her. The guy winked at me as he went along with the woman. Inhaling a deep breath, I faced Nico and John. Nico didn't even look frazzled, his expensive Brioni tuxedo looking as pristine as ever. John, on the other hand, looked like he'd gotten run over by a train. His eye was slowly starting to swell, his shirt crooked, and his hair disheveled. What's going on? Bianca John questioned, his lips slightly swollen. You couldn't even call and tell me you are getting married. To this guy, I have to hear it from Angie. I cleared my throat uncomfortably. Truth was that it never even occurred to me to call John and tell him about what was happening. He was William's best friend and took it upon himself to look after us after William passed away. But he had enough of his own issues. It hadn't crossed my mind. I exhaled. Everything happened so fast. And how did Angie know he accused? I didn't tell her, he muttered. Someone else told her. Listen, John. Nico interrupted, a threatening look in his gaze. This is neither the time nor place for your little visit. I cringed at Nico's directness. I had to agree. It wasn't the best time to visit. And it wasn't the best move on John's part to muscle his way through the security guards. But Nico muscled his way too, forcing this wedding on me. That's not fair, I told Nico. You have your friends here. And I haven't said a word. I glanced at Cassio, Luciano, and the rest of the crew. No offense. None taken. Cassio retorted. Bianca. Nothing. Nico. I cut him off. If John wants to stay, he's staying. The tension was thick between Nico and me. A battle of wills, tugging back and forth. I knew if he decided to throw him out, I could do nothing to stop him, short of screaming and crying. It still wouldn't help. But I refused to let him punch his way into getting what he wanted. I refused to be his doormat, no matter how good he kissed. The storm in his eyes reflected the storm in my heart and soul. Maybe I had finally lost my sanity. Maybe all my marbles got fried by the mind-blowing orgasm he gave me. The way he set my body on fire but still made me feel comfortable with myself didn't make any sense. He was dangerous. Yet instinctively I trusted him with my body. I knew nobody else could take me to those amazing heights. This man in front of me could end me with the snap of his fingers and nobody would even think to question my disappearance. Yet, something about him also fueled the strength in me. To fight. To stand my ground. To stand up to him and the world. Is that what you want? Nico surprised me with my question as he nodded in John's direction. What was he implying? I glanced around us. Do you all mind giving us some privacy, please? Everyone dispersed. But John remained in his spot. You too. John. He opened his mouth. But I cut him off. Please. Fine. Fine. He muttered and left us alone. What's the problem here? I asked Nico in a low voice, ensuring nobody else could hear us. I want to know if you want him. I shook my head. As a friend. Yes. I let the words sink in, taking a step forward. My hands reached out, gripping his suit jacket in between my fingers and tugging him lower. He was too tall. He bent his head, and I lifted my eyes to meet his. I know this is a temporary arrangement, I murmured. Something crossed his features, but he quickly masked it. But you can't just erase my entire life. John is a friend. I already told you that. I wouldn't dream of telling you to get rid of your friends. When he didn't say a thing, I continued. I'm pissed off you threw this on me without consulting with me. And I'm pissed off you hit my best friend. But please remember one thing. I will never do something just to piss you off. I sensed yesterday you didn't like him. Even if I knew about the wedding and sent the invite, I wouldn't have invited him without talking to you about it. Our gazes locked. My voice was firm, but my insides shook. It felt important he understood I'd never manipulate him. He sighed and held out his free hand. You are going to break me. Aren't you? Something shifted and I wasn't sure what. I chuckled softly. I certainly hope not. I looked at his profile. So you agree that John can stay? I asked softly. Yes. Your friend can stay. It was like getting a gift on Christmas morning. Nico, I squeezed his hand gently. The ruthless man was gone, and the man that got under my skin was back. No more surprises like today. Okay, I swore regret. Or something like it. Past his expression. My instinct told me to push him about it. Ask him if there was anything else he needed to tell me, but before I opened my mouth, he beat me to it. Good plan. He pressed a kiss on my cheek. You look gorgeous. My body warmed at his compliment and the heat in his gaze. Now let's get married. Cera mia. Okay. Like adult. When he looked at me like that, I was in danger of doing anything he demanded. Nico nodded at Bear. I guess an unspoken signal that John was good to stay. All good? Cassio asked, glancing between the two of us. I nodded, and John approached. You're going to get cleaned up, yeah. Your bodyguard. He tilted his chin at Bear. Demands it. John glared at Nico, and I quickly reprimanded him. John, don't start any more shit, or I'll call you mother. He rolled his eyes. That only worked 10 years ago. He grunted but headed into the house. Nico left to take his spot at the end of the line, decorated by red roses on each end. Now, let's get you married. Grace fixed the train in the back, while Ella instructed the kids to go ahead and throw flower petals on the ground. before another fight breaks out. I wholeheartedly agreed. Today couldn't end soon enough. And then, Jesus, I couldn't think about tonight. Otherwise, I'd melt into a puddle. Paco Bell's cannon resumed, and Cassio offered his arm. "What's your full name again?" I asked Cassio, looping my hand through his arm. Everyone's eyes were on us. As we made our way down the makeshift aisle, surrounded by flowers, the day started off rough, but it could only get better from here. "Right, Cassio King," he replied. I lost my step and would have stumbled if not for Cassio catching me. Oh my God, did they catch me? And I didn't even know.
Chapter 23. Nico, I beat up Bianca's best friend on the day of our wedding. She forgave me. I forced marriage on her. She forgave me. Though I didn't think she would forgive me once my plan unfolded. Yet I still went through it. Why? Because I made a promise to my sister, as she bled in my arms, that I'd make that son of a bitch pay. And Bianca was the only weak link I had found. To make it personal. Woman for woman. His daughter for my sister. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. And I never fucking wanted anything as much as I wanted Bianca. My heart thundered inside my chest, unlike ever before. With each step she took towards me, I forced this marriage on her, but it didn't diminish the deep affection I had for her. Yes, there was this incredible desire and lust, but even stronger was tenderness. I purposely asked Cassio to walk her down the aisle, knowing it would be a responsibility honored to him if he knew they were siblings. It was the least I could do. It was common knowledge that Benito always wanted a daughter, to parade around, to show off, to use to make a high trade and expand his power. He didn't know he had one, but he soon would. The moment I consummated my marriage, I intended to make it known. When Bianca asked for no more surprises, I was so damn tempted to tell her. But it would mean failure. A broken promise. The priest spoke and my hand found the exposed skin on her back. I had to feel her skin and needed her close to me. When John showed up, I lost my shit, and jealousy ate at me. Those two were close and had a bond from childhood. I believed her when she said she never had a romantic relationship with him. The background check confirmed it. But the feeling of jealousy was hard to control. Bianca leaned into my palm, without even realizing it. She nervously chewed on her bottom lip. When it was time to say our vows, Bianca turned to me, and with a startling realization, I realized she was holding back her whimpers by chewing on her bottom lip. The most beautiful, soft emotions I ever saw shone in her eyes. As Shaki, the soft smile on her face was a punch in the gut for the betrayal I was about to make. You can still make it right, my mind whispered. But I didn't. If I'd let her go, she'd run and never look back. I wanted her to own, to possess, to ruin. So she'd be ruined for anyone else. She'd be my revenge and my fantasy come true. I took both her hands in mine, spoke the words and promises I intended to keep. I slipped a new ring on her finger, a blue and red diamond band, hope and blood. The diamond stones were rare, but so was she. Bianca slipped a tungsten wedding band on mine. She stared at the ring, a creased eyebrow the only indication something bothered her. "What is it?" I whispered, leaning in. Her cognac-colored eyes met mine, one tear escaping down her cheek. and I couldn't resist collecting it with my lips. Our faces close together. Her soft breaths flowed over to me. She was nervous. Her chest heaved up and down. Her breasts pressed against my chest. It was always like this with this woman. The friction between us sparked like 4th of July fireworks. No other woman had ever made me wish for something more. Bianca made me hunger for unconditional love, acceptance, and all of her touches. A lover's touch just feels different. She murmured softly. Her eyes turned darker, deeper brown with desire burning in them, matching my own. The priest said the final words, and even before he pronounced us husband and wife, my lips pressed on hers, sealing the eternal deal. I had become addicted to her flavor, her touch, her scent. She was forever mine. I was forever hers, pressing her harder against me. I raked my teeth over her full bottom lip. Her eyes fluttered shut, like she was giving herself to me, and there was no mistaking that her heart beat frantically. Mi fa impazzire di desiderio, I whispered against her lips. You drive me crazy with desire. The problem was, it wasn't just desire. I was starving for her. I wanted to consume her. Body, heart, and soul. The selfish bastard in me wanted it all. My mouth clashed with hers, tasting her. That unique taste of hers was my high. Bianca Morelli was definitely my kryptonite. Her hands had taken my suit jacket and locked down, holding me close to her. The bastard in me was glad to know she was just as impacted by me as I was by her. My one hand wrapped around the nape of her head while I kept the other on her lower back, her exposed skin, pressing her against me. Soft noises sounded in her throat, making me wild. My tongue swirled with hers in perfect harmony. She met each demand in the sweetest surrender, her submission stealing vital parts of me. She was all mine, forever. My wife and I headed for the dance floor that had been set up on the north side of Bianca's property. Everyone watched as I wrapped my wife into my arms for our first dance as husband and wife. My wife. I never expected it. Never wanted it. This was supposed to be about revenge. A business arrangement. But somehow, it became so much more. I held her firmly against me, our bodies fitting perfectly despite our size difference. My hand curved around her waist, her curves soft against my hardness. You know, she smiled softly. For such a big guy, you are quite a smooth operator on the dance floor. I raised my eyebrow. Big guy, she shrugged. Well, you are not exactly a small guy. You tower over most people, and I have never seen a man with broad shoulders like yours. She danced well. Her small body fit perfect against mine. You probably spend hours in the gym every day. Your friends, too. Her eyes shifted to where Cassio, Luca, Luciano, and Raphael stood with Vasily Nikolaev and his two brothers. I could only imagine what Bianca thought of them. We didn't exactly give off soccer dad vibes. Her twins ran around with Matteo, occupied with their kids' games. Grace, Isabella, and Ella sat around, happy that the wedding went by without a glitch. It was only thanks to them that it happened. I might have forced Bianca into this marriage, but I still wanted to make it special. So who is Cassio King? Bianca's back slightly tensed under my palm, and I searched out her face. My friend, I told her. A good one. I wanted to see if she'd add anything else. You've known him for a long time, and his brother. What about Luciano and the other guys? I chuckled. Curious. Aren't you? She rolled her eyes at me. And damn it, if I didn't find it sexy. Luciano and Cassio have known each other the longest. They grew up together. I met both of them in Lucca when I was in college. We became friends when I killed the man Cassio's father sent to kill his sons. Bianca's eyes widened and she stumbled. What? Her voice was a hoarse whisper, and now I regretted telling her that. She might be Benito's daughter, but she grew up in a normal family and environment. Why? Because he is a sick bastard. I told her. They are his illegitimate sons, so he treats them badly. She visibly paled, and I silently cursed myself. What about their mother? She killed herself when they were both young. Jesus Christ. Nobody even knew the half of it. Cassio was lucky to be alive. The reason both Cassio and Luca survived and turned into decent men was because their grandfather raised them. That's horrible, she muttered. It's not something to talk about on our wedding day. I decided to change the subject. Grace offered to watch the girls for the next 3 days, so we'd have a honeymoon. I didn't think Bianca would go for it. Though they'd be guarded better than the president's daughter. Do you want to go on a honeymoon? She threw her head and laughed. Are you serious? Our first dance ended? But we continued on. I wanted to keep her in my arms. Yes. I can't just throw my kids at their grandparents. She shook her head. How about we have Grace and Ella watch the girls? She shook her head. No, not for that long. They are strangers. I nodded. I expected as much. Would you feel comfortable if Grace and Luciano watched the girls for a night and a day? Her eyes traveled across the dance floor and found Hannah hugging Matteo by the swings. No, that worries me, she muttered, scrunching her eyebrows. Hannah is the unfriendly one, and she is pretty much going all in with Matteo. I grinned. He is very much like his father. A ladies' man. Seems to me he is a one-lady man. She retorted. Yeah, maybe for a night. A blush spread over her chest, crawling up her neck and climbing into her cheeks. Fuck. She was so sexy. I couldn't wait to take her to bed. Another song ended. But the greedy motherfucker I was. I refused to share her with our guests. One more song, I said after our fourth dance. I was determined to make it last as long as I could. The people that mattered were part of our ceremony and witnesses to our marriage. But there would be other guests coming soon. Both. Invited and not. Luciano smiled, every so often searching out his wife. After the fiasco over the last few weeks, things have finally worked out for them. The wife everyone thought dead was back in his life and here to stay. Vasily never looked away from his wife. A few years back, Isabella and Tatiana, Vasily's sister, attended the university in DCT. See, Vasily was constantly in this area, and I was sure he was poaching, until I saw the two girls drunk, while underage and trying to gamble in one of my casinos. I thought the man was going to murder them both. But even then, he couldn't peel his eyes off Isabella Taylor. They clearly worked it out, since she was quite a bit along in her pregnancy. Cassio and Luca seemed content, although Cassio was working on his own marriage arrangement. Sasha kept throwing glances Bianca's way, trying to stir shit. That motherfucker was the best sniper and the worst instigator. His life must be a bore since he constantly sought trouble. And Alexei Nikolaev stood stoic and unreadable as ever. I sensed he made Bianca nervous. When introductions were made between the two, she actually tucked her body into mine, as if seeking my protection. Have I brought Bianca and her girls among the wolves? The commotion at the front of the house finally forced me to face reality. Bianca, I want you to meet someone. I urged her to walk beside me. I thought you introduced me to everyone, she complained, rolling her eyes again. I don't remember half the names. These are my parents, I told her, masking my face from all emotions. My father liked to exploit people. He wasn't far off in cruelty from Benito, just weaker. You'll remember theirs. Oh. Her step faltered and she remained in her spot. What? She nibbled on her lower lip. I didn't realize your parents were alive, she whispered. You're older, so, I assumed, Jesus. She considered me old. I gently smacked her ass. Be careful how you speak to your husband. We resumed walking. A little giggle escaped her. Or what? You'll spank me, if I wasn't mistaken. There was a light challenge in her tone. Game on. Wife, I just might. I purred. She scoffed. You try and I'll kick your ass, she muttered under her breath. We were getting closer to my parents. My parents never laid their hands on me. I certainly won't let you spank me. I leaned over and gently bit into her earlobe. You might enjoy it. She instantly blushed blood red. Straightening up, I ended the conversation. My parents were just a few feet away. Nico, I'm so sorry we are late, my mother said, her voice slightly drawn. She was drunk already. I thought the wedding was at noon. It was a setup. This morning I called them up right before the ceremony began, to let them know the wedding was at noon. I made sure I spoke to my mother since due to her drinking she often mixed up her dates. If it wasn't for my mother, I wouldn't have bothered telling my father. But my mother at least deserved to be here for the wedding reception. My father grunted, pissed off. Of course, you couldn't get the time right. He was pissed off, because I suspected he would call Benito King to let him know I was marrying his asset. It was my traitorous father who also participated in a few of the bells and mobsters' bids. My father was one of the silent bidders on Bianca, but the Russian outbid him. He had crossed the line, and I intended to make him pay. But not today. Today I'd deal with Benito. He wouldn't be far behind my parents. No harm done. I deadpanned. Meet my wife, Bianca Morelli. I turned to my wife, visible shock in her eyes. Bianca, my parents, Nancy and Dominic Morelli. My father's dark eyes studied Bianca, his gaze traveling down her body, and it took all I had not to pounce on him. Unlike John, my father would never be a harmless admirer. He liked to force himself on women, and my mother liked to look the other way, taking younger lovers. While women would never regularly cheat in our world, not unless they wanted to be dead. My mother wasn't from our world, and she held a vast fortune in her name that would never pass to my father. So she was worth more to him alive than dead. I was surprised those two managed to produce 2 children. considering how much animosity ran between them. My heart squeezed, remembering Nicoletta, while I turned out to be a cruel and cold motherfucker. Like my father. Nicoletta was the only one that remained untarnished, until my father handed her over to Benito. Bianca extended her hand to my mother. "Nice to meet you. I'm sorry you missed the ceremony." My mother reached to take her hand, but she missed it all together. She was really drunk. "Oops. I'm sorry," my mother muttered, looking slightly embarrassed. "No worries." Bianca smiled softly, not letting on to have noticed, when she would have missed my wife's hand again. Bianca moved hers to take my mother's drunk handshake. After the awkward handshake, my father moved in, and I stopped him. "I don't think so." "Father," he was about to put his filthy hands on her. But I'd be damned if I'd let that happen. I didn't want him in her vicinity, even less touching her. Today was just a necessity. More times than not, she wouldn't see my parents. I regretted my mother, but unless she was willing to let go of her alcohol and gigolos, I couldn't allow her around my wife and the girls. Bianca, sensing the danger, tucked herself closer to me, as if she tried to remedy the situation and keep my father at bay. She extended her hand. "Mr. Morelli. Nice to meet you." Truthfully, I didn't want him even shaking her hand. But unless I was willing to stir more shit and create another scene, I'd have to allow it. The gleam in my father's eyes told me he knew I didn't want him touching her. So he took her hand and held it. "The pleasure is all mine," he purred, licking his lips. I should just punch him in the face and get it over with. Bianca's body stiffened in my arms, while she gently tugged on her arm, but my father held it firmly in his, rubbing his thumb over the pulse on her wrist. Now I can see what all the fuss is about. I took my wife's hand that he gripped and pulled it out of his handle. His eyes remained glued to her form, and I could only imagine what kind of things he was fantasizing about. Sick bastard. The next time I allowed him to come around her would be at his funeral. I let go of Bianca's hand and noted her wiping it on her dress. She had good instincts, at least. She didn't like my father. It was written on her face. "Nico, did you buy another place?" My mother broke the uncomfortable silence, her words stumbling over themselves. "It is kind of demure for your taste. Small and plain. Leave it to my mother to say something like that. She grew up surrounded by luxury, even before she married my father. Her grandparents, the Cassidy family, were wealthy. The construction boom made them one of the wealthiest families in the country, and they knew how to secure their wealth to ensure that greedy husbands or wives would never walk away with their empire." Bianca's uncomfortable chuckle followed. No. It's my place." My mother winced, realizing her rudeness, but Bianca didn't seem to take it to heart. It was actually an old barnyard. She continued explaining, pride in her voice. But the location was perfect and had the biggest yard on the entire island. When I saw it, I fell in love with it. It took several years to get it completed. Bianca's eyes moved over the place. "You did it by yourself." My mother's voice was full of awe. "Well, no. Not by myself," Bianca explained. "John, my best friend." She tilted her head in his direction. "And William, my husband. Sadness crossed her face, but she quickly recovered. My late husband, he died. I was glad she didn't mention her twins. I instructed Bear to keep the children away as much as possible while my father was around. Bianca smiled at my mom. "Would you like a tour?" she offered. "It's not grand or anything, but I can tell you the spots where I threw a hammer and screwdriver at my best friend." My mother's laugh rang through the backyard, and it was a sound I haven't heard in a long time. "Sure. Why not?" my mother accepted. "How about you hold on to my arm?" Bianca offered. "The lawn has uneven spots. Deep down, the parts that had hardened thanks to my upbringing. Cracked, seeing how gracefully Bianca handled my mother. I didn't discount the hardship my mother had to endure since she married my father, but she had more power than to let him do whatever he wanted and use his children in his hunger for power. I knew my mother suffered too, but I couldn't forgive her for letting father hand Nicolette over. She should have told me. She should have warned me. I would have burned the goddamn city to ashes to keep my sister safe. I will burn down cities and countries to keep my wife and our daughters safe.
Chapter 24, Bianca. I sensed Nico's mother watching me, as if deciding whether she should like me or not. I didn't really care either way. She was drunk. Very drunk. But I sensed sadness and heartache surrounding her. I felt sorry for her because it was evident her husband was an asshole. It was creepy how he leered at me, his calloused thumb rubbing over my pulse. It made me want to have a shower to erase his touch. "Here, watch your step," I warned her, holding her hand as we climbed the patio stairs. "Thank you, dear." Her voice was soft, and now that we weren't with her husband and her son, I felt like her posture kind of slumped, as if she kept appearances around those two. Or maybe it was just her husband. She was a beautiful woman. I tried to pinpoint her age, but couldn't quite figure it out. Maybe early 60s, though she could pass for being in her 50s. Her hair was colored chestnut brown with lots of auburn highlights, and she had beautiful gray eyes that somehow reminded me of her son's. Nico might have resembled his father, but he had his mother's eyes. Nancy's dress was very exquisite, but you barely noticed it with the diamonds she wore around her neck, wrists, and ears. "The house might not be grand," she said softly, glancing around at the bay. "But the view is worth $1,000,000. I stopped and gazed in the same direction, soaking in the horizon. The weather was beautiful, despite it being October. "It is. Isn't it?" I agreed. "I wouldn't care to tent here, as long as I could keep this view," I told her. She chuckled softly. "Nico won't allow you to tent. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have your entire house rebuilt." I rolled my eyes. "As long as he doesn't touch my kitchen?" Both of us chuckled. "I gather you like to cook." I gave her a sheepish smile. "I do. Cook and bake. I also make homemade ice cream. It's my stress reliever," I admitted. "Probably not good for my figure and will eventually catch up to me." "Nonsense. You are beautiful and just the kind of woman Nico needs." My head swished in her direction, seeking out her eyes. She had to be joking. I was pretty much only a homemaker, and I enjoyed it. I loved taking care of kids and making a home out of a house. "You seem surprised," she remarked. I shrugged my shoulders. "I'm not exactly ambitious and haven't accomplished much." "You bought and built this house," she offered. "Not exactly," I told her. "My grandmother and dad helped with the down payment when we bought the house. I put some sweat equity into it, but it wasn't all me. You know, It wasn't something I accomplished all on my own. Besides, I was en route to losing the home if it wasn't for Nico. Yes, he blackmailed me into marrying him because William stole from him. But then he poured more money into me by saving my house. It didn't make sense. Ariana and Hannah ran over to me, along with Mateo. Ella and Grace trailed behind them. Bear was right behind them, too. "Mommy, can we go swimming?" they both asked, cheerily, while Ella and Grace shook their heads vigorously in the background. "Mateo loves to swim. It is too cold to swim," I told them. "Besides, there are a lot of people here. What if they all wanted to go for a swim?" I asked. "We don't have bathing suits for everyone, and then their feelings would get hurt." "Andiamo in spiaggia?" Mateo asked, hope in his voice. "Let's go to the beach." He surprised me by speaking in Italian. It was clear he was good at it, too. His pronunciation, perfect. I shook my head. "No, not now." I told him, "Your clothes will get ruined. Maybe when everyone leaves, but no swimming. The water is too cold." The three of them shared a glance and opted to go play in the playroom. They took off without another word, not interested in us, and Bear trailing behind them. "I'm sorry." I apologized to him. He grinned his shark smile. "Oh, this is nothing. My little ones. They would have blown up this place with their energy." "Chris," I joked, "don't bring them here. Take them to Nico's place." All of us laughed and he took off after the children. "I am so tired," Grace pronounced. "It's like they are on steroids." I chuckled. "I'm pretty sure Hannah and Ariana feed off each other's energy. It is a never-ending circle." I turned to Nico's mother. I'm not sure if you know each other already," I started, and when all three women shook their heads, I continued. "This is Nico's mom, Mrs. Morelli. Please call me Nancy." She chimed in. I smiled at her. Despite her level of alcohol consumption, I kind of liked her. "Nancy, this is Grace Vitale and Ella. What's your last name? I'm sorry. I can't keep track of all the names I've learned today." Ella grinned. "I wonder why. We only showed up at your doorstep unannounced." "It is Amate." I grinned. "That's right. The two girls, twins, that were just here are mine, Hannah and Ariana. And the boy is Grace's, Mateo." You have girls, Nancy's head whipped in my direction. "They are your daughters," I nodded. "Yes." A shadow crossed her face. "Keep them away from Nico's father." "Okay," I frowned at that request. Then glanced at Grace and Ella. They seemed just as confused. Without a word, I nodded. It was an odd request, but I didn't like her husband, so I'd have no issues following her request. "Okay, show me where you whacked your best friend upside his head," Nancy asked, breaking the awkward moment. What Grace and Ella asked at the same time. I was giving Nancy a tour of the house, I explained, and was going to show her where I threw tools at John, the guy that Nico went crazy over. Isabella joined in with a grin on her face. "I have to hear this one. Do you ladies mind if I join you? Vasily is driving me crazy. He thinks I'm an invalid, not a pregnant woman. I'm just about ready to throw something at him." Giggling like schoolgirls, I proceeded to give everyone a tour, and hope bloomed in my chest. I could get along with these women and make lifelong friendships. After the tour, the ladies found seating on the patio as Grace and Ella entertained them with stories of their antics while traveling through Europe. although I had to wonder how she convinced her husband to let her go away for that long with their son. He didn't seem the type to let her stray too far. Glancing around, I was surprised to see John still around, but also happy. He stood leaned against the deck rails, watching me, heading his way, where he stood alone with a beer. I felt a pang of guilt. I haven't been a good friend to him. "Hey there, stranger." He greeted me with a smile, his face sporting the black eye that Nico gave him. It was enough to feed the guilt I felt. I rubbed my temple for a second, meeting his brown eyes. He was a good guy, one of the best. He always has been. Even when girls chased him, he only wanted one. After his father's accident, his mother tried to run his company. After 3 years of watching her struggle, he quit college and helped with the company. And now, Nico Morelli, my husband, was dismantling it brick by brick. Maybe I could help with that. Hey, I bumped my shoulder against him, just like we used to do when we were kids. "So you and Nico Morelli." Huh, he watched for any hints of distress. There were plenty, but I kept them hidden. "How did that happen?" I shrugged my shoulders, and he narrowed his eyes on me. "I know this look. When you shrug, pout your lips, it's your stubborn look." I barked out a laugh. "I don't have a stubborn look." He rolled his eyes and grinned at that. "Oh, yeah, you do." I shoved him playfully. "Do. Not. Just tell me one thing." "Sure." "Does it have anything to do with the bag?" This time I reacted, and it didn't escape him. "Jesus Christ." "Bianca. Whoosh." I warned him, glancing around. Nico stared daggers at us, and I flinched. Nico's eyes raked over my best friend and I, as if evaluating whether he should beat John again. I didn't like the look in his eyes. It was stone cold. Not an ounce of friendliness in them. And it was all directed at John. "Fuck. Tell me he won't go all nuts again." John muttered. I sensed more than saw John stiffen next to me, even though Nico was straight across on the opposite side of the yard. The air tensed, and it felt harder to breathe. Despite the fresh breeze, he stood with Cassio, Luca, and Luciano at the edge of the yard, closer to the driveway, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. His father stood a few feet away from him, talking to one of Morelli's bodyguards. Nico's eyes darted to his father every so often, but kept coming back to me. I was happy that his father kept away from the house and me. He was a despicable old man. "It will be okay," I told him, hoping it was true. "Don't say anything about the bag. I don't want anyone knowing you knew about it." John's eyes came to me. "William and I fucked up. Not you. It's not about the fuck up." I spoke in a hushed tone. "Don't think about it." He stiffened, and the hurt in John's eyes hit me square in the chest. "Do you trust me so little?" His question took me by surprise. When I got pregnant, I panicked about telling William. John picked up on the signals without me telling him and assured me it'd be okay. When I found out about my husband's infidelity, John immediately knew something was wrong and was there for me. The only thing he never learned was the revelation about my biological father. He attributed my shock and sadness to losing my father, which was true to a certain point. But over the last 16 months, I shut him out. I kept the near loss of my home to myself. Worries about my mother under the Mafia, or paying for the debt when those two took the bag of money. He had enough of his own worries and didn't need mine. But unintentionally, I have hurt him. John's attention on me, and a hurt in his eyes, clearly told me that whatever I said next could break our friendship forever. "I'm sorry," he muttered, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I'm sorry for not calling. And I'm really sorry for keeping my distance over the last year. It sounds cliché, but it was me, not you. He still stood stiffly. My heart thundered with the worry that I have forever damaged our friendship. I want to be there for you. He grumbled. You are always there for me. I wasn't there with you over the last year while your company was being dismantled. My voice was full of regret. The fact that we both knew it was now my new husband that did it probably made it worse. But you worried about me. You are too good. Bae, he said, shaking his head. You try to fix everything for everyone but yourself. I just hope this time you didn't bite off more than you can chew. We both knew he was talking about Nico. I love you no matter what. Bae, he continued, and my chest warmed at his admission. I'll always be here for you. I hope you know that. I took a step to hug him, but his next words stopped me. Don't hug me, he mumbled. I love you, and we'll always be friends. But right now, your husband is glaring at me, probably contemplating how to murder me. I turned my head, and John was right. Nico didn't look too pleased. That man had to work on his jealousy issues. I waved at him and offered him a big smile, then gave him a thumbs up, turning my attention to my best friend. I wrapped my hands around me. I love you too, I told him. But you gotta stop calling me B. He grinned. Never.